rate no so yede
eba form na ka policy rate ayemwa yetiefo say Bank of Ghana beka say nsi hu a watwa to wose ukobobose a yemfa nto so no banks no so ema obosi a wose omudi bi to so se de be ya omo so benya mfaso it is a Bank of Ghana enti onu ni nsi hu no so a na say commercial bank na ono so akwa eye adwuma and the Bank of Ghana no ontimi ntene de no so enti oka policy rate a opa che say Bank of Ghana ntene the policy rate ono ni si hu no so enti ama still the okwaji bosia abedi dwa no ono bre
and say Bank of Ghana no na sedi so be ye nhihye nhihye no a friend policy rate na kire say ono no kita ne sika odibema commercial banks no rate odibema no enti so omusu koji rate na omusu akoton sa aska enti say aban de na odima ma wom no soro a ko ba say ono so de ne de be kan enti eno so ebe kosoro enti say aban ti ne de no so a na ama omu interest rate no so ayden aba form eba form a me adwadini no mesre na me de akọ bank.
Okay.
Me kwa banga makojiska, me jiska na esanse nsehunu ewo form nti. Metumi dia bie madwuma mu, mama employee bebre. Na me so metumi atuache omuka. Na se nsehunu wo soro a, na kire se mintumi embie madwuma no. Ema akoye se ebia akoba se ebia me employee nkrofo bebre. Enti de bia ye dwadifo de ye hwe kwan se interest rate no be den ebeba form a ebema yenso yetumi akogi sika podu na ye dia bie adwuma no nti ye bie adwuma na ubie adwuma na adwuma na ye kasi a nkwa ntumi nye na je se open sa bibiri na be som na adwuma na akoso nti na je se ube employ nkrofo bibiri.
Okay.
What I say nti ye kan policy rate ho asema na ade da ho no so se say no to say budget review a be kan you see review na je se nhihye omo ye everything first quarter no nhihye a omo ye no eno na omo ba hwe se de ye ka say evaluation bi ye se de na akwa amaye de na adi akoyi de ye pese ye nsisan na we move in that direction. So say yes review na ye no say no ye hu say CD na ho den no akoso apeja but yes aban say onye nhihye a ebetumi sustain bibi a ye wo no because so wankoye wanye nhihye manans yan sustain a wanhwe ya na adi really na che say adi a ye no na ne nyina ye zero enti ye hwe say aban say or spendia any kwan say or spendi 2 months say baby ana hondin no enko no kra na e wo say o ye den or spendi or ya overspending definitely no say no you see e bo aban so say why physically discipline or they say enti o hwele sika so yie no eno nti na sidi na hondin no eno so e ye den e peja no enti so say no okoye overspending dia na che say sa kwan no so no ebe ma sika no nhihye no akọ
ebesa ya say
enti ese dia na no so ebe high na akọ affect inflation na akọ affect enti ne nyina no obenwu ase na bibia o maye no na ye zero sesei no so no aban no ka kire ye say duty ayetia so obekai a ebum se obema ye fixed rate obi se obema ye simplified rate sesei aban otiso o kan say obe rationalize taxes and obe rationalize duties so sure variable say what duty paper no so a masa ye ni president then candidate no ye no ko shia obi bi na ye nyina ye kan a import duty ni aka 1 na nyina ye ni kan a ono na di paper ni bae e ma ye kan copy me nim say wo sa video
me o video no
ye kan ko do be say 22 and ono aka say aba adi we di oba obe ye hu bi enti ye no ye hwe kwan say obe rationalize
recently me hu so one muko ni bi ehia ya
oni free
forward ehia e de ho asem sa bai
sa asem no mu kan so no aban atumi aye hu bi wato anu mana anya effect In fact, they say, what we say, shipping lines no more we no, or more abo hono. Yeah, omu charge ye in dollars. Na rate omu do conversion, omu tete omu conversion omu kutuku. Oh, and I see sad no enye because rate be open no mu dia G. Enti so the mortgage sika ikra unibi na ama o container akoka. Enti ono an edi ni rate be calculate the mortgage amount. Adi wo bi anka huntia. Enti omu jijiji sa shipping cost na wo no mu ye na omu use omu rate ama sika no cost. Enti ye share say ni Ghana Shippers Authority transit. Ema ye ko omu hu say ansema ye ka no. Eto asum. Enti yen give agents now mo yi ni amama no mo ko share president and omo su decide na to president and na president who said the omo ka no eto asum we say ehwe bi and na president share say Bank of Ghana enti enra say betia we hu say Bank of Ghana issue guidelines so any coin say omo use omo rate omo hwe interbank rates no omo hwe commercial rates na omo di ye adwuma no omo so mfa no omo publish. And it's a basa every day be an omo publish omo rate. And na ehun say rate na show be akutukum. And the basa e hono so na savings aba. Ukoyi we niam akra na wunim ni akwa
rate awukwa akutua.
And the basa planning na ye fine, ye easy, bibia ye transparent. And the eno say no e ma fairness ba. And the eno say ni ye bo aban ba so. Ye bo Bank of Ghana ba so say omo to me. They can say they will monitor the system na akoba say ni omo kan ye no obia se basa ye nyana ye humbe toy enu se no ye be save another enti uka che me se me niama no me santu minti su bi mu a na meti so na etimanfo eyede enya enti ho so no aban aye bibi wo ho ema we se so ye free on so omu kan say omo modify taxes modification of taxes income tax now omo dia widen they be I can say they should widen the tax net. Widen the tax net. What do we mean by that? Say Nkrofoka cry bi no mu extra tax no na be they be I share na ye dey penalize I say ye victimize wo mo kakra na I say
I say omo ye bone say omo ayo make omo available no mu tua
o dey say na ye can say ye bie mu say kakra na omo tua kra na say no GRA ye hihye say every quarter bi ano bojua wo ma omo tonton niama wo kwan ho na ade omo ye wi no omo betua bi every 3 months bi ano obetua 45 cedis o dey say quarterly we dey tua 45 cedis another one na watua enti se kakra na omo so omo tua na je so obi a tua bi mesin fo tua bi drivers omo so tua bi obi a na kakra na che say ama envelope no ayeden emo ayedu na je say wo ma omo tua no omo so di shepa na opepa achia na bibia akoso enti so mu yesa na omutumi say the omaka ye the oma hia GRA hia oma church mu say na how they are going to operate it enti implement it enti so omutumi implementing ye na obia bebre bemu a ebema government na anya wa mobilize revenue ye ma ayewi
okay
afi so no ye hwa kwan say o di hihye bi beba city ahode na akosoro no ye betumi sustain
okay
ye betumi sustain
said the asase no na ayem hihye wo ho say cosmetic bi be ba be na kakra bi bara say etimi sustain kakra
yes enti wo say ko anim ni ayeye na ade na koye sa no ye nye ma ye nchia because you see no obia can say yembe ni na kwan ama no
that's true
obia can say yembe na kwan ama enti government was so oye hihye ne say obe prioritize yi ama at the end of it all no because you to be nya bibia within a year a year down they have to categorize it sure. But say priority be mu a na che say at the end of it all yen nyina be hu say aban no ye bibi what they say but sure. Say when you be cry so I know so be happy but so I was so watch it because when watching na udi chain ya unya
you spend more than you earn
and also any will be it is so I feel no first no yeto ade no government institutions and I say we know am be to ade wo market say omunya than importers O de ase. Eni kwan se ba na sa. Me ma be import ni amaba se me ba beton. Aban enye wa
Ghana Health Service.
Yes, enye wo hihye no.
Ehia bed no no ankasa tu kwan. Okọ Japan kwaye bed aba.
Institutions no we kraniama we krana na overspend ya bem. Enti so omutumi manage sa process na. Na eno kra no ebe kati spending no. Because so sa institutions omo nyina omo nyina no obi apeni interest.
Obekọ no obedi animu ni per diem ni flight tickets ni hotel ni ade.
Eno na asem no. Enti e wo say aban review e be say TVB fa ho. Say nhihye pa ebema ebekati you will cut our quote according to our sites. Let us say we. I feel aban su can say VAT reforms.
Yes.
VAT reforms. And also ye hwe kwan say aban be ye na VAT na aye uniform. Esan say VAT no a consumer tax. Enye mi ameton ade ne wo say mi yi mi kutuku mu edi chia. Say bibi akoba ne say me man register VAT say me give VAT. Me ne shop on register. O dey say. Enti consumer no so oba beto ade obe window shopping.
Sure.
Enti say me di VAT no come dey no na den shop or no di VAT no yenya ye ton ade kro. Na ehye bi ani ho a kire say e wo say we ukoka o say o ono ondu threshold. And it's our threshold and some we know. You person almost nyina no more simplify no more rationalizing.
No person can you threshold ni free ho.
Say was say you threshold ni free ho. And I say was say low one na obi abamu bia. Because say me to and they told be a fee say woman mu to and they wo
a form no
omo no mo sisi adan.
Sure.
O dey say. Enti say o ye ma ti ase na ade no ye fu. Na obi a ti say so we do betu one first me person me board you na cheap bi only a certain class sanka.
Oh yes.
And other companies who started so turn dia fufu
say ya turn to me boy no
good afternoon anyway
and that na one touch
and this time no upesa cheap na ubre na we na ye ne dia open available for everybody. And obi a turn the Ariba. Obi a to and almost started says ata na Ariba ko nim. Entitas the year we no fufu compliance level no e manu ye den e koso. Because whether we like it or not, no, we are not trying to improve our education so far as informal trade is concerned. And you be an elite wo ha o ka chene say o ye complication. So they be cry now. In a more complex way. A recipe for corruption. Na just say omo officers na omo ba. Esan say ye hu ade no so yi no. Na omo na omo di abo usuro. Ube hu na wati bibi sa de ubeti ama no no. Udi ko to tax a. But say no GRA aya de. Omo automated system no. They say enti say un sheda hu say na obeye no kra na. Wo frɛ o ma o ma officer. Mana be tran unchen no wa ya ma enti e ho no ye bo ma baso enti de bibi a doing there ye nyina ye hihye say ye be broadening the tax net no na je say nkofo bibi abam nkofo bibi bam a ye nya ya tua kakra na ama roads na ye kan wasem no schools na ye kan wasem school feeding ne we ni nyina no na ban atumi aye na ye nkwala na omuntumi ebia omu parents ni bi no omuntumi anya kwan akọ school.
Okay. Mate odofo wutie ya Angel 102.9 FM. Minim se sabre nka wo twen se adwa rasta ohima wo ye je ba na kwade part 1 ne kasa hodo no enamase ne na 12 bi ohima wo ye je hyeto na enamu. Ba ene ya sra adwa mre ayedi nkomo e de afagana sikasam ne ntotwe ne asetena mu dwadie. Eno ho nkomo e na yedi esanse Finance Minister Dr. Ato Forson at the media budget review no breyen e wo parliament na e hom popoye enkomo a ye behwe kwan no de awose wo hunu a ekoso wo fam enunti ena yasra adwamre na ede ye dwumanie wantene se de usually ka wote no medini ohima sechiwanti ne mehwe akire ama adwa rasta onhome na wochina over boja ye numra adwa all salute madam baby awo bia woni Ice Bar for I come the way ya manefa hono ma na wa madwuma se de ne ono akra na serve ofa Ice Bar aduane bia bi wo hono akodi dua pe bia nom na eja watofugu bi na odi abafio ni abusua no nyina ti Ice Bar adwumayefo nyina wie ye mamu nyina aha ye nim ache mpo awia no mpo nruye ye chia mo adwa pe bebi na jojo ho kakra na bo adwuma wo fie saa eti asan aba ye ne Deputy Secretary General Ma Guta Richard Amamo ene edi nkomo omo no omo wadwadiem kra ne ma de ba fie ba beton enti ye ka woni a wo mu kra Ghana sika no mu a meka se efa kese bi e wo mo nsam they control a chunk of our economy enti na ye no omo di nkomo a na ye hwe de ekoso omo ho enti finance minister kan sem a na ye de ato ho na ye hwe de Guta for ka ene de finance minister ka na watna se na do adwenkyere aba abekere de beboa yen na wadwenkyere no mepesa wo de be ma me e wo 0598988686 0598988686 na so odo de aka ho eno ye WhatsApp number 0598988686 save your phone so ye no Angel WhatsApp line ye program bi apesa de WhatsApp message efa so no de fa so a yen sabeka na fe brepam se bebie phone line se wo Facebook e ho so fo adwenkyere to ho ye nyina ye mobile de ekoso no san se the economy efa ye nyina ho mira mamo yaba enti se ye hunu se ye VAT na adwadifo ni tua no aban e de ma trader no so de ma consumers na ye tua ena sa aban antimi amu nkonta no yie na wa mie mu angum se obi abetua bia emo adwadifo ne san se me tua because eya wo say bosome afe me nkama na say edwa mi di no edru sa sika we na de wa hyedwa wo fam ho no de wonu but na de onya kra cha me de enti gutafo mo pese anka ban hwe na ida say obeyi sa threshold na free ho ana sanso obegum ama obi abehim enye sa
yes is say obegum ma obi abehim bi because say yenyina ye ton ade kro the mention say yenyina ye ton ade kro na shop A ono oton ne de e bia oton phone we be say 200 cedis
okay
no the VAT percentage count
okay
about 200 cedis plus the VAT percentage on that account.
So you find it's 120
cedis,
okay.
10 cedis. The first 210
cedis.
Now the auto no 200. Say customer number no also ye shop window shopping. Obe ko anu ko bisa no ko anu ko bisa. Oduru o hu a. So obe ba nechi no abeto bibia e wo fam.
E wo fam.
And I menso no e bia menso makoji loan wo bank. E wo so emitua. Me to me ka say me ja customer no
30% interest.
Enti e wo say emitua. Enti na je say wo say me ja say me give VAT no na me fa ayi no. Eno so me ye a matumra. Enti eno nti like say pe say omo ye ne such a way say ye gi ane ye gi ye gi so a say ye ja ane
ye jai.
O dey say na ma obi aho aton. Because say we ye nhye na wanye ne yi na nhye ne ye discriminatory a. Ma compliance level no nkosoro.
Okay.
But say no ye per compliance level no e den ekosoro. O dey say enti eno nti na ye ka sa no because ya VAT ye ba enye ne. Nsema ye ka no eno na egusu ye ka. Enne na ye see ye be reforms. Enti reforms no asu de ombe ye no ye twen say e bia e be ba review we mu because omukan ready budget first no can say in the next week no they will do it. Okay. So we are expecting say we will see the reforms and ye say reforms no any parity de beba ye enkoba say e be ye bibia e be ye discriminatory e be hardry enti e basa ye nyina ye gia na ye nyina ye je mbasa aban no tumi nya ne sika or tumi fulfill ni budget no.
Okay.
Yes say uye na compliance level no koba pompe na koba say ishia aban kan say minya we anka metumi aye we no na akoye boachi bidin wabo na so ntumi ngifa nya hwe o dey say enti ho na ye hwe say aban no behwe ne other taxes no because they are workers or rationalizing taxes. Our cancer obeying quarterly 45 CDC. Meanwhile, or ton watchy. If your own tone be cry on 2 tax be that on him said that's way. But 45 or na di be your tone watchy. As I say, and then so yen or Ghana card. And the Ghana card, and yes, I Ghana card. I was saying she share. Emma say you who say be okita ni Ghana card. Dear Juma no ye. Say me who kita me Ghana card na wo data ho ha. Yen yana I was so to me who be our ye Juma the onye ye. Sure,
because it was captured. Yes, data now on the card in.
But say obu ha ye Ghana card no onye Juma.
No
ye Juma. And update bebe mo na bem. What they say? Na say okoye ni maybe na ye requirement say oye di ejuma osu ye di ejuma utiatas be na utas clearance.
What they assembly aba ebra ye register Ghana card no because say eslo usu ntonebo because card na omo ye no ansha dachi bia no ebese ye ejuma foforo e wo senka enya folders a ye betimi enya baby a records crab wo se me konya criminal case anasa me ye convicted a e wo se me card no etimi edesha so me ko police station na minya case wo ho na ye me Ghana card a ye nya that information se me minya criminal case bi na me ye convict me a ye de me card no me de me card kwa koye adwuma wo baby a ye de hyem afidie bie mu a etimi pop ba say I have this record entino said ya woka no na obi nya adwuma na ye capture no enso na se yakofa sa data no a ye adwuma but data no se still nya adwuma na obi tipoku ase se nyame adom wa back cantonment but card ne se otipoku ase enti se okwaji loan na otipoku ase ene ye kohwe ni fie ena ode ne GPS address e de share card ne so ena ode kwaji loan na watu se wakwa dodowa
ena omo register kra no say gidigidi bi buy na rush bi be mo enti obi mu kra to me tu ebi oye adwuma wakra enti o register ho but na ni about ankasa ni ho enti sa update ni de wo say ba so bia going forward no no mbesa ti say o kan ye besa ye hihye and say ati say communication minister say omusu ba be yibi and ye ba be ba o miss no start so be ya we interrogate the process ni ya because
Ghana
say no adi ba kuno ye be ni we interest no override
ye nya botre enhwe the good of the public
ye no sa na minim say mi kire say mi nya edwuma na ban take decisions o data no wo ho say nkrofo say na nya edwuma enti so ye hihye na watuma ye bi ama ho na wo mo ye edwuma no so no so classifier obetumi classify say these are the high hands ni low hands ni middle hands na just say decision bi wo ho ayenim say we utiwa obibeba we catch say wakoye survey and say
market survey collation
no bobo figures story about me to say na obi say ade we then na me the yembisa ma
yembisa ma say me be dey
yembisa me be now so you see Ghana for you see and I say BBC and then omudi percentages so they be am see omu wo kwan a omudi hihye sa na ma we dey nim
make a sample site hoda
yes
yembisa
see ni
asano see yi anormal
yes enti omuno enti me board ni tofa say omuno munim say no omudi ye no but ye was say ade no form not real effect no because uji data is there to help you take a certain decision. And so uji data na want to me and dictate want to me and nyere na fe wo na wasan ba bi edwuma na just say yes kakeke enti review there say we be some say bibia so far as the macro is concerned you hear say policies be sustaining on na be ma is because you nya single digit inflation say you nya single digit ebeboa
sure
ebeboa na eboa pe ebenya other effect on na policy rate no so nya effect ni nyana na ebo council ma obo say na ama your purchasing power no so ayeden ayewi and first no ye be do time bia ukodwa so na ukoto ade na ochina okay, the 5 cedi now the cotton, you know, I'll try to me to me, over tobacco. I think I'll go over to fun. Seseno, your fee ho. Seseno, your fee ho, and no over who effect of the inflation. The rate at the end of the air cost as say a gina. Or I say, I better do 13%. And yes, a gina, the rate I would jump on rate number form. And the Drew say about single digit, and then also there's a night ni jump. Yeah, we say, and she said, a bassa na we are. Ebe buapa na so interest rate musea na say juma die say aban say odi be bua private sector na odi abie juma mu a anka no aban employment crowd e wo say anka
nya aban juma nya aban juma
ankron be individuals on be bie juma no na omo atwiaka de ya na there was a ban here say or the policies legal regime be betu ama
friendly environment
ama esisi esu enko bem what I say enti say juma no bu a ejuma for employers no so no on be employed but they have to because they say juma no one year we be jaw what I say because ejuma no wo enti ebasa ma obi ahoto no nti so mutumi yes an hihye wi na yenyina tumi bemmo bia ebema bibia de duty a ye kan ho asemi say ufa duty paper mansa madam ufa duty paper pa na uhwe variables a the word duty paper so a ubesu
me pacho you duty papers ni bi menyampo a anka bema me ube forward ya ma Nicholas amame nanka ye dia 2 page ni so odafo sa wo hwe wo Facebook anasa wo ma Facebook a Angel 102.9 FM oba ho obahunu finance minister oso opese ote Ghana fo said ye dwadie mu ya de tomu woni eto ne ye to edwam ho kra hote biate enti ote si kromu a na ochiachia bade manhunu ene sa wanko ye nkura ase market no bebi a yesiesie banch ne bode e wo fom no a akuafo ofriafo mba no ababe mokola ne kaneshi market na hwa no koye enti let's hope for the better say next year ye behwe na nka sese wa market ho na nka okọ yeji dwom anka be friends saying edwa akese no tachima dwom na nka wo ho aha na yahunu say ohwe said ye dwadi ankasa e wo fom tie nya de ya pepa ho e wo we ye makola o sha Rollins Park honom kwan na e ko say wo gina the opposite of Georgina stores e ho no wo gina wani obi edi nkomoi NIB e dan nanim ho no aha na babi o gina so kra e mo asa won tie because babi o mo hyedwa na ono o mo kasa na e ka kwan mu so onim area ha no mo aka kwa mu no ma hyedwa no a na one wo mo kasa no it is good a good move e basa na ma nipa bia bebi o ye adwuma bia o feel say ono so ka mamuo no ho o ka ban no ho so a very good initiative and we take here no just next time won ko ba bia cement no onko bebi o mu didwa wo mfutru mu no na onko hwese de ho adwade tie menua bema na boy PSC chanchan hene kwaku putin e wo fie ha nti enche ono so beba mu bi na yedi enkomobra ye ne deputy secretary general Richard Amamo edi nkomo mu din no wo ba je so ye arrangement ni ye deputy secretary general
ye wo sectors na general secretary and the
all of them your chairman of all the chairmen now we are secretary of all the secretaries so no e wo fie na ye no edin komo ma me kwa homa so na ye ne financial management analyst Ishak Chei Brobe enin komo ba komienu emfa na dwumadi no ho Mira Chei Brobe Angel Sunie ye da asem wache anopai
Eso me da waso hima
oh enen komo na koye ba kon finance minister e de media budget review no ba Ghana for adwadie ye ton ye to yisika samne ne ntoto ye free esro ekosi from say yemfa the first quarter of the year emermesi na yenhwe said ye niam akoye ene wo expectations
yo ohima let us say Mefa question chamo and motifo. Yes. I am say finance minister eko ready budget na ye pay afidumwa osaina obebu punta half year no na fee osai train free summary ekusi safi ne beko na wie no enema omudi egu akwam na say yehwa didi kan pa omanyimu obia ntimi nkwati enkan sam foforo the issue of the exchange rate said the Ghana cedi no the quarter dollar and euro and omo omkeka yidi kan ebokoko na edrum bia yana aban no oteswa yakoye yare se kwan a ye fa so a ye manage exchange rate no ye short termist approach and ye use so ye pese cha ne se ye fa kwan bi so a ebe mayen ebe chese o sisi ya de Ghana cedi no ahode abam nenso so potaka mo medium long term no na akwatia anchebia na IMF the beto abonting say first quarter would the dollars 1.4 billion and ababe support to cedi no you mean say second quarter update ebeba na say emai but say ohima see 1.4 billion no within 3 months now you see as the base na kwakoye the same thing throughout the year ohima we need not less than 5.6 billion and suddenly the market is stable. The major question you busa the debia the Ghana ni bia so anybody and they say in between dollars ni debia edi egomusana they say ankobane sa ehunsun so ben na yebinya say hawa gedifo how mu say and they say dollar na die bank rate na 10.3 now no many bank be din come you was even talking about somewhere now around there's a 10.8 but dollars no it's not with the banks reaction not just say you will be person will transfer sika no the kutua ne niama ewa manonia nya dollars ne bi annual transfer 2 weeks 3 weeks, 1 month. Meanwhile, it depended to carry a committee about this 25% of a Nema, as I said, Utiaka. A Nema number be true, a war ports, a water man. We say, we transfer the rest of the 75%. Now, what to me, any documents, not to me, the Akukuyi Nemano. And Nemano, a good porter. Because of dollar na onye bi the banking system now again say Ocean Forest Bureaus no so officially omoye registered as so musunya dollars na bi onzo unfortunately it is also not happening omonya bi ho necessary will call Abuji. I mean that will also rate it was robust at 13 plus. So you were my back home. The bank rate is the interbank rate is around 10.5. Forest Bureau is hitting around 12. Abuchi is over 13. Some even put it between 13 and 14. A worrying situation. Finance Minister say one to me nim komono anchim nessa obejina no shifting blame no ekase exchange rate no ni hu komo no to say the okakan no won vetting na say you know the governor of central bank and as will deal with that name say sikana won no Pija, Ghana is now what you pay or no finance minister, no question of no take credit. I think that Yetuaba Edema managers of the economy, one of the key variables I say so if it's an individuals in the economy, individual businesses in the economy, it needs to be able to deal with that. The business won't be reacting. So the sole responsibility say na sa differences na a woman and the availability of the dollars no we introduce a DB friend say digital forex trading platform. Now we introduced it very late. Somewhere 2024, particular month, and the whole idea was that a binding disikane gum ama et media control said dollar no en kosro bibrea. SSA what did dollar no emma ni one year registered forex traders. One abai amu mutumi say omutumi $1 any day ekeka ho na enka ebeye digital said the ebeya ohima wudia ye de ema wo ubitumi bu akonta ni ye na emfa kwatikwan so emfree wo bank enko abotiko
it's the wo kan po ase a we de tie wom na medi room anka ebema hoden no kra na kofam.
It's actually the intention and the address no. Say $500,000 and the message or you registered banker and forest bureau to deal with the forex. Mimi kwame me baba betobia amount na me beto ade amedi kokokoye me say ho akoye amedi bisi mfidie so ebedi adanse say we na me betoye na we na me say me de kwakoye. So no it is to cure two things. One, said the Bank of Ghana or this Kano registered forex traders no obetini a monitor. Not number two, said you also would be promo. One more crown, one more dollars no at the hodo, almost at this year, and it is a bit attractive because coming will be the toll be $100,000 every set you are. And Chebia Masabe to 200,000, Masabe to 300,000. Pepos are medi quiet and necessary and a daddy. Question me, Busane say, Omo Bayeno, Omo Babe twice, and she will swan, and now so Omo Bayeno, Omo attraction. Mind you, say you buy a forex market now, Potokasem was it's inefficient. Obi betumi free Nigeria. Cote d'Ivoire or any of the Francophone zone or even Africa. Let's say also the 1.4 billion every quarter neguma. We bet me at even more than 1.4 billion within 1 week.
Exactly.
System na you woman ain't me identify it now. So what I say. Yanunti finance minister any friend is saying governor of central bank a idea sadi way a worrying situation say yeah kasai particularly traders be one only worried to say best 120-day credit. Within Yama Breno, within 120 days and sign with Mietia, and Renaso, and this will cook here. One here now will destroy the credit score and in integrity. None also will be affected. So seriously speaking, if there's one thing that we need clarity as to the way forward, Aye, quite no. A dear pan, share pan, or na and I want to hear again whether say the digital, the digital forex trading platform, no, a idea woman use and as woman use. You see, the previous government, suffered it was stretching itself beyond to address the issue of exchange rate. And the gold pitches program as far back as June of 2021. And a black crama yet me build the gold reserve now to the point say one more every order. No meet or move gold reserve from 8.7 tons to 30.53 tons of gold. Say it's a chart now. NDC intimate for 3 tons of gold. Meanwhile, the gold board record it says what ton gold over 20 tons. All them tell us say and NCC and I think say so you suit the second half of the year. I'm far addressing this issue. Now, exchange rate has a spike here. To be very honest with you, the headache, papa. Now, Cecilia, there are also issues connecting with the gold issues. The gold board and a coiner of fixing gold prices. It's also a major concern in the mining sector. And the mining sector a direct connection with our exchange rate, at least from the point of the gold pitches program policy of June 2021. You know how money you gold, are they an integral part of fixing our exchange rate problem? As they say in around for as the gold, a binary no 12,000, and net gold board is over 8,000. Now when Obeko to form a good year as is him running chicken or ultimate tomobia, chance over trauma gold board. Now, almost came. What the other two saying growth and sustainability levy. Former government introduced at 1%. And as I say, end of 2025 and at 2 Abai and growth and sustainability level 1%. What people they call 3% over 66%. No, it is over 200%. Increase. They say ahead the mining community, the mining industry already, especially large scale mining companies. So in them, so what in the na or be converted to cities na in city terms perform. Meanwhile, na Ketria would chairman workers and call form. The fuel cost electricity cost by over 17%. Other taxes and so as these policies even if you don't introduce new taxes already, fuel and it's going to affect business. What they want cedi per liter, that is not easy. Again, as I increasing growth and sustainability levy also from 1% also to 3%. Now yet the answer ended this year, ending the year 2028. So, and the year now for a safa say, buy an economy, city, no, the undercurrents are dangerous. As I say, almost address here. Say, I mean, energy sector, any public or flights. Companies hiring. All cancel flights because there's no aviation fuel. Necessity now so we introduce we said number one, energy and also electricity and also fuel available. Let's say will be air travel from crowd or any original place of travel to any destination. Now, as I say, a cancel the flight. Look at the business impact on the business. These are genuine issues that we expect finance minister and in particular, Ono in charge of the finance policy, to deal with. Another issue is that interest rate was low. The last time loan.
Yeah, some
so interest rate was low. What we saw recently is inflation above form.
I learned from Guta say it's around 31-32%.
31-32%. Who's very obvious. Say idea was true. Nananka inflation baba best 13.5%. Nanka the hope, as I was really expecting, said the next time a monetary policy committee Nanka or friend is saying be reduced to the policy rate, because of inflation decline continuously from around 23%. Handy over now about the 13.5%,
and that will be 28th of this month. And I was so much.
And the monetary policy committee. Thank you very much. Say yes, our expectation. The question mark at home. Senka policy rate in the buffer. Nanka abomodia a drive. Lending rate, any bank reference rate, and so above from Fed, ama cost of borrowing, and as a cost of credit, it's me above. I'm picking on these things because we know a name be individual human beings, any individual businesses, any holding. Drive baby, what do know? Sahon Sumami, Nejina Sumami, 1 minute. My Deputy Secretary General Richard Amamu Din Common and Nebraska was oko. 81 minutes. Often ya quina, Yan Quani and try and come on swing. But just hold on for me. Okay.
Right. Okay. So, Mr. Mamo, your final words now.
Me see variables ne what duty people also.
Okay.
I person about rationalize it to say the workers obey no. If duty people also, you import duty.
Okay.
You import VAT. You processing fee. You ECOWAS levy. You network charge. You network charge VAT. You COVID-19 health fund. You Ghana Shippers Authority fee. Your import NHIL, your network charge NHIL, your 1% withholding tax on import, your GHS disinfection fee, your multi IDF fee, your special import levy, your Ghana export exim levy, your Ghana Education Trust levy get fund, your inspection fee, your COVID-19 health recovery levy and other levies.
Not just say VAT also too. NHIL also too.
Every item be a norms as a service charger. Let's just say once a nipa ne provide this
service no kwade. I will say levy on the same receipt.
On the same receipt. Oh, until kobasa na ema adeno hardware. Until abina promises say when any president go through, and or can say or be rationalizing, and you say, onya ye idea, ye be review, ye can say, ye be next say,
yeah, that's it.
So far so good. Whatever sustainable policy or modibeba, ama macros na ajrano. Even say enuna here,
yeah, that's a pa. Na dia umre no yaje. Yeah, that's a so bani ebedi nkomo. But we are hoping say after the review, ye besan atena se apeke issues ebeba foforo no 1-1. Na yetimi ama Ghana fo atiase na modwadifo nso eye bibi eto de bia na efo sam na muduabo. O Ghana fo ya na ye ho abro. Ghana fo ye tirimu aden dodo. Ba na sa ade kra no ye se ukodwomu a ukọ market enya sa na eto no nso Ghana ni kofa ba na wayere bo no so because onim loan na wakọ akọje. E na onim VAT dodo wutua and woni mo kwa port de wutua ye enti yase ye ho na ye boy ho aburu. So we need to sit down and discuss some of these things na Ghana 40 ase ye that's so bad me so me that's
ni nyina wo nyame nsem
ami
da no duro ye nyina
ye besia thank you but as Deputy Secretary General ma ye Guta Richard Amamo na ye ne di nkomo yi afa ye nsan koda ye ne financial and management analyst Ishak Chebrobe ento a ye nkomo no so mira bobe me da se wagina so kakra ma me enti ye nso so awo ye nkomo no so na obobọ eniema bi so ujidi sesa aban na ya ka ho bia e de ato aban dada no ebra ohun sa ho ye hi aba policies bi odigu akwamu na nso na ne bre ne ya so so obeto aso ebetimi aboa yen
sa intino se na me ka no inflation about 13.5 no na enka expected say monetary policy committee ehyiemu a no enka omo ebe bomodin nanka friend is saying what so feda nanka fi ya said the bit near impact on lending rate and bank reference rate these are nema or more report on daily basis nanka ya no ebwamaka cost of credit no etimi akofom because we are dealing with individuals and combe benefiting from credit and ya no so ebwa ema afi nipa timi spending on the economy na abua ama omo yi produce omo niema no so no almost so omo timi produce overall no na fi enka atimi abua na increase productivity and so we say na yede friend is saying 1 cedi akokokoto liter of fuel. It's very big. Very, very big. In TCC, no, me very cautious even to suggest say me at policy rates, so if we say we are there, 1 cedi na we introduce a take effect, no, say draw for any taxes, me can say. Commercial transportation generally, my emergency. I buy the crown force so more titi woman near my soul. Now, said the Asadi 1 cedi na better so dear. It's almost a 2 woman. So, being impact on inflation going forward. Enti say, Nanka, almost person to buy even 100 basis points a year policy rate no krana. Say they will perhaps want to remain very cautious. And Emma said cost of credit no expected senka with a non 31-32% and he beat me crying there's about 25% in the next month or two. But they say one more taxes predicting clearly say cost of credit ebeba from you have to be very cautious in making that prediction. Let me turn attention to another big conversation. It links link it to gold, link it to your currency, and of course also link it also to your lending rate. Is the issue of fighting galamsey and any consequences. This particular budget, finance minister at the Baah, government allocated 50 million Ghana cedis to the fight against the galamsey menace. 50 million ohima enyisika ketwa. Even if you compare that one to the previous government and the previous year 2024, it was just 10 million. Now, the 50 million eco fighting galamsey within this year, the major policy for women was the Women's Development Bank. Women's Development Bank was also allocated almost the same amount. Into developments and anything. is it being cost effective? Sikana yedi kura the fight against galamsey no. Idea yin hunu faso. Afei na forest no more yiwremu. Afei na ensuna na previous government no na omomuti say eyiti. Yuhuna ne say obetopano. Si say die yehunu say enye tibium. Si say die ayatache. This is a question I see because look, I'm for one year juma the boa or may catch your senior 10%. Now say and say na nurses a strike. One can say the whole hang you. I want to express the intentions on the Akobium. If say the 50 million aqua budget so spending fighting galamsey na ono so so koshe amanfo apomdimu ni nya woni timidi kwa adwuma kwa ye adwuma na oman no productivity kosro na to me and to me because what catch them say sika anywhere na what are our priorities? Inti yenhunu clearly yenhunu yenim yi say ye key financial decisions are indeed about linking up with the reality on what I see and so intia you spend it says can. Let me come quickly on infrastructure because yempu omanesi kasam ye dwedie yakone abadie we infrastructure framework enye titu yakwan oyimana saying enche bia unuanom bi any residents ni bi demonstration free na adanko akufuado ni ambitious 10 lane na oye free of anko the babisi in someone na abe connected with kufo in someone bypass no and say so omo ye yekre as a project no a delay finance minister this matter done so direct road minister
president ka say we release sika into contractors, especially road contractors, at Chakra by the end of this month. I was so be a kokwan so no kokoye juma.
Any finance minister update here. He said idea here that part of the road, here and then again continuation of the 4 bypasses na kufuado started. You see, at the cost of my a year. Change of government a different political party obeshena project yentwaso there is Osino bypass we have Osino bypass which is about 6 point something kilometers. Yes, a bypass, I think that one is also 11 point something kilometers. Then we have bypass. We have English, you have English, then we have Konongo. Konongo, the name say the longest 18 point something kilometers. Now you speed na previous government no speed na airco. As a matter of fact, Senka almost given the same amount of speed, then come to Senka be on bit me. Yet the kind of sika the dualization. My step back a little bit. Kumasi Accra is the what the biggest traffic in the country. The biggest traffic. Na enyese akwantu keke eyadwuma ene enema bebre ena saa kwan no betumi aboa apakofo hyase. This is over 20 something years na ohyase no what the Nkoma circle through Achimota to Ofanko 1 2 and okoye in some bypass 3 and Nkoko bypass. 4 and dualization from Ejusu to Inner Kumasi. And we know here. Now, the SSA at Twasso Kra at Babis Apiga Junction. You are Milson, you are Mahama, a minimum because he never found us all. Yadi Omuye, and the Danko Kufa on the first 6 months. Na ye Watinesa every home. The point I am saying in simple terms, and it's if there is a single route, CCI, SSA, Abayemi Hunu, say bypasses, no, idea, ye because you spend this cow, you are committed to about 8 contractors. Ewo sa equine so. Yen fa ye no emomodien ko connected. Or friend is saying Pukia say to and someone bypass no. You will say afi ye no da because nan saying the president eba Kumasi na nkomodien say Obaba be ye 3 carriageway of friend is saying expressway. Na question me busa no say omo konsu omo mai ne yasan akabie so what you say finance minister should mention specifically say president kra payments na edema near visa 10 lane yen san hu se we na twaso yen ti yen san free hu ne hu say ye call let's ye nya flight because aviation fuel anywhere na ye fa form a form no a safe my media me feel say ye no kra no should happen and sakra and sana wouldn't come about the tweet say who baba ye 3 carriageway, expressway from Accra to Kumasi. We are not saying say enye adepapa, but the yedika disika akokubwe. Ye wo man no sika no. Si antimi anti ensam firi ho a na menye sure say ade a ebeboa wo man no. So these are the issues are many feel say address it. The moment I be address the currency issues no, near addressing the issue of cost of credit and that's a lending rate no, any gold prices, any gold issues so no any meaning in no. Now we towards economic stability. Na afi ubia or planning within the economy in Biano etimi a planning ye na fi even prices of goods and services war mine maybe etinye hunu say ebinya stability be these are the critical issues a confront to here. Let me tell you the other gentleman now was about
from Guta Richard Amamo.
The concern is about import duties. Import duties are nothing but taxes. Import duty, they are taxes. They are simply taxes. Now, sure. About we say by the campaign pledge be because we levy free. Fair enough. Or see friend is say we mission levy free. Of course, the mission levy nanya dia immediately na bedding MOBia because nanya dia na yitria. Afi or see we friend is saying 10% betting tax and so everyone. But you who say come only meaning education actually face enyadia a easy in terms of taxes. Especially for a business. They say there is 15% VAT on non-life insurance. Yes. So what the national insurance levy, get fund levy, corporate levy, a 21.9%, almost 22%. And affected fire insurance, marine insurance, travel insurance, burglary insurance, property insurance, personal accident insurance. All these things have connection with business. Sanima we now connection with business. A be impacted business. Let's say the import duty no so no sanima we na esa gusudia. Let's just say oka safa dollar CD Aba Forson now won't solve problem here. Even in the matter crana ye crowd and the Aba Forson no sa on saying dollar na be anything. And I'll talk about the fuel prices. Now say diesel cost 5%, petrol cost 2%. Say yes, I the 1% living as Ababeto. So electricity cumulatively is now 0.2%. Home growth and sustainability levy affecting mining companies, meaning what the home come on the sunset clause. Signed that one until 2028. Especially import levy, I'm happy said I did not only need in common or these are too many taxes in the system. So we say what fix the exchange rate and assume you cross and exchange rate in Ukraine a 10.5 or 10.3. How be Krano. There are other issues affecting business. So also, person will build it truly, say, person build it 24-hour economy, which is their trump card in terms of coin for so manage economy in the let's just say anima be brioha SCFA na energy sector power no and so just the MISR. So these are issues that I think say they will definitely have to address 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of these things that we have talked about.
That's it. Policy rate asama eba unkomo yimo ya ma lending rate nso akosrama and interest rates ye gia ye ntimi ntua ansa na ye bedi nkomo yi enro anwumere me fa krom ene yenu maame no adwadifo bi edidi nkomo asamba ko maame a woton ne niama e wo kwan ho wakọ nde mo amotototo rubber wo moyi waka kire me o madam say mun kan tira ban ne say the only friend saying creditor yetimi nya e goods se sika na nkasa kra na ni interest na kosoro no wose cash no kra ye ma the only credit in the market now goods a obekwa obi di be fidu no aton akotuaka yes se me koye ni
see no kana some crowd there's all dealing in plastics crowd here so when saying there's 5%.
Yes.
Tax on almost producer plastics effectively across by best 7%. Now I say kwakutu adieno ababa beton na afi taxes na sa ababa beguso amasa di yebisi atono no ne bona akosra eye adia da whole plane say nanka no wa hoden nanka me kwakotomi ensa. And I'm saying, Bona Costro into the Minchimi tobacco and I'm a tomino. Into a no jetting Nemana Coco Frino, I sent a caution show. Nanka, which means Ensa Cassica no Okotiamani Pacrona, Nemfason or Tieno. That's why I'm feeling ya, Nenemana Ebe Bonaso, and now say, na, which na baby, which na. The taxes are too much. Build the economy among for and abroad taxes no it's a key issue that yes say finance minister take through because we danabem na oshe sanema we saying can normally almost be ready budget and be budget review and community form ebusa man for how ne sanema ne mani nyina nanka wo engage wo ansa na wo kasa wo baby a wo de hye no ebeto aban focus too much on say Pisika every amount for one every taxes no too much. Na buying mom spending no na to say I've talked about 50 million into fighting Galam say still I feel a menace no you cannot cut wastes this way. Untimi enka say o boama o mani sika no ya pohon ban ewo sakran we say so.
Before I made our coin, Professor Jicha Yawo University of Ghana Business School, and now the Nkobia Bama, Majin Juana Diachin, or say Amania brace up a sort of fighting inflation, and Yananka market queens. Man nin com who non pa kwan bi obefaso a regulate o say o mo ka ho bi o mo na o ye real determinant we market no mami quote no if we are serious about inflation control we must deal with the power that market queens wield and reintroduce competition mechanisms such as state-led food distribution companies to ensure affordable prices in urban markets. Professor Jiche Dako also must say
yeah, he's perfectly right. A part of the market inefficiencies now. My musi see no. Ubi the body eba. Me come actually. Me papa wa hafo ewo koko ewo ahafo nakete. And that time you know my ba before my ba no beto body a. Body near me to body for. Transportation costs 7 previous and one. I would do Kumasi or the do Kumasi and also the Brun kindness or Toa. A cocaine more. What the other twin chance were the Obama more they say, okay, media mean from to phone or Mobetono. Me from a cana media, Diana Baba, Kumasi and media conquerino. Obaba Bidra. Market queens you want to say own community turn direct to many why person to be chance of Toma now so you know more at all. Said the economy and never be brave formalized informal sector no ban means beer you want near timidity control let's say control physically. Let's say in a year, I agree with the professor said. The previous government said, "Body only near my a Greek minister, through government source." And then we saw. Say among for upon Juma ministries and other places, no government source, no to be that competition, no dear, here to break market women, any one more artificial system be said that they are benefited from it. Indeed, I feel could don't so be crying a pino in a crowd is a good aquam, Nasa ye case. Anka enema atimi ababa form krana assess the ordinary person, the individual at the micro level na assess nya onfaso na fi obi atifia unza ban no na namuntu tu ye nyina na afedie enfaso no akofom trickle down to everybody no na yetimi ehun ne sa si amfa ye ni anhwe ho na ye ni free ho I agree with him. Ube fighting inflation. No, yeah, no, so inflation. It defined simply as the enemy of the poor. Say, Nisikasa, Fleniamana Bono, Ecofomoa, Emotono. Name said Nisikasa, Neniamano Tembiano, Ewasro, and as a Srana, Equa, or no more than Ubia. Ukresica and the Nipa one every economy in the world one only be an adorson. And is a way say na nuru womo eho amani mani bono anyefu ama womo. That's what you say no emi pay. I think that is an area over the years. Abayana ba abayako ayi any as I say CSC to me build the state farms. I have heard say this government was a proposal no secondary schools and senior high schools, and so it was consistent with planting for food and jobs phase 2, particularly and one person almost says senior high schools, and especially more land. No, National Service Secretariat is also no idea no more bibisa efa say omo and all of that. We need to get state one way or the other. Prisons we should be looking at some angles we saying in government are getting involved. Sales points and this and if say market women who say a fidye a bino and so a use system be a month for equa and nemana or motona or my reso or be the bar no maji no more tiaka no mumna a control prices no a bino critique so means no I compete with them. Definitely, so it being an impact on lower prices, especially price of food.
Price of food no ba for more. Ebwa wo bia mira medase isakche brobe nyame sha se wanya womre amaye ye disika nkomo e definitely ye besan ba wo ho se nya nimpo a wo chena ama ya san ato aso abra finance minister de ne nsema ba wi okay. Etiabusia apani ene ne kodi nkomo eye Isakche Brobe or financial and management analyst ono na wabobo bebre so minim se wajibi 12:19 is the time. Higher Angel 102.9 FM Angel TV ye Facebook ni bibia ekoso eye ene omanya kwanhoma ye di na fe no abane ba bebu nkonta ame ya hwede ya ka akire ene de wom na de ye disika ni bia ye no yase anunu na hwe de akwakodro eno na ye didi ho nkomo ho propro wanu nie na ye guso no trip ahema wo ye je organize trip with ohima uyeje no wani je ho sa wo beko bia ebre nu ni o amafo register gidigidi pa first bus ayema enti wan hwe na second bus ne pa ho a na chese wo ya akwa akire mesra wo pesa wo ko bi wo ni ohima uyeje ne namfo nom tukwan a ene na wafre e wo 0243 123766 0243 123766 we air trip with ohima uyeje ombeko Shy Hills and Sajuna Beach Club. Packages say warm your lunch, drinks, amobenom, afembeko sightseeing, ene man kan hu bebra ewo na sports ni games ni agro bebre bebam health talk and so ba be kasa chemo swim ne nema hudo bebre and amobeye with ohima uyeje enti bomoden se obefre number no na wire registration another WhatsApp afa so no wire registration watimi join ohima uyeje ene ne namfonom ne nadrofo na munyina muntu kwan no emum 2nd August enti number ne 0243 123766 na watimi ajoin abusuafo no ene na mamenka ncho se Angel Rock Mr. Dro no obi a waye enuro ache waye enuro ahodo nyina bi enti wonim de esa yare wa wede so de wo mu uyem usisim wontinimu se said you are bani Angel Rock Mr. Ye ema mogya nya ahoden ye wadura wo no mu ana ho efefefe adura wo no mu nso a na ma wo mogya emu aye den no ne Angel Rock Mr. enti so wo ba wo oba ma wo emogya wo mu sade boni timi dem koto Angel Rock Mr. do ni bi nenom oti ano a wo nom no ya na de ahye fridge mu amame na de bia ne fresh na je ne no kra enahe na wanu mewie na kire sei ahode aba mogya ni mu ama wo oba ma na ejai se nko asa no ameka kire mo obi bisa me sei nti ohema wo pa kire se yensesa me chance na ze adwuma nso ani wonam sin akoto Angel Rock Mr. na hwade obonso yiri kokro mu a ototo mema ne mankwa wontom ma de cause usum ne bopa Angel Rock Mr. Yansa nkyere ne etia na wanum bi so yo ba na be mebebo na mema na ho den na eba no eno ni omo bonus mo amutu atono mo frɛ 0208 309-495 0208-309-495 and 0244-186-612. Angel your flat top ha Angel Abrepo Junction Kumasi Angel Sunyane Angel Takra di Chess FM Cape Coast Nadom Auto Face down Suman Y Ventures of Anko Barrio Hima Uye J Ventures and so bi ho na Panacea Pharmacy ni Farmer Trust na Angel Rock Mr. no bi ewo ho and let the stream say naturally say bibia ahihye yie no Betway at the scratch and win promo aba Betway sime kan cho say the odia ba no enya asem keto akra what 9 million Ghana cedis and ato ho a watch che enti kone kokoto now so win be free spins free flight na cha say wo kọ wani mu ano no dwumadie air from 1st to 31st July enti se na 24th dia na ka 6 days pe to make na fa wo hye bi Betway or say we dey be simply obekọ Betway na wa log in na o log here or bet on sports or casino na obenya akwanya da bia scratch card na won so watimi aweni sika we de bebobra only at betway.com.gh today na chese bibia edidem terms and conditions applied now we gaming commission any Ghana of Ghana na womo ahweso ema bibia ekoso Betway get way more ohima we aja ice bar baby abakwa akwajojo ha wie wonam bi kwa na obi wa appointment no so we dey Mr. bibia asime kwan kakra enti pe baby tena twen me akọ ohima we aja ice bar ne ko tena ho twen no owo private room che say ukọ hono mu a ori ekra be fi so be kofie obadwojo ho adidi anom asan aye shopping kraka ho obema ohima we aja hyeto obema afugu obema niam bebre wo ho ohima we aja ho de che say ukọ a ahia na maka na rekora wo nkofie na our Kodesh Junction North Industrial Area enti uni obi wa appointment bia se bibia kamu no na wakọ akọtena ho no kwa obedidi aye bibia frɛ ne buki anase opese okọ na bi se chirase bia 0275471536 0275471536 and 0303976145 na one no enkasa na osusu de wopia bia wonsa enkakai sa ohima wo yeje enne media budget review nti na wan hu no ochena onsa ebeka no yankwa ahoma no so na nana boy PSC chenchen hine kwakuputin emmo enkomo bi emra ma hu se general manager aba na ne shirt ne white and ne foot ne white ene Eugene wa hwan ne twa pictures no Eugene wa hwan ne twa pictures ena mempe the passport ni bi and then me pay full picture me pay full and no friend is a portrait na dia wa he no full no full oh okay but me pay full muntwa full ma me because and then bra na me say ni re ya fini age bra wadi usia na he ya waka say boy oh, you look so good and you look so well. Wow, shall I say come on? Okay, Sensei. So boy.
I say a budget review, a media budget review. Me and Sanko Manaso, and Reverend Professor Engineer Eric Ofusu Enchi. Reverend Professor Engineer Eric Ofusu Enchi. Energy expert Edin Komo for budget review ya ho near her on so na dwenkyere see Ray enya MI meka Cassiel Ato Forson. When ya meka side na so obia one expectation. Enti ehwo no so de ohwehwe afrim ni so far 6 months the energy sector no etumi aye eje aboa. Reverend Otianka Angel FMNG TV. Yema aha.
Yeah, ja, only I'm passionate to say. Hello, Pastor Meton Kapa.
Aha, mo yada say. Sai nanso public expectations na wo akwa energy expert first 6 months of NDC governance energy ho wo modern born etesay ekoye anase de ekro no uhunu so energy one of the contributing factors are a drive economic stability uhunu say
ye de nyanya se energy so adom the bonfire Ghana energy sector problems needed to solve because the creating a million more. A common amount of including Kuyi. Near so far concerning near a year in this first 6 months, let me say. They initially started with looking at the issues of privatization of ECG. Electricity Company of Ghana. Looks like Uncle Fisher global privatization at the heading. And you may not need to pass it and why. Money, I mean, you say, and only to me, and my escrow account. Each of the 4 Jessica normal bank of your account. Only a separate account they are controlled by all the power sector players. Na apply price of a form and Toso. And the two are the idea of the other. So that is what Ghana must do. Because you know, it's kind of back 4G. No much can you we decided that the other call. On your pen or the source and you're correct. Number 2, ECG efficiency system is so improving seriously. Because ECG efficient in terms of collection of bills and declaration. All the power sector players will struggle. And you know, ECG network, what are they doing about how they collect money? And who is checking it? They're very, very critical. Those of them, they could go to the digital, we power, Sonia, so they almost in the digital, only in our ECG. Because of no direct contact with the customers. And maybe percentage collection around 40% there. And the board of ECG must be very strong to help us in this. So those are the areas that Ghana must look at. Now, so one city no introduce. Yes.
Wadaruma ECG asema woken. 2024. Auditor General's report by HSA. Revenue ECG enya kra no wo mo under declare to enya 10 na ka so enya 4 na 6 no ayeka a wo mo anya sa ayeka so man entua o ye tua mom enso o man declare ntina ye se o man ne de ka wa bra ye tua na afa nipa bi ensem enti wo ka se who is checking who yi na ma me bi so asasem no enti da bia na yenyeje ema ECG nko a na ekwa we o mo mfefa so
another problem no senior because most of the systems in Ghana now are prepaid. It's not a crime that we use the electricity. It's not. So how come? It's what I say. Other power sector players, number that GRA, power, grid co, number that why should you allow ECG to collect the money and take it into the account? They must be bold. They must be bold. And it's the energy minister that must help them in this. Seriously, and that's why ECG is the control of an account. And they're wrong. When you produce energy, who the customers know direct contact is in which it's got. But it's coming here with ECG here. And then that's the control account, not sharing everything must be directed into an account and get jointly owned by all of them. Formula that's so. That is how it must work. We must drive this home until it is done.
Say edu ni say ya ede no say sector minister no so eye. Wono e no so hwe wo so wo mo edi ewu minister no so e tena wa hwe na wajai afachire e de D levy mom 1 cedi on a liter of fuel no aba be say yeko.
Well, unfortunately, in some of the sector players like Zinari and Power, it's in the sense that it makes it difficult for them to also speak because my now point is new. But if you have an energy chamber in Ghana, just like petroleum chamber, we should begin to drive towards that. Let's have an energy chamber. And the chamber can push for these reforms. And you're serious. When you have a chamber, that is what we should do now. And we only many folks say, that one city now want to work the truth. And they also debt, they are not ready to attack it. One signing deals on American power in Ghana for. What are the contract conditions there? Can't we go and review those contracts? Bring down the price per kilowatt cents, kilowatt hour. Because this year, and I had the car, but at the end of the year, I didn't see a tackle. It is not right. So the energy minister must tell us the steps they are taking to review those contracts now. These huge steps break down now. It must be addressed in that. Number 3, Alugu hydro power down. The entity before starting acquisition. Because hydro is one of the cheapest forms of energy. If you agree with what I say, so by the end of this year, we are not power generation, additional power generation of 200 megawatts. So next year, we begin to run into power crisis. What is the energy minister doing on that? What are the plans for a new power plant? That is why I'm asking the public. Power plants being projects in Ayeshe to be able to get, because we shouldn't get into the crisis zone that they'll go into making power plants and then they'll bring us bills like the car power and the Americans. We don't want to go there again. Our energy demand keeps growing. It is a great global area. The University say we need 200 megawatts additional power by the end of the year. What are they doing? By now, that project should have started. Because if you see thermal plant, then you need not less than 18 months. What is saying? What are the plans? Otherwise, by end of next year, Ghana will begin another power crisis issue. Then they run into emergency power. And then why? So,
Amira sa enu tinsi no amde ayesa D levy abey na ekusin say in case say yenya shortage anase say Pualugu ni ade no hydro project bi ankoso a na kasa deficit no ekusin amaye emwa
deficit is different from our generation. Okay. President Mohammed now power crisis in 2013. And he should learn from it. I started 2013. President Kufuor finished 2008. We now draw power sector plan, generation plan at home. 2009 is never started thermal plants. 2008, President Ato Baah campaign, candidate Ato Baah campaign, but the thermal plants here campaign, say, a corruption project, if you buy the just for one finance center. When you go on crisis at you. The no 2013, 2016, the bad being so one at chair. Because production is would so you have to rush to go and do for America. When of the Maya, a entry cost 30 kilowatts, $30 cents per kilowatt. It is crazy. I'm sorry, take or pay it also. The amount of energy will be slacker. If we are not careful, we will get there again. You know, once our sector number will say, look, by end of December, we must have additional 200 more. And for many are buying that, so let's start planning for maybe 500 megawatts to take care of the next 3 years projects. It will definitely care down on the here because here I say all the very couple maybe $1.5 billion. We power close to $1 billion. And then on the so many trade here. So that these companies can be liquid and can also be able to invest and maintain their systems. All of the ITP small a breaker. So that is the debt. But the energy you get into issues which apart from the debt, we must plan for additional energy sources. This is what we want to hear from the minister. Otherwise, believe you me, from 2026, doing some started.
Not just a analysis. Minister Momodin.
By now, they must tell us their plans for additional power plants. It must come in this budget.
You better ask the panel command about an AVA. Amen. We are Reverend Professor Engineer Eric Ofusu Entry, energy expert. Na sechuade ye mi hu kra o ne nsemi hu ne say power expert be HMI projections. Say by 2 years, say anhwe na ye nya another source of be a power generation. The 2 year bribe na besa 2 year bio. Ne ntu ho na mo bia.
Besi sabri. On sa Ghana no ye penny jack approach. Asam na ba sesia no yenya dan ha no ne yepe na say ye be ye friend say ye be dwen say bibi kura betimi asi ana say wo adwuma mu no ba hu say bibi betimi asi na say si ade an ye be ye na ya pe bibi aye ato ho ne aka say o ye proactive no ye nimu ye bibi akoye knee jerk approach edu ansa. This is the time and by this time say either the Ameri plant and ye be craft for about and as a time now work can say hydro no so ne be ye bi aka ho ka by this time ka ye dada
and as a car power say mu back take or pay no. So me lie to, or me lie to, or energy, I mean energy. Ye triake. And today, here says Sacope for Beboka. And no crab wrestling, your conditions.
And no, conditioner ye jitumu, and there are other conditions you can buy outright. Now buy a wager padie. And what are we doing? It's a very good question and awakening. Say enye late be say abana ni beba no so na wahwe that aspect. And so I man chancha ye nyina na yete man ni mu emu oda ye hu emu onwunu aye hu in wo wan kasa assessment the past 6 months Usha or minimum sikasam adeton. The idea free one, the also G free and crofo honomoa. How do you say?
Oh, him, I try to be a young fair home to penny for some sukakra. I say a Juma yesi in near Ketria. A me, wo and will be a warfare. Ghana for you na any IJG sika. Any dear many paba, was offer me a home your hobra for 1 year. And you see a friend budget a year piano near Husika, ye bedi. Na the air de cry and me pecran say, Minister Nana Quaffo. And no, sir, such a may here say, I may here say, I may here say, I may here say, no, dear barber to Anafogina and him. Ye are, say I kept mammy cabinti. Na a banner or tiswano, or no position parties in the friends budget debate. Now one of aye. Enti ya ebi kura anka open position empreso nanso ye beto aba bawie no na government in power wa wini teacher said we ka so be no ohia no wonsa aka sexual free tetentrede konfano chabreso ye fourth republic here wura mu yi there's no single point in time finance minister was so at the budget aba na oye ni review na the party members our parliament because say enye Woman ababa you see yeah. Me who be so that say opposition no because say eye. Woman be against. There have been times crampona e be sorry work out.
It is expected say parliament minority in parliament will walk out of the budget.
I see so many times.
In a day. Also omunyina beko because parliament e convener. Omo mo mpa yombe bo ne niama kakra bi yombe ansa no mo moving motion for the budget review and I need that kwansa say ye register motion na minority in parliament will walk out.
On my name a Public Financial Management Act 78-1 and 79-1 and Asha Minister Sabusumi sia de adema wafe no busumi sia bebu nkonta kire yen. A wake up caller ma wo aban once a expenditure say na tie me revenue me target na ke say na metumi enya ye na me savings amaye ni me investment amaye ni sector by sector na ka bibia ekoso yenim kra no 50 million Ghana cedis say fan fight galam say 6 months down the line so galam say fight no akwadru say eswati ana awesen ewo maim yenim kra no previous government 2024 MPP aban enya 10 million so fan fight galam say we a pentriple times 5 and edema abawi
yes
so enti anya kura no yemusi o say galamse akuse sechwa enne galamse na awase matre say company square ko ye ka illegal man na nka nya no kwa ne say obi di San Francisco so ana kwayem no say no me magic krata say bitumi ya madwuma no obi afa kwa aba no so abewura concession illegal me magic krata me na ma mitumi na bibi ntimi nye na so bi ebedidi bi dem a ye to abawie ya power change ye pe boase galamse boys say so abeba omu kowura anglo gold
aba ye kumbi mo kra the process
baby a concession ya France ho ya je ho no ko bu France no ekowuram yes ekotubi liga emenu ka se mi hu ni pa bi so ni sikadwa global wato dey da adwuma moye omu de omu agye nkrata ya mo omu tumi so omu enya adwuma no o kyerese o ma hero so hero wo kro no so sede yo woni ni pa kakra bi wo mo empress wo mo swat mining company Chester mining wo mo swat bi no atibi akwadwo nkrata kwadwo concession Ghana dey answer baby a edwom hakra no kaso betu go da betu
Ghana dey answer no baby a na ya na commercial quantity dodo na ewo ho no
na commercial quantity me dey amaje
wo be wie na waboka
me concession akwaje na wo o commercial quantity e ho nom ama nipa wu ho aswe ye bedi akire pa
ye ni ho nkomo ochina
ye bedi ho nkomo sabre nsa kwa homa so bio na ye ni Owura Tachi Ado, head of communications ema spare parts dealers wo aboso kan we de enuade be ne ekasa ono ene kasa ma wo ma ton ka ho no ma kese akese mfidi akese ni ade nyinada aboso kan no Owura Tachi Ado ye ma aha awie eba angel so
Mejemoso angel for mejemoso
mo de say no
ka say afi no
yeah ma say afi ba
na ka be ba no power but me no fight me kaka
ena media budget TV eba na ye ka eye sikasem ho nkuntabuo ni adede a se kwano me begina se enyina ho keka nyina no mo atumi ha mo papa mo dwuma so ankoya oman no aguasu ena nsema ye wure ebekan ede na mo hwe anim se onka na mamuo busumi ensia mo hu ne sei
medase na me che wa hwe fo no wati efo nyina medase so ho konya busumi ensia we dey so far so good there. I think say so far as ananka isaka the ticket echo China ko fani ma na me ticket be 25,000 20,000 me ticket 13,000 15,000 there. I say so far so good there. They are performing. We some percentage was there. 6 months there. I think me buy no. I'm on 80% to 90%. Am I there so far. But however, their core budget statement in that's media budget to me. Engineer or the buy no months ago no no be akonta say near me scam the mama near me dey say me here bia ka ho say ya yen to tell say you be say my duty ba form your baba che o man no ye be say tie ni say kwa be no be fa so a o ma duty say say mo no e be ba form ama spare pass no say na ye complain dey bia no ye ho be han ye two kwa be no be fa so a o be yi sa how e dey before so a dollar no akodi galgal for ni say ma and central bank the dollar near 10.5. You get 10.5, you be at 10.3. Aba for ma, you near GA. I told Hana, $1 million now open CCN. You see 5 days. I would to no friend now within 30-20 minutes time. We tell now $10,000-$20,000. Then say Banisa. I would to be like as a train, the bank a quick stab at CCR. Or no quite woman CCR. I won't know who account to honor who you get in. Would you think my bed 3-4 days I say it's kind of let's just bend on the to make it for you see it quan bend on the first one COVID-19 no be year few say be maintain COVID-19 no near the bay near year first mama care and the any problem and I say you then you free such levy now what yema in your school no say we did the passing but say I see COVID-19 US be good so here that's all mess up few and I say baby or man benya if I saw a bear fatimo bia ayu e wo bio ya how no
Tachi Nancy COVID-19 dey nya 2 cases early gone am social gardens now no omo ehedakra atwam enu tie ntumi kan 6 people say eni hobio nanso say an intensity no eso atie na sabre da so gis kan dey ubu say no ano no afa ya hwei ya se bibi ti savat mu rate ni na enyina ebukro so yaji we say ema eno ehamo enti ho ensem ede na mo hwe so onyema mo ne aban ahia na se muhia ya ekosi sei
also sometimes over the years no say you know why you work ma kan wasama so many years I say sa ekwa na ba but die so die ba ade be ye yo say obi age wo to a odi to na wo to no mu so faso ene ya ba ne mu se wo ji to na wo ji kwa paso na de eduma pa dia obi ani beji ba ne mu ye kan say ye pesa aba we be ye obi introduce to for be to be before so say bia o yi to be for the before for aba be say be bia me be before the ye pesa bi because esa na se still na dollar na ba form no na se nyema bo be say de e sa kosoro ye ni be se bi ba to ni mo de I think say on rationalize to no ombiem wa na obi etim benefit na obi etim ntu ato ni bi oba aboso kan for instance ye ma ntu ato no ye kakra bi do na ntu ato afẹ inu no na you artisan for no omo ye sa pio bi na de fit go bani nyana do na obi enu ntu ato bi ntu ahwe so no omo charge obi to charge na 5,000 10,000 e do be ya ma obi charge more than 10,000 kwa it only no how on made the rationalizing dancing go for kumbi between a baby pressure neighbor being say a few and be a few cacao will be able to Estonia saying you know omutiano omutaxo that 20% of utiano be bias move but also 20%. It's across board everybody HB who say yen sir then go say beautiful maybe need to be so the because we are saying who be a juma no introduction of a new to the new hormone that so on make sure no on my pony be everyone as maintain no more duty no on my peggy dollar no port to make beautiful say beautiful and then what as some day if you echo say 3 months or 6 months so you dollar no about 10 cities I'm a beautiful on a more from Yamaba I buy GI for business so the evaluation I'm a beautiful and yes 6 months 3 months that ho you need to come say dollar see that maybe there the baby me give your money and then yaje and yes I people are for no you so good rate 15 cities 14 cities when the evaluation may be before and there on pay assembly panel can say before no na sa people are for no we mama say parliament fair na sa legal fees na people are for no general almost no ministry wo be before to you see budget statement next na you say be no mo make before so mo man access to loan before be make before spare parts industry no as well no man yen because Nancy we are chief of staff Mr. Junior Debra or yeah Ghana summit wa ha ye ko bi very nice how on base on building new cars wa ha electric cars no the shepe no more mass purpose industry no we need to see TV FI industry no the thing say we are so far so good here 6 months there they are performing very well ye clear statements no there we be to so we say ampa afri the different aye there ya tia some there ema isi out to for so we be ha omo say yanti bibi sa enfa ye journey di una ankoya maya ba be chima che Ghana for me so me sa fe ya a de chim say minister no oni ndi ni ba mo jide mo apase Mr. Dr. Ato Forson obeka sempafa edwedi etu bi sa me say na mo ka
Tachina ye hwe other sectors no ebi akwa bi so no enuane ne ade eno yentumi enka ho asem spare parts mu industry dey of purchase and cover mark be 80-90% into ho de enka ho aye enu mpo no san aka no ma bi a chese ye haw ne fa no nto ye hwe eye yesikasem aduanem ene ade amamwe na kwesi sei
ade ba kwa ye haw ka ko memu ane se ye mebu ha ya nka se itimi dua no ha se kwa so ne bo san de o memu ha ona menti ase no ye mebu itimi kra ba kwa abo na ba fon kakra ba de den ya yi dua ha no ni boy de also o hwe the statement to say no be why the people so na pass and no be the people na pass but we ya say I'm not been a daho. A good form of so no is 7 or more so ye say members no. You members no so I've been been mutuma and then you be a team with your master, you be so much team with your master. Personally, see bisa your members be say then a cosmo, then I see, then aba. And no dream kotadia, we walk. If you come on me look at ye talk, and so be an enable. Scott said, we boys say. And your man like a your priorities right and I say a day and I say man and yet. This year, no look at commodities are. We not be sure so we talk maintenance seriously. Almost 70 cities, almost a gallon bino, KKB, 70 cities. That's what? And because you consumers. The one toss papers are about to talk to me. It's sometimes no yet to me for see who say. So a man call directly here, he may see a follow. Get the politics in to aside. They follow. They can put a muswa, we are coffee by near politics. But they were a casano, near my baby will market him and live war, a gusu was swa, a good floor, Ubisana, or $6. Also, so what's $1 that? Oh, father, I go to near mother. Then I go to, must say, Roller Fenty, and if you was so from. It's a dead pan, a moment of Sunday man, live also. I see this almost a question.
Chisonim say your perishable goods or for 50 boxes of tomatoes free working and a buyer. Omedun crown half I say. Ningina swam and any cow.
I say no as all tisso. Omoba near job one so. Okay, you say $1 cost. What's the $1 that? A basin $1 cost. What's a petrol and a booty. And the petrol about form. Again, Mr. Petrol form. On a night, get the phone, no more Sunday man, Omujaso. And about form. I got bracker. So, but not to this one, that's a prono, then I can pay.
And I say, Tachi say, and every when you did encomo and it's young chance so the Biaba every year. Who here best answer to Safrobio? Enti yenua Tachi Ado ono ene kasama abosekan spare parts dealers and seven nom de ato na che say ye hwe almost side dey ankeye so be mark obi en kra che say the session no 90% dey che say it's over na ya 90
what pass kra bro so
asare brother
so eno sa kra wa class na ho ahi amanfo na 25 ni 30 na omani agire hwe ya wo 80 ade o de ko he
enti sechua sika ye de ama yewura Cassiel Ato Forson so for me a ho bradam ho enkonta wo bebuo na de ya na ehame ne say your financial experts both sides
yes
ebu o MPP ebu NDC eno omum so pa wo mu yi omanim eye politics mu no bebre kire de bia sa finance minister chance yewura kwase botwe ne kwampepra no ebai ebe yo de ase de ombetumi yewura safumafo ba kojo ba ne Antonio Sakoto for ayo wo mu nyina ba de bia do beba no akwe propaganda yewura kobredi fo ne setup be twa so ansana kewo nana ya ofuriata obama mikake wase so no ye declare no trainer kwa kewo no woni Mohammed Amin Adam wo bia no waba the budget review main budget wo ya my man no ehusu abobrapa because yenye budget pan the following year no yenka say ye reviewer the skasam na de ema mo say de sma mo no mo ye de peda wo bia no ha eba infrastructure otumi mu 10% wo bia no eba education otumi ema ye cover mu 10% enso eba ensesa na nsa mekire meaning say yen finance ministers no wo mu de hwa na say economy na nkasa na say so aside there e dia na mo no mu etufa ho because there bia ntine say mo expert sika sem se na tie what prepare na demands ne bai and they approve the amount next one to me anya sika no wo he
sika no wo he alpha because we need qualified auditors ye be ye kwan and ya ka say ye be hia sika 10,000 cedis na ye de aye ya provide sika no either loan or GOG ye de amount ye be sika ye de amount afene be kwa wie na ye nyi kwan no be ya provide sika no
Pese o man peniku for
pesika foforo e de abaye said the same ejuma na
Accra Kumasi 2005 20 years ni
yes
enti contractors 8 no ya na ka say GPs and I say ha na ye say wo ma anya enti yenim contractors no wo ma wu anaso ma yeden a yentumi enchiwo na da bia ba auditor general report e ba ye sana contractors ni bi agi double pay ekwa ba ko na de amano no MPP chairman na umtu abakase anyam say na we ba no age contractors etumi age double pay ekwa no so ayenye
tino obi say here good auditors no because onipa bia uja na obebo kro no enu nti na ye one measures was some digu akom systems obi ntimi measure double pay so where were you who signed it when they sign it when they go ahead
now watch man the overseer want to be answer no
blame the contractor nipa na obokro no but oye dan wonya access enti say akronfo wia na police for ba one thing they check is your doors access good access onya ya wodi room eye one eye dan na procurement process ten a payment of contract or the certificate beba verification ye be kwa inspection why na authorize it dan e ma ye tue sika ne ma no na ye just nipa no na ye bo contractor din me what the shaman sa major contractor no ho na ka offices no nipa be 10 ne be kofie obi a hu wo mu kosi the bank okoye obi a be kofie because aya wona wudi sika na ma nipa no nyo no na awia
na problem no no. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. In Chedi enti, obi obedi skani enche no. Ye bechina na je say aban na firi so. Aban no wo so a ye enche ne da.
Ano so kra we no ma ya chom ye de sa 4 years na so. Na aban fo fa ba.
Kana shesha tan bi kra ba e sa pre bargaining no. So obi adu o mani sika.
We 10,000 ye de pre bargaining aba. E so otime ko stress wa te say de water ade ma me adabra ka o se na anyen. Oh wonteme so kakra na anyen ne aka so o metua mu 2,000.
Now they are talking finance will be a 1 trillion. And the treasury bill say 15% in part. When you 150 billion. Now Okacha say Afibia metua 100 billion eche 50 no afa eno kwan ne fa so obetumi afa sanya sakwan aboye kro no a okotua mu be 60% a yesi pre bargaining ti no de aka na de acha o
me da say afi 2025 budget adia ba ko a apomuden adwumayefo Ghana registered nurses and midwives association bufu wo ho na ema wo mo ti atua ye kabra ya ansa na wo mo ko adwuma eye say wo mo allowances bia na wo mo di ho nkomo na anida kwan say aban no be provide financial support ebema yetua wo moka aban ne se oye budget ni refi wantimi amfa nhim ema wo bufu ye ema wo ti atua ema ye nyina ye kan bi ansa na wo san akọ adwuma wo mo kọ adwuma na aban fo mu sika no ma wo mo nemom aban bo mo ha no ho ba se sika ni ho enti no anida kwan say media budget review no mu wo mo behwe baby di ahye se be yo mo se be kan mu sika na ye se obi do ka na so sha wo da emane haw na da bia ni wa ema agise da Yesu be ba pani enim
egu ha so mane ka akoma tumi ku nipa enu na akoma kumi ana me ye
enye na du hoyi
so ese aban rafi
kono fori atakoye bi awie wa abobo ano
fori atakoye bi na ne rafi voter region o ka sa mre no
ane
e na bu o madwuma o ye budget na rafi ekuo bi
enti nyame adomene na kwan tenten no nyina abedru abobo ano so me my expectation ene say Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association allowances no ho asem beba minim se no na ama finance minister akadamu na wontimi mpie ye no a because ya toto ne nkra wo other platforms so financial friend is saying journalists ye platforms ahodo so ye de bia koma no aye hwese odi behyem ti se wanfa nhemu a ye be bisa no ye be bo akire abisa na minim se ebasa na se nurses no ka se omo ko strike biewu a ebe ye din se ebe nyina so bi aka kire omo so omo ntena fie ana se omo nkọ adwuma enti ene we nyina ye de ye hwe kwan se aban no ebe bodin ewo financial media budget review no mu na ade abakon so a me hwe kwan say anka aban beba no aka say sika ye twato ho say ye de bo man no ho bra no enema ne bebre ho ya bodin but ye nkọ ho enti wo sika botin say eda ho na say sika na eda ho enti ye hie sika biu anka mani beje pa because nema ne bebre ye bodin 24-hour economy ye hu ye na face women's bank and also ye nkọ ho kra enema bebre ni etwa sika to ho no mo a even though the money was very insignificant but ye twa to ho ya mfa anya hwe ehun adwuma ne ye nhyase kra so me my expectation ye mienu say ye behu say sika bia ye twa to ho say ye de be mahama care sika bia ye twa to ho say ye de be women bank sika bia ye twa to ho say ye de ba besisi schools basic school no mo so mo ba besisi bia ka ho ye ntimi nyai nti say sika no da ho I'm expecting to hear that and what is your expectation?
Agenda 111 MPP aban ehhyase wo mantumi anwie ye wura kwabra minta akandro ekoi okọ rounds no ode nsembe tu yanim health de hiame pen education ya ne hiame pa ensema obekan no ani ska okan budget ye approve bi ma no enti ehwe nim se 6 months down the line no say no mso ya koduru ebi o ha naka o ma wie bibia naka bia ka workforce ebi so hia machines kakra ka betumi abo na no ma akoye enti de na workforce no so yetumi enya financial clearance na mabinum so amko adwuma na ye machines a yetumi atobi abegum ye ntumi ka se 6 months no baby omo yekoduru ye yenim areas a hode no ma wiane sa na ntumi for machines ngum expectation kese e wo hopa ebri bia na ye nya budget deficit akohwasi kana anso ntumi fa bi enso me so e ko end of year na bibi sa tumi ba ye mpese e beti deficit enka no kra American because ye bia de mo no adwuma no mo nyemu 50% mpo de ntina na mo pe deficit de bia na kohoma anso mo de dey eno ntu mo nkunta ne wie ya ye se emu akwadidi e ma ya nka bingum ntumi mpase e beti budget deficit nka bi o ba bia bio na afensu no omoma enshow mu ye say the realities on the ground no sa pepepe na akoi se e be ka dwa ye num na so na e be propaganda oka se we bu aba form na ebo no e ma form e won se dwedi form an ka ho sa ahima ne ade no e se kwabi so e fa irregular mo pa won so de ade kwa na o meso ma huntwinton ai won not kumasa na nkran yo won kwa fuom
e ma won sanyi bi ma no kofi a
no mo e fa kwa bi so ti be wi sa enoma bebre e kotia yen eno ada nchen a You see, to be a buyer for a bro, August, we were broke, we are separate. The crown, your boy. Okay,
Mammy Codin Como Wimra na Nina Kahubi. Mira Abdul Razak Alas and National PR, Ghana National Association of Small Scale Miners. Mira Razak, Yamwaka Banensubio. Biabokode.
Naluka Daroma now so.
Yawadum. Mira and Nessa, what to say a media budget review. Now Ghana, Yasitinamu, the Awoto, the Awoton, any would Juma Yemua. Obekasa economy no uhuni sense mekasa mane percentage a free afia shase besi ne anka bema aban ne saying
we da say me chawo no tie for ne o man mu na I think say there's some percentage money ho man no na no ebegina anamontu a o man mu na no ye hwe we hu say o man e kuyi na say kuyi ya set na muti saying yeah, did what is saying. The dollar economy, you know, the way it is. And you know, as industry players, you know, Rebecca say yes with the introduction of gold board and then as a phone. I think say dollar no stability no. Okay, yeah. Does it translate to our business? It's your operational cost now there, you know, and also the same because we share gold board introduction now. Good war ever form all right, but still in the same what is the name? Well, market price. Minimum challenger, yeah, free yeah, expect to say maybe minister be address it, at least so a share beauty and I said bank rate no any black market no so the mostly edi wuja and importers no we import your materials na yedi ejuma no a bono use the use BOG prices no na say rate no rather than the black market rate no and they say address it not formalization to formalize the small scale mining sector no that is where we are expecting that government will do something about it, especially the minister. Now you will say at least good bono any operational cost no you na be go hand in hand because we tifu along so na say Greece excavator rentals your friends saying spare parts na ni na da so nyina be gina dia na je se ho no say efi na omutimi address my
okay madam say ba mining small scale mining mwadwuma yemu a wabobo excavator rentals wabo said yemu Greece niema amototo nyina etie wenu mu ane nioma ehamo ewo mwadwuma yemu ana.
Yes, we check problems that you face in ye operational cost no bibia how no e wono no apart from say yes how ebe minerals commission and lands ministry no say benya ye nkrata sem aye bibia ma ye kama EPA ye benya ye bia ni na at a very nice piece ni na be one table shop so the be say 2 years and I wonya EPA operational permit 1 year ne ye friends saying minerals commission lands is near 5 years and na be carbon ni who direction na ye go but operational cost no so say another problem because we share we imported those things in no do dollar ye foreigners baso and nam say gold prices na equal for dollar rate no see na gaining some basic people who person we use the other way round to cheaters and also na no MY and they we be sure that is so what we address those type of things ebema yes so your formalization na by no you ne ma omorio na ni na be consulting
Asmira abai say dollar rate abafom enti obi antete ne ma so se kan gold no kra ye tokra ne bo abafom e basa mo license ne mo be kwa kwaje permit EPA ene ne nkeka ho eno no ne bo abafom na se da so gina ba bi agina
no de enka na bo no ni wan de tenete no de any problem bia that we dey what challenge na ma ka kire wono I say trading aspect no yes trading gold no you know right dollar na perform BBI stability BBI it's okay but when we talk a commodity no Greece no rentals no spare parts no all na challenge no until say bind it my hu bibi na omune those people no akasa na yet almost at the I think we will applaud the government and though ye upload no say why was stabilize dollar no but also no e must operational cost no e affect your members no wo ye adwuma no nti also it can address here because the dollar back from there so tete so still the do na agire be omutina ho na say ye hwe
so yebeka say so far what expectation yenhwe ya brabo mu yakwane abade mu yenhwe mu adwuma ye mu what expectation ade ban bio na wo say aban ye no anaso review na nko odi beji
you be expect say galamsey no kanka illegal mining no kanka bia disturb ye intino say aban formalize your sector no to make sure that you be in category na papa no I continue aye adwuma tiba bo mine no na o mine no efa no to mapafra because when the natural resources na ye be dey and na ye beton na say be come no na nya forex no aba be kushin we dia and no so no san say ye be adwuma boni bi e dey apija forex no e say aban your expectation is if you look into the dynamics no formalize system no na intimi my money na you want to toy so the be ya industry no so be pejam industry bet maboa o man no na yina ya succeed.
Okay, away from the budget sa mo hoimuje permit na ya ma wo concession a wetimi akwa mine wo so sa woje o mining concession na say adwumako foforo bi anase enkrofo foforo ye galamsey e wo asase ne so where do you go he na wunya moa to protect your concession no
that is one of the challenge because seriously inkratasem no no and we pay you e sana na e hardene because no ma as obia ye de open ahefo for wako who say illegal miner bi kra ejina wasase so no wako police amane no ono no so be ko make arrest no afi no bisa say wo so fa wo kata bra you know sometimes no na how be because me am be report say obi ejina asase no so ye say wo ko make arrest no first like ni na be transfer so wo kata wo famra ne mo me am be report no wo to e demand say me fa kata bra sana what to one more abra me dikata na brewa you are not the right protest even look at the difference and you know I don't know how
you have 1 minute
ayaka ai okay mira mama we de ebreno na kan komo no bia kan be ye besan afro besan afro na yato ankomo no so san se me won nsam kakra bi link with the gold board enti abusua we eye ene ye twen ye wa twen ye mu a ye twen se media budget review no ye de bebre yen and talking about time ebraso sa ba mu mpanifo se mo meeting mo program sa mo ba me hu mo mre ye ton frama ene ye wo interviews commercial interviews ye eniema bebre wo se ye na ye ton ye adwuma ma ye ho ya na etua ye ho ka enya aban na etua ye ho ka enti sa wo kasa wo be ko parliament anopa 10 na say ye jaye airtime to wo say ye de sumo man no na ye beba betena se atwen ama wana bo apa ho besi sa brei ye nti mo nka mo mai na say ye da so ati he atwen a ha adwen and so going forward I think you can do better. Enya finance minister nko wako program a ye twen se pani bi beba no na moto wo twen no I mean it's about time you make changes na mutime sesa every Saturday no ho abusua ye di nkwamo ye se atete abeti ana ne cha no no eno obekwa adwuma obetena ka mu na mo amote nsawam kwan no so ufri pokuase utro pokuase na ekwa na mo ansa no mbedu pokuase no so kra no jontai ho no wo fa dan ho a wo so fa guguruguguru no mu o jontai ho na nkasa kra no eho soso bebi bebre asai enti uti pokuase a mepa chokoto yom herbal lotion mo amote pokuase a kwasi nsawam mesra mo we recommendation amede mo bia ma ne mema mo fa kwan no so nyina yom herbal lotion o ya dry ni a wo fa pokuase kwan so kokodru ensawamu a koto yom herbal lotion because eno ne waje nkwa eno pe na betimi ama wada yie sesabi onipa dasani a wakwa aba na wabre na obeda age se yom herbal lotion no adrafo a mo fa kwan no so trotrofo abobo yafo mesra mo nkoto yom herbal lotion because they are quite na ye no e se de ahotutu wi ni agi na aba enti yom herbal lotion de ye ni oba bi aye wo ya no wotena ase ama wo sisi anasa waposo wo chibra mu no mu na ehwe emma no mobu mo nsa no amaya asa no bi oba bebu na eba mesra mo nkoto yom herbal lotion no bi na mo fansa so de ni ti ya ne ya anasa de kata ha no woti bi tun sohie mu anu akruti wopunu saa atwea komu enu ano no ebeyi wo hawo wo yaw no nyina afi ho yom herbal lotion ni ye ton wo baabi bia ye ton nuro na mo amoton nuro mu ye herbal centers ne drugstores na mo pebi atu aton no deals generation enterprise for na dia ba mo from 0244730295 0244730295 and 0302945146 0302945146 na monfa MB entwitwi mo ho yom herbal lotion for body and joint midimafo pokwase mayira midimafo semenkancho asa wo de wo nyira da midimafo eba clinic ewo ho se yare biara ya de beba ho no no obehwew enkwada mpanimfo mani mema ohwe obia the stroke na ayo no anaka na to ho na ehunahuna no ono atimu se bebia ke wa na nanim fedwo e ho asa ne kasa ne mu twetwase bi mesraw ko midimafo ho no onhwe ma hotomra the diabetes na ayo no ama oje ne ho a enye bo modern so be ko midimafo no akwakwaja yarehwe penis enlargement wunti na ye de baaye no yawe bia na anu nya ya wa nhwe anko no enne ama be ma na efon Mr. Bomadi Sabako Midima for a back clinic, no quaquaji, a drew, nor the time crab to so, said the beya, hotobeba. Now, long sperm counts, infertility, necessary weakness, prostate, near Arian Kaya dear, Nini now or lab, whatever testo cry and sana washo. A buakwa kumase, and can suppoquase Myra Junction. Fre Midima for her back clinic, Dr. Time Daso, I was 0244774282, and 024616. 0245616336 and 0500727215. Dr. Tam Daso or say udima for anyone wa Standard Water su papa Standard Water and Beverages Limited for aye Standard Water wa ye adwuma na che entino wo nimdia ewo mu a onokra ode tete nkrofo oya sachet water bottled water dispenser aye disi jar so no na ye dispenser mounted jar water and afi customized water ene ninkeka hu nyina special occasions so omo customize ma Standard Water utimi to be ewo supermarket any retails ne sales delivery trucks ni mu ahu obi say na Standard Water onamo a obehunu nsuo truck 10 na Standard Water wo mu 8 adan na mse order no doso enkrofo 20 a tibe de bia wusia na wo mu ko na wo di empty truck na ba Standard Water enkrofo to eye papa ya no mache from 0202055703 and 0547334385 New Life Party Clinic and so ayare sabi family hospital sana me frɛ ho san se ye kɔ ho no mo aye ne ye ma ne ye nananum nyina na ekɔ New Life Party Clinic etwen wo a na o se ema ne mema awo ho aye den ama mo awafo no mu mienu ana efu obema no ana efu oba no ana mu pode mu hu kra mo fa nkɔ Dr. Makaje ho behwa amamu na nyase wo hwa aka kire mamu makofi akosu ohwa aka kire mamu aduro ama motimi awo atobedin stroke aka obi atofam ana wo ho anasa ananse ache wo ho aso ani so biriw wo fa ya odududu ni nyina New Life ebema waduru a ahotobeba wotimi de wonsa no aduane wo fa na anu asama ameteye wo bi si oba na nko ware no a wo hunu bia na bibi ya ye no se na busuafo ama na anware no wa ba fie na ade si copot so no omo se won soe no wo pentumago eno omo se won fa ne nsa nyo no so wontimi fa ne ebehye no ya na busuafo so wonyo oba brefo enti wonyai no da den ode ne nsa ka ade no wo ye wi just wonya oba ne nsa kaja sa omo timi de omo nsa soe si won Dr. Makaja si ayare wo mu ntini nyina wuwu enu ntina otimi de won nsa soe aduane wo gya so no a wonte ya obitimi de nsa hye freezem je enam je stew je nkwan wonya ji mpo
unimo mo che ade wo copot so no
aha
copot no bidie no a jasrama no ya ni nyina sokọ no se ebi nwuyi a ebitum do mo satum apake esesegu yi
oh yeah rotation
me na me ka cho otimi de nsa me mani agani etim de nsa to kopot so na srama no wa fa wo no da to na ko say
na odiri say dwiri bedo no
she does it no wa ebe nwanwa
wonim say Dr. Makeje say entini no ekọ kasa kira adwen no wo mu na awuwu enti na wutimi de wonsa ehye ade a ehyimu a wonhu no nerves na wu
enti nerves no communication officers
wow
ni pedua
enti nerves ni asami jamfi eti
ya de nko a
wan hwe ya ne dachi stroke wutimi de wonsa hye fridge 2 hours utwitwa nam
obekọ no
obewu enti ko Dr. Makaje ho de ma nya hu no ne owo mfidi a de befa mu na fe wanya ni nyane sa ne ma ni nyina doc number ni 0244093595 0244093595 and 0203335439 omode so beko ho akwa jibi na adrei enye se bia ya na advert enne aba ama ye nimu na owo ho oyo botantima watim wache ya friend Aduchumwa Herbal company wono na aye Aduchumwa bitters ye suswa ene ati Aduchumwa bitters ena yanom aba besi ne enti wo ho dada na wo ha sansa da bia ye se ho bank na ho badwa so nti na ya bodin na kira wo se koko hawo uyam tatim ana so wo sisi yade a eden pa na honamu ta ya wo ya aduro bi wo ho tetefua yusu nemafo a omunim no yusu obia yusu bi no hu say yes aduro ne ye friend Aduchumwa bitters aduro ne ye papa ye kanya wadua aka cho se ade yi ewo ho entimaye no munyawo sanso na Aduchumwa malaheb what tested positive to malaria yes a plus yes a plus yes a plus positive me pa cho koto Aduchumwa malaheb nenom ebetu ase ama ho atokura achekura nansa prepre na wokọ wedwuma ane ewo Aduchumwa tonic eno no ye mojeduru a wonomu a yaka chose yekobo moja aso ne bi omo moja aso bi aminim omo mfa Aduchumwa tonic ni agro ukọ bia fie bi wo ho koso wonom ne se moja na eba nyina eyefua e friend Aduchumwa tonic Aduchumwa man capo capsules ene yaka say show your crutch power enye ne se wadress bi ankofo address kuntan nei na kanwa ne so address da bi yo bema wo say baby e kire me masem bi atimi di wo me masem na call baby Aduchumwa Herbal for 0599 415191 0599 415191 na me content am nyeso of abeyi na no na watimi ne Aduchumwa Herbal for adi nkomoma bibia akoso baby aton aduro bia nso ubenya bi na me kan ne sa no Cassiel Limited Waton office furniture, make office furniture. Na me kire say office nkonwa, ni table, shelves na ye de file se hihim, and the drawers na ye de niam hihim. Eno no ye obi wo hokra na se ja eba kra na nyame mfa fie na se ja biba be hufa mo niam ho kra no a ebebo ho ban a enhye. Ni nyina Cassiel nso wo bi. Enti nkonwa ihwe mi ti we hwe, mi yese ya nsa mi komachi. Miese ana ba Cassiel sonsa no adwuma no papa eso wachi mu nso yie nti ubekọ fie na wachi nya wo ya Cassiel so niam de danso na ni tables no kọ hwe Mr. Amankwa office wa o de opa wo twam a wura ha kwa se me hwe Mr. Amankwa office table no ne fe no ana de bragi mo na behwe ne fe no kama pa mi hukra no mani abre efri Cassiel so ho koto bi na also office enyefe 0244568014 and 0545 692348. The WhatsApp is 0266859598. What for more bana?
Zajo amoma na assembly asi Iran.
Okay.
Na ebenne enne budget review na we tracker.
Okay.
Ntina meseme de broad.
Yo, any of my mini we no mfio na.
We are am bia broad. Yo. Wama finance minister aswat say kwan de ba bia won fa nhyem.
Na hu hia but I say any of fire san jama finance minister yakwam na de na won maye misra wo obi ben wo ankota vitamin kama no maye yo eno de oditua na no bobo nya fe nu akwakwa di fufu akwakwa horo ne nsa akoyi ni sim ansa no waba vitamin de oditua na no bobo eno kra no mia na asam wanu maye hwam Vitamilk no. Unum yekra wonum san ye hwam kan wuti unya chewing gum. Ade ane de yo. Awodin wom aho ena mu so ode. Your Vitamilk regular no ho. Vitamilk energy, Vitamilk choco, Vitamilk banana, any strawberry, any champa, and so yede ma ye ma no. Enti abusia aduane a ede na ahodin wom. Waye adwuma wafna se opem tamako baby no. Unya Vitamilk na no mu a ebe sustain you akwa kodu so obenya dokona na se banku adi. Medimosis Clinic and Herbal Center nie adokotafo a ye gi wo mu die na wo mo pass wo mo exams na wo mo ye adwuma na ye adwuma wo Medimosis Clinic and Herbal Center. Na odi aduro bia ba friend lift kit eno no wo se the ontimi num bi e your penfo ndi o ma abofra no fo ne akwada we ni 12 years obi a waka asase su bia no oda bia yi capsules ne mienu na wanom 30 minutes ansa na wadidi eno ano no ebema oliver na function ye be ye adwuma kama ebema waduane a wadi na yam na ase ahohoro sister ni mu ayi nsufi ni sadebɔ ni nyina pie lifkidi e ka medimosis nuro bebre no ho a e wa drugstore seba centers and pharmacy shops so person ye general check up na yare bi na ba eno so bofa medimosis clinic e wa dental opposite police station ho na wo mo be hyew ama ho ato from medimosis e was 0244 068447 na ene wo mo enkasa ene ene wo fafa metu kwan ye na finance minister am say baby owo no wo je apo
yo obekaya enchere bia before say mampani JD mbekasa no excuse abanda da no ne aban we de emma central Ghana for ho ntoye bebre covid eno ye na ado time no covid-19 ahanti Ghana economy no bebia wonyaya na nkode Ghana bekọ nimu pa nanso se wantimi a na ehon sobo no covid-19 enu achi Russia ene Ukraine tokwa no ya bobo bia nkofunu bi ni obi ase ye pata omomu emfi JDM ba ye asimo kai be se na wotwe mienu ntemuani be na wotwe miensa na wotwe mienu ntemuani ena JDM se Israel and Iran for Tokwanti. Dr. Ato Forson and Honorable John Jinapo, ya was share Eninamusono, Energy Minister. No, Omumbi no, or more and monitor situation who pay ye a year Iran any Israel Tokwano. Said ya baya and can Ghana. Sentiana ma Mampenika Sadi say, Sa titru Iran o mo ton fango pa na wo hwe ewiasa fena nyina opec countries na maya mo tu fango e wo commercial quantities o mo woni bebre tuton ma ebi kura ka kire no Iran fo ka ho bi ache se o mo na etoso enum enti se ekoba se Israel ene wo mo ko a na wo mo oye no ntimi ma betima ma fango bua ye dene enti JDM so ka sa yi sanso na etie the two as say I can say and the mujo kakra enne ya me no ka say Iran man penia bekasa waso ma ko meeting
okay
andra enam ko meeting me akasa so me hwe bi no ne Al Jazeera exclusive interview ana man penia ye man penia frɛ no Masoud Pezeshkian asimo da betu dwane say ebra Israel ene wo Iran for air kon no efa nuclear programs bi na no mo hihye no a Donald Trump de na America betisi mo no enkofo ye se German ka no patapata ya na obi akwetena ne baby but endura wukue wo mo cabinet meeting o mo koye no ya Ayatollah Ali Khamenei ye supreme leader afo aso ne kire se wo mo sanko toa nuclear program no so enu ntina America se kwan de baby a Dr. Ato Forson asem no mampani ka kire ne say one monitor situation ye nya monitor bia ma no
na kire say entokwa no besen asore kan
be sore kan na ti asema papa de kan Iran mampani say woku a one day ubewu one ku a there is a day in your life ubewu enti sa nuclear programs no one more sign ebe hyehyɛ enti ntokwa no angle be fra babia they are ready to face the next wars
na sir omo beko
wo awu
nkwankwa
ai sɛ ntɔkwa no ɛyɛ saa nuclear programs no mo hyɛ no enti na ma Israel na America akɔ ne ɔmakɔn no ɛna ɔmo ehodu on ɔmo atwe ɔmo so okay
we are making serious progress. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are making progress. We committed to running a lean, efficient government. Of 60 ministers, Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to scrap. Mr. Speaker, we committed to scrapping the Right, Honorable Speaker, we committed to eliminate academic fee for first-year public tertiary students. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to providing free tertiary education for all people with disability. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to providing dedicated source of funding for free secondary education. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to distributing sanitary pads to our schoolgirls. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to uncap Get Fund. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to uncap the national health insurance. We have delivered. Right, Honorable Speaker, we committed to uncap the road fund to maintain our roads. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to hold a national forum on education. We have delivered. Right, Honorable Speaker, we committed to hold a national dialogue on the economy. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver free primary health care. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver Mahama Care Program to finance the treatment of non-communicable disease. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver free textbooks to school children. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to begin the implementation of $10 million Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to constitute a review process for our constitution. Mr. Speaker, we are delivering. Mr. Speaker, we committed to build the Ghana we want together. We are delivering. Right, Honorable Speaker, we committed to recover all looted state funds under our Operation Recover All Loot program. We are delivering. Our youth face an uncertain future with growing unemployment and hopelessness. This suggests that the dividend of democracy, such as economic prosperity and social justice, remains elusive. Mr. Speaker, the choice before us as a country are clear. We can either continue on a path of self-destruction by not confronting the problems, our priorities, honor our social contract, and provide opportunity for all. Mr. Speaker, luckily, President Mahama has chosen the path of reform and transformation. He will fix the economy. He will restore hope and lead us to build the Ghana we want. By the National Economic Dialogue on the theme Resetting Ghana, Building the Economy We Want Together, on the 3rd and the 4th of March 2025, to the severe challenges that plagued us as a country. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget is a culmination of stakeholders. As part of our broad consultation also, ahead of the budget, we recently engaged traders at major trading to elicit their input. Mr. Speaker, the extensive consultation revealed that the overriding concern among Ghanaian traders and business community remains price and exchange rate stability. Apart from eroding their working capital, exchange rate volatilities makes effective business planning impossible and increase the cost of doing business. This budget outlines far-reaching measures which will be implemented in close collaboration with the Central Bank, the Bank of Ghana, to effectively and efficiently manage the exchange rate and inflation. Mr. Speaker, we also engage the youth of Ghana in a dialogue on social media as part of our new budget consultation. Mr. Speaker, During my engagement with the youth, it was revealed that 321 pharmacists who were employed since June 2023 have not received their salaries. We will take urgent steps to remedy this situation immediately. Right Honorable Speaker, this conversation was an eye-opening experience, one that strengthened my belief that the voices of the youth matter in designing policies that directly and indirectly impact their lives and future. So, Speaker, in the year 2016, I came to this chamber on behalf of the then Minister of Finance, the Honorable Set, to deploy a robust public financial management system. Even though, Mr. Speaker, the Public Financial Management Act remains one of the best in the world, its poor implementation has rendered our public financial management systems weak, allowing for abuse and costly infraction of this critical legislation. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, we will enforce the sanction regime, link contracting and public procurement to... Mr. Speaker, we will comply with the public procurement. We will rationalize the management of the compensation of employees, including conducting headcount across the country. This is 1st December 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I now focus my attention on the state of the Ghanaian economy as at 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, hands on heart, we inherited an economy in deep crisis. Mr. Speaker, an economy hard hit with debt and shortfalls and financial sector payments. Mr. Speaker, weak commitment control and reckless public spending have reversed the progress made in fiscal consolidation, even under the IMF program that commenced in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the gains made under the IMF-supported program that was to achieve through the painful sacrifice of domestic bondholders, external creditors, and taxpayers, the economy remains in distress. Right Honorable Speaker, key performance indicators to be assessed by the IMF staff in the upcoming fourth review of the program, scheduled for April 2025, such as the primary balance on commitment basis, are likely missed. Right Honorable Speaker, in addition, all structural benchmarks due by end December 2024 are also missed. Mr. Speaker, inflation worsened in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the 2024 end period inflation also exceeded the budget target of 15% by 8.8 percentage points and the IMF central target of 18% by 5.8 percentage points. Unfortunately, this has triggered a discussion with IMF under the monetary policy consultation clause. Right Honorable Speaker, the primary balance on commitment basis worsened from a deficit of 0.2% of GDP in the year 2023 to a deficit of 3.9% in the... It's a surplus of 0.5% of GDP. Sadly, the previous government recorded a deficit of 3.9 percentage point of GDP. This presents a slippage of a whopping 4.4 percentage point. Right Honorable Speaker, representing 5.2% of GDP. The Speaker, with the road sector recording an arrest of 20, my office was inundated with requests, total arrests, and outstanding payment for all MDAs. The Ministry of Finance decided to formally request all MDAs on the 28th of January 2028 to submit information on all arrests and outstanding claims for validation. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance held a special hearing with the MDAs to validate the arrests that were submitted for payment. The response from the MDAs and the validation revealed that a staggering amount of 67.5 billion Ghana cedis is owed to government contractors and suppliers. Mr. Speaker, this consists of MDAs outstanding interest worth 18.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this 67 billion excludes $1.73 billion owned to independent power producers. This 67 billion also exclude 68 billion Ghana cedis owned by the Electricity Company of Ghana to contractors. Mr. Speaker, this $67 billion also exclude the 32 billion owned by the Ghana Cocoa Board to contractors. And Mr. Speaker, this 67.5 billion also excludes the 5.75 billion owned to seeking an amount of 53 billion Ghana cedis as bailout to be able to address their negative equity challenge that they face. Mr. Speaker, as part of the measures to address these mounting accumulated arrests, we have commissioned an audit of these arrest payments.
The nation is full of surprises. But seeing that we still live in crisis. Cantaman to Kokosha and Yama prices. ECG for some who play one more tactics. And then I doom so watching on a pipe. Tonya Maso ne bedum.
Ana broso. Na the no can a man for ya the moko a check a crack said a baya. Mube Hunusan will see a chas ye and then do a day air bay. Na Abra can budget no 2025 year Marsha some dear Jumano. A drana a daswo. Resetting the economy for the Ghana we want. Ghana no say they say no. And no economy. Nasa who's got some and or to no. Na and such like a crowd they buy and say a quiet man of fast wa ye bobo sika no. May mono and yamono nisika no can domestic revenue mobilization. Just a talk a crank a cry near or man and casamua per dia or man ebediano. Omo ye ne se ombehwe no ma ye ho adwuma pa a me bia ba beka ho na omo nya dodo ewo mu afi wasan kire se etoajeje no omo ebe broaden no na chese omo betrim na chese etise bia afrafo akwapo so no mugu asewo enti no obe ose ya no mutan use this expression say ye be widen the tax nets enti befa ne se asew no a afrafo e de kwaposo koyi nam no se de omusi tre omugu asew no etrem gu epono so ana eyi nam no wo mbetrem kakraka enti in this case no na che se etuo fish no ejina ho e de ma etuo enti fish bebre no begu atran mo no na che se wo de ba etojije mu a enipa ne bebre e na betu atran agu omuso na akogege etuo no bebre aba amra ba bedoso eno so waka ho asem sa wasan ye nse kane no ene mebu horo mo ananka tax compliance just say ukransha mabo manfo afro mu pem atuato on se etuo e ba no gofo odwane aha etuo akoesu tuo etuo ene etuo sepa ai it is why nyire no a ana wan fa de mabi mechanism bi agu kwam abema enipa na motivated say me kwa kutua meto a wo de ba obedwane akotete
so opepa amanfo ni betua to no mbetua ne yie
betua ne yie aha nti saa de nso na de so mbehye ama omanfo hunu opepa se editua eto na nkwa se eto egege no ye kaka mboto bibia ase obi ba bajo to ana ase ewiase be na wieye ana se ebuo bi na firi soro e ba behwe utirimaku wo na ukope ba bia adwane akotete eno no omo behwe no mo ye firi ho nso kan ho asem wasan kire se baby ewiase akwakoduro no ebre dane ano adane hu bi enti no wakan do friend say modernization of tax administration through digital technology kane no wo hormo akokoko na wahema satua atwene kon hwanie
is it dampofo
bremu o
obi e pe baby diriti akose
wo se bag sen kon na wo se dampo ni a no asa ka protum
azimi ni ho
that's wo buy mistake no ko bonu musuo kaka se me ma meseme kanto osuo ni ho twa abehwe no enya sem ketua ni nyina obre wo mu ensuo to na wo bi nko gige to du ba bia wa bre awie ebo du ba bia wa bre du ba bi kra kom de no ni ade
no fo be kwa akobokoko kwa okogi to be kwa na ase
na eno so e wo ho
obedaje
anase obi so kra age to na wie wo se megige to no wie no am de gu bag ma me de badakronfo hia me kwa mu bromi a eno so wo be ne den
fa be mutimi bomu bosia ase a me koje but my body bosia
ya be di ashim
amedi ashim
nti ewiase atra sa ne ma no edro digital technology fast word digital a obetimi kratna just in the comfort of your home na watimi atua woto afa mobile phone so kratimi tua mane ye utimi mobile app ya bay banking app we be bay ni nyina so many ways fast word tua eto abra ombre ho eno so oso afo yen so obehye saade no hu kran ama eto di tua no ayede wasan ekire se omano to a yede no mbe ye ho adwuma se de be so betie reducing public debt wakan wasem na abra obidika wonse se wodeka na wotua eka no bia again
yes
beboa
ane
isa se bosumesu na se twa akwaji usika na wodeka na wodisika no bi ekotua woto no a ewom se obosuma katua na swate ebi kɔ but the fact say that kotua eka bi eda ho no wa usika no a nti oyense no so ombehwe na omama omano eto no abefom na akwakoye gain or the other side of the coin afi wasan ekire so ombesan ate fiscal deficit no ene ye ba behwe no sika no a ye kan say we ne yekodie afi ni asamba ye kra say yanka ne ye esua anso ye die awie ama tokura san bedem ye o se sa bepe wo fro de ko fele enti oswafo ye kan say obehwe no ma reduce fiscal deficit sa ye diablo so no be ye ho adwuma enne ene ye hwe say de o kan no otimete so ana o afi no ba beti so nyina so ye behwe na ya ye ho adwuma wasan e kan de friend say Fiscal Responsibility Act eno no emrahye no ye se obi abede ahunidie ebeye adwuma na ekwan a ye fa so edisika bobra no yenye ne basbasa ebianse auditor general de ba ye ababesi mu se basbasa de ye di kan kra ayatra endu achi wasan ekan bibia e friend say nuisance taxes se bio etu a nyansa nimu eto a ye gini part ato nyanse bia nim
faso bia ni
so enti omofre brofo da so ye nuisance taxes eno ye nse omu beyi sa nuisance taxes nefri ho emu ba ko ye 10% withholding tax ewo winning lottery manfo akutwa lotto na wadi lotto no wudi ya pekane no na abanje wa hanche mu edu 10% efri so eno no aban wo yen se nuisance subsebe impreduasa enkwase ato nti obegya agye enu achi wasan kan se electronic transfer levy the friend say yi levy 1% a ubon kombo ewo phone so na anase app bi kra ne bia wo de send usika free one to up to the other na ya till 1% na
so what is say eba foforo no obi te no nko no sinti say obi ofro obi kra na odidi watem aso obetua na me say obi tua odidi watem no so
odidi watem am na so obi ana
so obetua
asatua ho ka into 1% when say obeyi amparampare de make can so wayi afro machine levy our industries and vehicles car bins so a cars ahodo bi a ene mfidijuma hodo omo emissions levy na deda so no woyense obeyi na afi VAT motor insurance policy wakwa car na wa register wo car no wa ye wo car ho insurance na wa ya ma wo car no na VAT na da so no eno omo yense obehwe na wayi afri ho 1.5% withholding tax eno so small scale mining eno ochese nso obeyi na afi port ho no to be na da so bebre ya na no JDM so kan wonya be 17 asesei ni nyina so ohwe eka ho asem enti ni nyina ene ye ba behwe na wasan de eba ye se ye fra bibi eno so brofo a eda so wo se adwuma bi wo ho mo anafa so bie ni so ye kahunu ekahunu enti eno no Ghana Cares or say wasteful expenditure sikabu hod mo a ekabu ani ye bo na enkwase aka na ye bo no ebi ne say a osoafo e kire se Ghana Cares ye de kente konsuo obi ye betwam you start ye betwam one district one factory ɛno nso ebetwam ne nyinaa wɔhwɛ ɛka ɛho asɛm enti dada no a yɛbɔ kyerɛ nkɔfoɔ no ensɛm a Dr. Ato Forson wakeka gu hɔ no yɛ ne ba behwɛ sɛ wɔsan ebefunya mu no ebe no
eti enche bia wofa betna aha na wone team no atoa so na de ebekoso of parliament no wode abasa wo hwe flyer free parliament ayede to ye TV no so a na afi eche no mo de basa o mo be sha 12 p.m. and na about 1:47 ye still wo mo mai enti eguso a ye twen yenim de akyekere no a ama omaye but yeguso no me de ne se adepa bia me hu bia me de be kyerew ama so atimi anya bie ebi eye pemehwe mesha pemehwe mesha eno your man mema dura ema ye ho ye den ema ya pomoden pa bo modern se obehwehwe adura bia nom na eye pa pemehwe berima capsules eno ye se da ye mama enti obema obanum bi no nam watimi se sena me ka chaw se wo fa asa ni age no ehwa na ne refill because one person obenyi he refused to grow ohwe hu ye ti o refuse to grow Debia fe sa
aseho eye week pena grow no ba no
na me se ma ho kwan sa Debi anka kokko atem kaje kokko atem ba ne nya ko atem ba ne Matias eti hwe numadu papa wate pemehwe berima capsules no mema no me omo fine na pemehwe chemical capsules na no obi bisa se ohu ema no a omo wo omo 35 40-45 no de toto maba wankuma no ho a omo amfa rubber antetare soro no omo to a omo gina yenyina ede na ekoso no omo hwe omo ho ye supplement papa bi ti se pemehwe chemical capsules so no mo adabia no wa shepe kama enti no nkwada no nyim na onim ni nti omo ho ombenum bi no omo so aye kama enure nyina wa drugstores na herbal centers mo am pese mutu pemehwe herbal products ni bi aton no mo number ni 0596 332 637 0596-332-637 and 0595-334-706. Now we ask now so one nom supplement near now be ye den pemehwe herbal product also be home aferi. Na ehun be hia so say memma o estate agency a obeboa wo ewo de wo hia ewo estate BBA mu. Ese mama adupa ewo say memma wo baby a wo du ti beto ejapade bia ni wiase e chen fie. Ananka wo bobro bank na du papa bi wo fie wo ha nka wo bebre sei na ati he na uti he yose wo mo malamo ye ba no hon ma ye ba wo ho ye du malam o ma fi ho mo ablekuma ade ti ye kwa no ho ablekuma ye du ablekuma ye mfa he o ma fi wo se de me wala pass what no bro nu bia ba bia si me ma o ma mresa ye bibi ma o mo Namal Estate openi akwaba ni bia boko die say interview ni ma ye 10 minutes ama wo nti
coincidence partner so okromo ha no because of my 10 o'clock of the media budget ti na share times anti ya twa ya de ma essence beto esa so angel program angel the worship program almost so you need to continue me to ensase
ton ade
all right ya da masa papa nye ka che Ghana fo nyina ne se e balance ase a ehojo e balance ase a woto de ne na wo si dan dia adwuma ko ne ba kope e friend Namal Estate and Constructions Limited na nya ne se papa what would you say we ask say oh Bob Brown na sometimes Brown abona bia betimi asutu life ni papa but we also susu watch the menu about me susu watch row and as a susu watch row for pepe e bi na Japan na mpesa me yen and as a dan mpesa me yen no wo fa no o susu so be sa de ni bi nti no wo so no no ba say o enye menkoye especially so person to asase na bia no wadanfo bi susu ho ana impo sofo ana wo yire ana wadanfo bi ana obi obempo na no susu se ni pa ni da so say that you be sit down as obeto asase a obebu abem the specialist be ambassador presenter and as a radio newscaster and some no for 90 no ma me guidelines ni nyina na metimi de proceed sana asase 20 nti wo person bo bra pa dia na pasase a unya problem bia ai wo to ne na wo sit down there offer Namal Estate and then yan kasa bebre o mo hwe TV no number sin ne guso no o so wo tie radio no mo fa number isisi a na mo frɛ 0598 65 3999 0598 653999 and I said 0205 051 525 ebio na ya sasa sana ye bo de uru akasa fidie we so no ya na bebre na nim ne da eno ntia ya ne se mmene da biara every Saturdays and Sundays ya de mo kwa site wo ma e free ya nyiska bia odi abaya ne se obefa car fi bia wote no abaye main office no amasaman Obey Forest obedu ho no me be ma all the tutorials ni nyina cho asase no say na da ho nsam to say eh bibia de ama so doctor care na mu free no ko asase no me ne ba ko asase ni wi no akoma mu fa opia na fi no back to office ne ba beka ho asem o na payment plan ne be ba no e be one mo be ma 3-month payment plan e be ma 6 months e be ma 1 year and 1.5 year now dey tua asase ne ka na bio asase na meken Woma mo kuma se of mom fru kuma se baye ya no nyama beti se anase mo fru nkokko no kwawu no onyane krom kwan so ya na nka ompe yiye pa enti mo pe kotoku bia de genefo na fri abobrosi do mo kotoku no wofa ebi wo ho ebi o mo pe eye kotoku no de papa se kotoku fanchire ko nyina hihemu a oduru hodoma obenya sase de bi anase mo pe nsanwom mo pe teacher mante mo pe ayensu ano efre bi mame dede in fact sa stretch no bebre na wo so a ofre ya ebenya mre na chechire mo kama pa e de ama ebi o wo fra kosomo eba no me kire atempoku shahis wo no pe bi wo sa ho no e won sa se ni bi wo shahis just after Monkey Forest na no na be desu tware bus stop no right wo bo sa se ni go ma ya to wo nyina fa ho na mal estate ye dia won so obu pe bi wo ye topolin so ye obi wo ho dodowa Ufi eye Madina now drew Adenta just after 10 minutes drive from Adenta Barrier to Palmwine Junction or Juan and Sassino Egu Udo do Wakrumukra Juan and Sassino Egu Ebia Ufi Cape Coast Upi Winiba now back Kaswa Upebu was our stretch no Swa you'll be a Kaswa Kuti Kaswa Papa say Kaswa Nyano Budumburam Ohonyina ne wonsase de bo no mo a mesrei o friends se e beboa no wanya bi no ato elenti ensase no so ye kan wasem sesi ala over enkra tabi de ba e very very important na obi koto asase sesi a o nipa ne be ma ne nkra ta no okota prata fo no mo mbo kekekeke ko minister o mo ho no no mbo asase ma ne kekeke na de ma no efie de ma no wie o de nam ependenta As a person ko kata no ho papers crap on ontuminye enti ye de no say ska bia wutu bia say 10,000 15,000 7,500 krabanya so normal estate enu bie nye yi de ayan kata no fa e de amawo ye nye bi ko ka say ko no chira ba bajen yi faskafo from bra na hu say dabi ska bia betu bia within 3 months ye yan kata de piso e de amawo radio for monji number no TV egoso e 0598 653999 0598 653999 and I said 0205 051 525 0205 051 525 million mini aba obuan ma ope asase wo masaman Obey amasaman 3 Johnson amasaman Denchira hubo eni asala jampata mo nyina no ye won sase ni bi go no wo de say miri dinti na habo na suki e ba be hamu nti de na chemu mu kan news ni ba bewrem nti bu de mo frɛ na ba de screen no so no o how na mania bia okomu bia na ba sase nko ade adwuma ko de ba kopɛ na mal estate and Constructions Limited. Office no amasamai Obey Forest wa na sase no nyina no egu
ya ende mi akra meba meba na ba be pass ase bo mi ko.
Ye problem na be brand ambassador ntubetu no ofa bom aba.
Sawo. Eni atwen be ba sisi ye nche nkomo na sia.
Ene ka tran kwa ko sase nyina be san o.
Wa fa ni awon twen ye na ya to nkomo no so. Enti abusia na mafo na ene omodi nkomo yi bo moden na asase ye japade a obi di chew ana wa wunya bito ho a wo kasa timi pemobo na wo kasa si obo me wo fie wura so nyeden ya wana ye fie wura dia na ese de mo fa
but you ya da chire no ya wa bremi mu aye
yo might wo fa
kata memu one more airport ba ko Hamad International Airport e Qatar
okay
Na omanfo twa ticket na wie ama play no ayema. Ya announcement e betu. And the security for kire say omahunu that's been be a sea airport ho no. Obi at the politin back ese bi akohyem. Omukosane mu na akwada na hyemu. Ha. Akwada ya wo no foforo.
Paper addendum 2.
Foforo kra. Na wo hyem. Na wo hyem saa no. When ban ho abene ho an wa de no sanya Ghana hanko a ya obi awo de ne ba ko.
Akotole ba twene.
Ya e wo airport. Enti de koba ne say emba na atwa plane ticket no omo be kori nyina no. Obi a emra na ye mo mo
everybody down.
Emba ni nyina tie bomba ni nyina yimba ni nyina plane no amu nya say yiwom kwasi form and they do plane no fa baby and forgive us, please give us a minute, please. We'll be with you soon.
Some more washroom.
Aye, and of them ko share baby. And na one day a man, one do a monsa. Ya drum, ya pa man home. You go to go, you bless your good man. Show I say, yan sure for me down home, down home. Me sure chi, me sure said you are cause you come. Safen wa over for not just one hour there. Quadana koto. That's me no more. And one you are most hard, the man, yam pray. I'm from the force because the security for the two agent almost. And now, yeah, when the pakra na wa fresh for fra the banners are quadano. And now, Omoma kwansa for the pilot need to be true.
As a mammy would any flight in the
flight anymore.
Yeah.
And I plane there to a free Hamad International Airport war air call Sydney, Australia. Omuko drew hono. And the man where you are Mosano, Omako fa lawyer.
Yeah, Maya Didi.
Tese abeka say, Omo Ultra Airlines no Qatar Airways flight number 908. Omu twan damage. Na omo call ye no. Edin kan call tunu botugui. Eno ma koye appeal. Eno ma reni appeal no. Eso ma hwa e ka mbobo no.
Yeah, wa familia yanka na me flight
no flight no. Nti ese a ene ya wo ya na appeal court no ama e ma na win the case no. Say wa mo se na trauma ma famu
sa. Obi ahwa wo ho kwa. Obi ahwa wo wadagya mu kwa.
Sika ebi be billions of dollars.
Electoral
violence, Mr. Speaker, is increasingly.
Yeah, parliament now. Pay revenue. They
Of foreign news with the say 5 and 6. But of I say Ghana Hanumwa, Anka Ed de Passa Mubenya Bibio, Nanka Ukra wonko, ya did ya chance I am mada. I see a fena yasha era and not don't pray. It's a woman dregy, Mrashabe Jenny, when who say on this speaker, Ediano Sosokakra, Yankonko. This is live from Parliament House.
Very serious matter. Election violence. I think it's a matter that we should take note of and devote a day to dilate on it. And at the end of the day, take a position because we need everybody to be on board. It takes away a lot of the shine of our democracy in this country. And so what he's talking about is serious matter. It's not something for us to just gloss over. But I want to plead with him because I didn't know the statement was on this subject matter. Because I myself have noted it. And my intention is for us to devote a day and enough time to take this matter through. It worries all of us, particularly you, the players, must be more worried than any other person. Because the violence will be meted up to no other persons apart from you, the players. So it's something that we should take some time, and I want to urge the Minority Chief Whip to let us stop today because we don't have time to do that. And our nation, in spite of what we're talking about today, are focused on hearing what the minister is going to tell us about the media review. Then we'll get enough time to handle your matter. Thank you so much.
Speaker, with respect, I will not on any day defy your authority. But Speaker, we have a lineup, a number of activities to back home our demands. And to the extent that these violence visited are not atoned, we cannot be part of the presentation of the media budget. And to that extent, to that extent, we are exiting the parliament and cannot be part of this process.
One with your radio sono and minority side because MPP for no ba parliament no obi a share black wo mu nyina sha de tuntum ena wo mu ka kire speaker say wo mu sresen kan na nsamiensa ena da pono so ebi ye elections mu entokwakon ene watimi wakame ko mu kan nu nyina nwie ena speaker say da bi wadi kan ka say ye ba be kasam konta no ho asam eti wo ma wo mu ni ne hyehye so no so speaker me Imo share so da nemo ensa ne bi hu hia na kampase edi kan kanza de to aso no ye hu hia ye ntena mu bi ena speaker se eno so ne de be sha se na o se na speaker o ti do nti wo mu no mu pie no wo mu nyina na ekọ no nya sika nie no sika nkwantam da obeje fans ansa na wakọ enti sika na ye eka akire ana mutifo ni pie no sika the boy in him is so huge, is so large. When Nejiankaza, it's Sekana, very nice gentleman, and then it's no hokeke. It's any now when Nejana dear way, I'll be praying tea. Another prenana. There be way aba fresh no bako. Oja and to be so cry more by some more speaker Raho. Oh, speaker in him. Oh, no, but then he said pre.
The Raho. Oh,
Yankotino.
But I cried about cry from why
tweeted net way you. Eti aya no ha kakra bi na afrim.
Hey, adopana wo ka say they want to see no ahwa akwafuru be pie.
No be nti Ricket ni yentie Ato Forson.
Sexual violence is not something that any of us should countenance. We do agree that as a country, we should be committed to ostracizing any form of electoral violence. We agree with them. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I attended the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress on behalf of this side of the House. And the issue of electoral violence was discussed. And I attended a meeting of the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress, and there was a clear commitment by the National Executive Committee to take steps to deal decisively with the issue.
Honorable Majority Leader, once I did not permit the statement to be made, I don't think it's proper for you to make comments on it. So what you've done is sufficient. Let's move on to business and do what is proper for today.
Yeah.
As I said, we have another day to discuss this matter.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. Just one last
No,
sentence.
but it will not be fair that after I've stopped him,
yes,
I allow you to make comments on it.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we couldn't stop them from walking out.
No.
We couldn't stop them from walking out.
Well,
and the whole nation has seen them walk out.
Whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, that's a different thing altogether. Let's go on with today's business.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
Except that I will land.
There is no except. There is no except.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. So we will take item number 3 on the addendum order paper.
Yes, honorable members, before we do that, let me just acknowledge the presence of our August visitors from a number of our schools and other institutions. We have over 32 students from the Boma Senior High School, in the person of George Ampofo. The school is located in the Tano North constituency. Yes, they are up there to my right side at the public gallery. Please, you are welcome. And what just happened is what we call
na ewo ho mo nsem bia na komabo boso a na nka paso ko boso kakra na speaker owura baba be yen so wonfa eno ento ho na da foforo na saa asem no de o ma baso eno onyo so ketua bi wo de ketua benya sa bia me ye no so menya ka se me ma akwan ne de ma me ma akwan enti ketua bia ne ho anasa da bi ko animu a na chese wo mo ekọ wo mo animu na sesem se wo de nsem bi esa atodwa bi. Okay.
Boycott. But this one, they were present and they did a walkout. It doesn't prevent business from going on. Once you have the quorum to transact business, you have to go on. If you have the numbers to take a decision, you proceed with that. Okay. So please, you are warmly welcome. And even though you have been welcomed with your MP welcome you, so please, you may resume your seat. It's an experience. I'm sure you never forget of it. Yes, we have 41 students also from Sewa Kese Girls Senior High School, also from Tano North. They are led by the head mistress of the school, in the person of Margaret Anane Ajay. They are also to my right, you know, and one common thing about them, they are beautifully attired. You know, both institutions, they are well dressed. I hope you get time, even though he walked out, to take a picture with him. Please, you are welcome. You may resume your seats. We have students from the University Practice Senior High School, led by the teacher, Mr. Andrews Amo Smith. The school is located at the Cape Coast North constituency, and there are 36 of them are here. You are warmly welcome. Kindly resume your seat. You are lucky your MP didn't walk out. We have also from the Jamase Pentecost Child Development Center. There are 55 in number, and they are led by the director of the center in the person of Magdalene Kobla. This center is located in the Afija Secretary East constituency. 55 of them are here. I, in the absence of your MP, welcome you to the House. But as I advised, please, it's a good opportunity to have a shot with the MP. I'm sure he'll be waiting outside for you. Honorable members, you may resume your seats. We also have the presence of a number of visitors from the Kona Presby Child Development Center. They are led by the director of the center in the person of Peter Kwache. There are 56 in number, and that is also from Afija Sechere East constituency. It's a good day for you because you will never forget about this day. That you came, you saw, and the House has warmly welcomed you, and particularly they are dressed in a branded uniform with some designs, very unique designs. Please, you are most welcome. Resume your seats. And the last is 12 gentlemen and ladies from the MDAs and CSOs on basic parliamentary training. Are you hearing the name? MDAs and CSOs on basic parliamentary training. They are led by the team leader, Mohammed Mutari Al-Hassan. Please don't train them on this, what happened today. There are 12 in number. And because of the nature of the institute, they are not specified where it is located, which meant that it's made out of a collection of many people from all over the country, MDAs and CSOs all over the country, and they participate in basic parliamentary training, and this is being handled by the Parliamentary Training Institute, which is located and created here by Parliament itself. So that's what we're doing, giving them basic parliamentary training. But definitely they will explain what has happened to you. You are warmly welcome. You may resume your seats. Yes, honorable members, we now move on to item 3, motion. Minister for Finance. Majority Leader, you may usher in the Minister for Finance to move the motion. Yes, Minister, motion number 3, that this Honorable House approves the mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year. Minister for Finance. Honorable members, please, I'm watching all of you. Yes, Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Before I proceed with the media review, I would like to pay a tribute to the former President, Professor John Evans Atta Mills, whose unfortunate demise occurred on this very day, 24th of July, 13 years ago. Mr. Speaker, may his gentle soul rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House approves the mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm back to the House today with deep sense of duty and optimism to present the mid-year fiscal policy review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy of government on behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, this presentation is in line with Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request the entire mid-year fiscal policy review to be captured in a Hansard while I present the highlight. Mr. Speaker, this review is more than a fiscal update. It is an account of what we inherited and the positive results of our stewardship in the last 198 days. Mr. Speaker, following his re-election with an overwhelming mandate, President John Mahama inherited an economy in deep distress, far worse than what we had imagined. The economy was marked by large imbalance with huge MDA arrests, massive debt, weakened institutions, and heightened public anxiety. Since 2023, the debt in the cocoa and energy sector had in particular posed significant fiscal risk to the Ghanaian economy. The Ghanaian private sector and the business community looked on in despair. Public trust was completely eroded, the national spirit was broken, and the foundation of our economy had sunk even deeper. Mr. Speaker, the budget deficit had ballooned because of reckless commitment and wasteful spending. The indebtedness of the government had culminated into state insolvency. The impaired balance sheet paralyzed almost every single state enterprise. High cost of living and inflation impoverished large segments of the population, eroding the real value of their income and savings. Right Honorable Speaker, the mismanagement of our public finances by the previous administration led to a devastating haircut through the DDEP, which denied pensioners and middle class their lifetime savings, their livelihood, and in fact, their dignity. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond holders also suffered painful haircuts, severely affecting Ghanaian businesses and financial institutions. Soaring interest rates crowded out essential spending on education, health, and infrastructure. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana cedi depreciated against all major currencies to levels never seen before, making it the worst performing currency in the world. Public sector corruption reached an all-time peak. As President Mahama said, the whole of Ghana was indeed a crime scene. Mr. Speaker, investor confidence waned considerably, significantly reducing investment inflows. The public debt reached unsustainable levels. The unemployment situation worsened, which made it difficult for Ghanaians to find decent jobs. Many micro, small, and medium enterprises collapsed under the weight of economic mismanagement. Right Honorable Speaker, to compound all this, the country suffered credit rating downgrades by all three major credit rating agencies, placing Ghana firmly in default or junk territory, never seen in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, to further illustrate the enormity of this economic burden, we inherited an IMF program which had derailed and completely gone off track, with key targets missed, putting our economic recovery program in jeopardy. In the words of the Deputy Managing Director of the IMF, Mr. Boli, the program had deviated substantially from its target by close of 2024, unquote. Mr. Speaker, we also inherited weak commitment control systems and irresponsible spending, which left arrests of over 67 billion and contract commitment of about 194 billion Ghana cedis. Right Honorable Speaker, we inherited a bleeding energy sector with annual financing shortfall in excess of $1.5 billion. we inherited a debt-riddled cocoa sector with liabilities of 32 billion Ghana cedis, a weak financial sector with significant non-performing loans despite pumping over 30 billion Ghana cedis into the so-called financial sector cleanup. Right Honorable Speaker, steep debt repayment harms were also inherited, where at the time, Mr. Speaker, we inherited repayment harms of 20 billion for the year 2026, 50.3 billion for the year 2027, and 45.8 billion for the year 2028. As well as significant short-term treasury bills maturities of about 137 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we inherited depleted buffers needed to cushion the country from any fiscal or external shocks with empty sinking fund. And Mr. Speaker, we inherited stored projects, about 55 of them tied to bilateral debt restructuring, with about $3 billion in undisbursed loans. Mr. Speaker, the root of our 2022 economic crisis can be traced directly to an overbearing fiscal dominance, marked by reckless spending and corruption, compounded by poor leadership of the previous NPP administration. Mr. Speaker, the worsened fiscal situation spilled over into the monetary and external sector, causing a rapid depreciation of the Ghana cedis. The monetary financing by the central bank reached an all-time high, driving inflation to levels never seen in decades. Mr. Speaker, there was a complete lack of coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana, signaling the highest level of incompetence in the management of our economy. Mr. Speaker, in the face of all this dire inheritance bequeathed by the Ato Baah administration, the government of President John Dramani Mahama made a conscious decision not to make excuses, but to reset our country. We chose the path of structural reforms and transformation. We set out to reset our economy, restore good governance, and policy credibility. We renewed our social contract with the Ghanaian people and redefined national priorities by being deliberate in both our policy choices and approach to economic management. At the very onset, we organized the National Economic Dialogue and the National Education Forum. Mr. Speaker, we held direct engagement with key groups and stakeholders, including market women, trade unions, youth organizations, and traditional leaders. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that clear policy measures were outlined in the 2025 budget presented to this House in March this year. In our new economic model, Mr. Speaker, we tightened fiscal discipline without compromising social spending. Right Honorable Speaker, the recent IMF Executive Board affirmed this new economic management model, noting that faced with large policy slippage and reform delays at end 2024, the new NDC administration had taken bold corrective actions to maintain the program on track. Right Honorable Speaker, the IMF further noted that these corrective actions, combined with continuous structural reforms and an improved external sector, are expected to result in economic stability, resilience, and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, we streamlined and increased investment in education, health, agriculture, and infrastructure, as well as employment. In fulfillment of our major manifesto pledge, we established the Ghana Gold Board through Act 1140 to accumulate foreign exchange to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. We have restored coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana to ensure a cohesive and integrated approach to economic policy making across relevant institutions. Mr. Speaker, in less than 200 days, we have brought back clarity, certainty, stability, and purpose to our economic policy direction. Right Honorable Speaker, we have made significant progress. The signs of recovery are obvious, evident, noticeable, visible, tangible, and they are being felt. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal position has significantly improved. The primary balance on commitment basis posted a surplus of 11.1% of GDP at the end of June 2025, beating the ambitious 0.4% surplus target for the same period. Right Honorable Speaker, the overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis was 0.7% of GDP, outperforming the target of 1.8% at the end of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, inflation has reduced significantly from 23.8% at the end of December 2024 to 13.7% at the end of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this is the lowest since December 2021 and marks 6 months of continuous decline. Interest rates are declining with a drastic drop in Treasury bill rates. The 91-day Treasury bill rate has reduced from 27.73 in December 2024 to 14.73 in June 2025, a decline of over 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 182-day T-bill rate has reduced from 28.43% in December 2024 to 15.34 in June 2025, a decline of another 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 364-day T-bill rate has also reduced from 29.95 in December 2025 to 15.76 in June 2025, marking a decline of over 1,400 basis points. Gross international reserves has significantly improved, Mr. Speaker. The Bank of Ghana accumulated $11.12 billion, covering 4.8 months of import at the end of June 2025. And this compares to $8.98 billion, covering a 4 month of import as at end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana cedi has demonstrated exceptional resilience and strength in recent months. At the end of June 2025, the Ghana cedi appreciated by 42.6% against the US dollar, 30.3% against the British pound, and 25.6% against the euro. This is a significant reversal compared to the same period in 2024 when the cedi depreciated by 18.6%, 17.9%, and 16.0% respectively. Mr. Speaker, so far, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciations in the year 2022, 2023, and 2024. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to note that it is the first time that this level of appreciation has been recorded in the 60 years history of the Ghana cedi. Rating agencies, which once classified our sovereign creditworthiness as junk, are beginning to upgrade our ratings. Fitch Ratings upgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating to B- with a stable outlook from restricted default on the 17th of June 2025. The IMF program is back on track with the successful conclusion of the 4th review by the IMF Executive Board on the 7th of July 2025, which immediately triggered the disbursement of $367 million United States dollars. Right Honorable Speaker, beyond the numbers, this is a story of sound leadership, better economic management, and a restoration of hope to a nation once in despair. Let me, on behalf of the President John Mahama, sincerely thank the people of Ghana for their trust, patience, and continued support. We do not take your sacrifice for granted. Mr. Speaker, this government did not come to simply manage the decline. We came to reverse it and reset our country. The gains of these first 6 months are just the beginning. Mr. Speaker, these early successes only encourages us to stay the focus, stay disciplined, and continue to do more for the people of Ghana. There is still a long road ahead, but our steps are now steadier. Our direction clearer, and the national spirit has been lifted with the gradual restoration of hope in our democracy. We have moved from promises to purpose, from ineptitude to action, and from distress to relief. Mr. Speaker, we have established policy credibility and restored credit worthiness. Right Honorable Speaker, the rest of my presentation will focus on 4 areas: macroeconomic performance for the first 6 months of 2025, the status of Ghana's debt restructuring, and the status of implementation of key government programs. Before I conclude, macroeconomic performance, Mr. Speaker, for January to June 2025. Mr. Speaker, the first half of 2025 has demonstrated our government commitment to economic recovery. Through prudent fiscal management, sound monetary policies, effective structural reforms, and strategic investment, we are laying a solid foundation for sustainable growth and shared prosperity. To put the assessment of the economy in the first half of 2025 in a proper perspective, it will be useful to restate the ambitious yet attainable macroeconomic target we set for ourselves for the year 2025. The Speaker, we set for ourselves an overall real GDP growth of at least 4%, non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, end-year inflation rate of at least 11.9%, primary balance on commitment basis at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP, and gross international reserves covering not less than 3 months of import cover. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to the real sector. Mr. Speaker, despite global economic uncertainties, Ghana's economy demonstrated robust growth. In the first half of 2025, the economy expanded by 5.3%, up from 4.9% in the same period of 2024, marking the highest first quarter growth since 2020. The agriculture sector led this growth with a remarkable 6.6% increase, about 3 times the growth in the first quarter of 2024. The agriculture sector growth contributed 26.4% of the overall first quarter growth. The fishing subsector grew the most at 16.4%. Mr. Speaker, the service sector constituting the largest share of the economy of 46.8% grew by 5.9% and contributed 47.9% to the overall first quarter growth, with information and communication technology leading the growth in the sector at 13.1%. Industry grew by 3.4% in the first quarter of 2025, contributing 20.6% to the overall first quarter growth. Manufacturing also posted an impressive growth of 6.6%. Right Honorable Speaker, non-oil GDP growth, the real sector, also picked up strongly, growing at 6.8% in the first quarter of 2025, compared to the growth rate of 4.3% in the same period in 2024. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the non-oil GDP growth is the highest since 2018. It is expected that with the introduction of our 24-hour economy policy, the Big Push program, and the Agriculture for Economic Transformation program, the GDP growth will be sustained and possibly exceed the target of 4% for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to prices. Right Honorable Speaker, we pledge to pursue the following to reduce inflation. We pledge to implement aggressive fiscal consolidation drive aimed at reducing the fiscal deficit and borrowing. Mr. Speaker, we pledge to stabilize the exchange rate to reduce inflation on items that rely on the exchange rate for pricing, such as fuel, transportation, imported sugar, rice, and cooking oil. We pledge to implement policies that target items with large weight in the CPI basket, such as transportation and utilities, to reduce their prices. We also pledge to implement, through the Bank of Ghana, to implement an appropriate monetary policy stance and use its liquidity management interventions to support the disinflation process. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we pledge to implement agriculture for economic transformation agenda to reduce food inflation. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to know that these intentional policies announced in the 2025 budget to tame inflation are yielding massive results. Inflation pressures have eased significantly. The drastic fall in inflation is not by chance or sheer luck, but as a result of hard work and deliberate government policies. Mr. Speaker, consumer price inflation has reduced from 23.8% in December 2024 to 13.7% in June 2025. This represents a massive 10.1 percentage point decline. Similarly, producer price inflation saw a sharp decline from 26.1% in December 2024 to 5.9% in June 2025, representing a steep decline of 20.2 percentage points in just 6 months. So, Speaker, food inflation declined from 27.8% in December 2024 to 16.3% in June 2025, representing an encouraging 11.5 percentage point reduction. Non-food inflation also declined from 20.3% in December 2024 to 11.4% in June 2025, representing 8.9 percentage point reduction. Inflation for locally produced goods and services declined from 26.4% in December 2024 to 14% in June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, inflation for imported items decreased from 18% in December 2024 to 12.5% in June 2025. These improvements are reflective of the effective fiscal consolidation, tight monetary policy, strong central bank reserves, and the appreciation of the Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, with this trend, we are focused and determined to achieve our end December 2025 inflation target of 11.9% ahead of schedule. Mr. Speaker, let me assure this House and the people of Ghana that things can only get better in the coming days. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to interest rate movement. Interest rates have declined, reflecting improved macro conditions. Mr. Speaker, the 91-day Treasury bill rate has reduced by 13 percentage points from 27.7% in December 2024 to 14.7% in June 2025. Similar trends were observed in the 182 days and the 364 days bills. The 182-day Treasury bill rate decreased by 13.1 percentage points from 28.43 in December 2024 to 15.34 in June 2025. The 364 Treasury bill rate also declined by 14.19 percentage points from 29.95 in December 2025 to 15.76 in June 2025. The average lending rate decreased from 30.3% in December 2024 to 27% in June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ghana reference rate fell from 29.31% in December 2024 to 24.0% in June 2025. So, Speaker, things can only get better. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have indeed saved 4.9 billion Ghana cedis on domestic interest payment as at end June 2025 due to our prudent debt management policy. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal discipline has yielded the needed and remarkable results so far. We have delivered below target deficit on both cash and commitment basis. We have delivered a greater than anticipated primary surplus, the core fiscal anchor. We have delivered a strong expenditure and commitment control. We have delivered robust tax revenue performance. Mr. Speaker, provisional data shows that the primary balance on commitment basis, the fiscal anchor, as at end June 2025, recorded a surplus of 1.1% of GDP, surpassing the target surplus of 0.4% of GDP set for the same period. The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis was a deficit of 0.7% of GDP, better than the deficit target of 1.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, on cash basis, the overall balance recorded a deficit of 1.1% of GDP. This is significantly better than the projected deficit target of 2.4% of GDP. The primary balance on cash basis turned surplus at 0.7% of GDP against a projected deficit of 0.2% of GDP. The non-oil tax revenue, net, exceeded target by about 787 million Ghana cedis. Corporate income tax exceeded target by 555.3 million, representing 2.9% above target. Mineral royalties exceeded its target by 143 million. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, import duties fell short of target by 1.6 billion. Expenditures were contained at 109.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 7.8% of GDP. This was 14.3% below the program amount of 128 billion, or 9.1% of GDP, reflecting strong expenditure control. Mr. Speaker, primary expenditure on non-interest expenditure on commitment basis amounted to 84.3 billion, or 6.0% of GDP. This is an improvement of about 13.3 billion over the target of 97.5 billion, which is 7% of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, interest payment amounted to 25.4 billion, which is 1.8% of GDP. This is below the target of 30.5 billion, which is 2.2% of GDP. And this was mainly due to lower domestic interest payment. Domestic interest payment amounted to 21.6 billion against a target of 26.5 billion, representing a reduction of 4.9 billion Ghana cedis, mainly on account of lower than planned domestic borrowing and the decline in the T-bill rates. Mr. Speaker, external interest payment amounted to 3.8 billion Ghana cedis against a target of 4 billion, due mainly to the appreciation of the Ghana cedis. Other expenditure, mainly comprising energy sector levies, transfers and energy sector payment shortfalls, amounted to 11.4 billion Ghana cedis, or 8% of GDP. This was 12.7% below the target of 13.1, or 0.9% of GDP for the same period. Right Honorable Speaker, arrest clearance amounted to 4.8 billion Ghana cedis. It is important to know that there was no build-up in arrest payable during the period under review, signaling strong commitment control and fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, we are very different from our friends that decided to flee from the chamber. Mr. Speaker, the deficit was largely financed from domestic sources, with net domestic financing of 13.1 billion, well below the 18.7 billion target. The net foreign financing was 2.8 billion, mostly from the utilization of the 4.5 billion IMF disbursement. Mr. Speaker, between 1st of January to 6th of January, the IMF disbursement of 4.5 billion was spent before the Mahama administration took office, just in 6 days. Mr. Speaker, project loan disbursement was 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, even though Ghana is relying on the domestic market for financing, we have borrowed less than we planned, signifying strong expenditure control and fiscal discipline. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a strong signal to the investor community and all stakeholders that the needed fiscal consolidation is happening here in Ghana, and it will be sustained. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana is back on the international scene. Mr. Speaker, exchange rate development. Right Honorable Speaker, government commitment to implement the following measures, to implement the following measures to stabilize the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, we committed to establish the Ghana Gold Board to enhance the generation and accumulation of foreign exchange to support the stability of our currency. Mr. Speaker, we committed to pursue strong fiscal consolidation through the reduction in public sector spending and the fiscal deficit to reduce the pressures on the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana also committed to implement appropriate FX forward auction to support the stability of the cedi. And Mr. Speaker, finally, we committed that the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program will boost local production and reduce reliance on export. Right Honorable Speaker, let me state emphatically that these deliberate policies announced in the 2025 budget to stabilize the Ghana cedi are yielding massive results. The results we are witnessing are not by chance. They are the fruits of hard work, discipline, and intentional policies. Mr. Speaker, the cedi performance in the first half of the year 2025 has been impressive. The Ghana cedi experienced significant appreciation against all major trading currencies in the first 6 months of 2025. I'm happy to inform the House that our previous record, where the Ghana cedi used to trade against the US dollar at 17, is as at yesterday trading at 10.4. Mr. Speaker, similarly, the Ghana cedi, which was once trading at 21 cedis to the British pound, was trading at 14.1 as at yesterday, 23rd July 2025. Mr. Speaker, as at end June 2025, the cedi appreciated by 42.6% against the US dollar, 30.3% against the British pound, and 25.6% against the euro. This is a significant improvement over the cedi depreciation of 18.6%, 17.9%, and 16.0% against the US dollar, British pound, and the euro. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, so far, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciation in 2022, 2023, and 2024. This level of appreciation has never happened in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, fellow citizens, Ghana cedi no apeke. Cedi no apeke. Mr. Speaker, these gains are largely due to strong fiscal consolidation, tight monetary policy, improved external sector balance, renewed investor confidence, positive market sentiment, credit rating upgrades, and successfully securing staff level agreement and subsequently the board level approval of the fourth review of the IMF program. Right Honorable Speaker, the cedi rebound signals that Ghana's economic foundations are once again beginning to firm up. Sustaining this stability will require continued fiscal discipline, supportive monetary policy, strong liquidity sterilization, robust reserve accumulation, supported by activities of the Ghana Gold Board, and credible implementation of structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the external sector. Right Honorable Speaker, our external sector has shown remarkable improvement in the last 6 months. Gross international reserves reached $11.12 billion by June 2025, covering 4.8 months of imports, up from $8.98 billion in December 2024, equivalent to 4% 4 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, in just 6 months, even before the IMF and World Bank disbursement, in fact, without external borrowing, we have added $2.14 billion to the country's gross international reserves. Right Honorable Speaker, trade surplus increased from $1.37 billion in June 2024 to $5.57 billion in June 2024, representing a whopping 306.6% increase just in 6 months. Mr. Speaker, this was driven by strong exports, particularly in gold, cocoa, and controlled imports. Mr. Speaker, the current account surplus improved significantly to a provisional $3.44 billion by June 2025 from $28.11 billion in June 2024. Provisional net capital and financial inflows reached $937.58 million in June 2025, indicating renewed investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and the financial sector development. Right Honorable Speaker, monetary indicators point to a sustained monetary expansion. Credit to the private sector increased by about 31.3% in June 2025. Reserve money growth moderated and M2 growth remained consistent, supported by increased deposit mobilization and improved net foreign asset. Net domestic asset growth slowed, while net foreign assets surged, indicating a shift in liquidity drivers towards external inflows. Right Honorable Speaker, I take you to the recapitalization of the National Investment Bank. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that I updated this House during the 2025 budget presentation on the restructuring and recapitalization of the National Investment Bank, our NIB, as one of the critical reforms in the financial sector that should have been delivered in 2024. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, after spending a whopping 30.3 billion in the so-called financial sector cleanup exercise, the previous NPP administration left NIB in dire straits with a capital adequacy ratio of a negative 53.13% by end of June 2024. Mr. Speaker, we have successfully, Right Honorable Speaker, President Mahama and the NDC have successfully recapitalized the National Investment Bank by implementing an ambitious and credible plan to return NIB to profitability and sustainability. Mr. Speaker, we have taken the following steps. Right Honorable Speaker, we have injected a total cash of 450 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we also issued remarkable bonds with face value of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis to the National Investment Bank. Mr. Speaker, we transferred 500 million Government of Ghana shares in the Nestle Ghana Limited to the National Investment Bank. Right Honorable Speaker, these transfers have significantly improved the capital adequacy ratio from negative 53.13% at the end of December 2024 to a positive 23% in May 2025. Mr. Speaker, by taking these major steps, we have preserved depositors' fund valued at 6.4 billion Ghana cedis. We have also saved over 900 direct jobs at the National Investment Banks. Mr. Speaker, we have preserved an indigenous Ghanaian bank. But Mr. Speaker, let me state this. Unlike the previous administration, we chose to spend to save a bank than spend to collapse a bank. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also prepared a forward-looking, overarching restructuring plan for National Investment Bank to put the bank on a sustainable path of profitability. The plan also aims to enhance board independence and objectivity, strengthen risk management, promote accountability and transparency, prevent insider dominance, and improve strategic decision-making. Mr. Speaker, this plan will, among others, strengthen corporate governance framework and systems, improve enterprise risk management and controls, establish a modern business model, revamp operational strategy, improve financial performance, institute and enhance supervisory measures, and eventually we will list the NIB on the Ghana Stock Exchange. Right Honorable Speaker, NIB now has a total paid up capital of 3.4 billion Ghana cedis and a capital adequacy ratio of 23%. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the President, I want to use this opportunity to assure the people of Ghana and depositors that our indigenous bank, the National Investment Bank, is now prime for business. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, NIB is back. NIB is now liquid. NIB is now safe. NIB is fully capitalized. Mr. Speaker, we therefore encourage all and sundry to do business with the revitalized National Investment Bank, NIB. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to credit ratings. Mr. Speaker, the progress we are making in our economic reforms and debt restructuring effort has been recognized internationally. On the 16th of June 2025, Fitch Rating upgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating to B-, with the stable outlook from restricted default, the first time since 2021. Fitch cited significant exchange rate appreciation, declining debt levels, strong nominal GDP growth, increased reserve accumulation and normalized relationship with external creditors as key drivers. Right Honorable Speaker, to sustain these gains, we will, among others, do the following. We'll maintain fiscal discipline through continued implementation of prudent policies to promote fiscal and debt sustainability. We will continue the aggressive revenue mobilization by strengthening tax collection systems and broadening the tax base to increase domestic revenue without overburdening the citizens. So, Speaker, we will accelerate structural reforms in public financial management, including transparency and accountability measures to improve efficiency and reduce corruption. The Speaker will strengthen monetary policy framework, and the Central Bank will lead this to complement the effort that we are doing. Mr. Speaker, we will diversify the economy through investment in sectors beyond traditional export to reduce the vulnerability to commodity price shocks and continue to maintain strong relationship with our international financial institutions and development partners to support ongoing reforms and assess technical assistance. So, Speaker, it's expected that other rating agencies, namely S&P and Moody's, will follow suit, given the remarkable progress we are making in ensuring economic stability and promoting inclusive growth. Right Honorable Speaker, this is just the beginning. We are determined to do better than B-. Ghana indeed deserves better than B-. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to fiscal policies and give you an update. The Speaker, I start with VAT reforms. The Speaker, in the 2025 budget statement, we reaffirmed our commitment to the people of Ghana and the business community to undertake comprehensive value-added tax reforms this year. These reforms are aimed at addressing the distortions and cascading effect inherent in the current VAT structure. To support this effort, we also committed to seeking technical assistance from the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and engage the people of Ghana. So, Speaker, I'm pleased to report that we have successfully completed our engagement with the IMF. Currently, the Ghana Revenue Authority, together with the Ministry of Finance, is undertaking a nationwide consultation process to sensitize key players in the trade and business sector on the VAT reform and solicit feedback from them. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance hopes to complete this process by September 2025, prepare a new VAT bill by October 2025, and submit same to Parliament as part of the 2026 budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure the people of Ghana that at the minimum, the following will happen as part of the VAT Act. Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, COVID levy will be abolished. The effective VAT rate will be reduced. The punitive cascading effect of the GET Fund and NHIS levy will be removed. VAT flat rate will be removed. And a unified VAT rate will be implemented. The VAT registration threshold will be increased to exempt small and micro businesses, and compliance will be improved through public education, awareness creation, and the introduction of fiscal electronic devices will be deployed. So, Speaker, I now take you to expenditure measures as part of the fiscal. Right Honorable Speaker, as part of the fiscal consolidation strategy, we have taken measures to sanitize public sector payroll and rid it of ghost names. Subsequently, we engaged the Ghana Audit Service to undertake a nationwide payroll audit across all 16 regions of the country. The Speaker, the Audit Service has completed 91% of the payroll audit. So far, the Audit Service has not been able to identify or verify over 14,000 workers. Mr. Speaker, again, they have identified 53,311 separated staff on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, separated staffs are staff who are either on retirement, reassigned, terminated, or are on leave without pay or deceased and yet remain on government payroll. Mr. Speaker, the Audit Service expects to recover a minimum of 150.4 million of unearned salary from the separated staff over 2023 and 2024 period alone. Right Honorable Speaker, going forward, we will enforce the monthly payroll validation process and strictly apply sanctions to all who validate ghosts for payment of salaries. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to strongly caution those who validate ghosts across the public service that they will be personally liable for the loss of public fund. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. Let me use this opportunity to strongly caution those who validate ghosts across the public service that they will be personally liable for the loss of public funds. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance will continue to monitor this payroll and put in place measures to prevent ghosts on the payroll going forward. Mr. Speaker, I now give you an update on the arrears payable audit that we did. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, we announced the launch of an audit of arrears and payables as at end December 2024. The Ghana Audit Service partnered with EY and PwC to undertake this audit. Mr. Speaker, the Audit Service was tasked to audit and validate 68.7 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, 68.7 billion Ghana cedis. So far, Mr. Speaker, 87% of the audit has been completed. Results show so far are as follows. Mr. Speaker, a total of 28.3 billion Ghana cedis has been validated for payment. Mr. Speaker, 27.3 billion is pending validation as we speak. Right Honorable Speaker, an amount of 3.6 billion Ghana cedis has been rejected because of errors, duplication, and non-compliance with PFM and procurement rules. The Speaker, of this amount, 562.6 million is without adequate supporting document. So Speaker, the outcome of this audit will blow your mind. Blow your mind. So Speaker, the audit is expected to be completed by end of August 2025. Once finalized, we will update the House on the findings and outcomes. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update on the IMF program. Update on the IMF program. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana remains on track on the implementation of the IMF program. A staff level agreement was reached during the fourth review mission in April 2025, and we received executive board approval on the 7th of July 2025. This unlocked $367 million disbursement, bringing the total disbursement under this program to $2.3 billion. The fifth review, which is scheduled for September 2025, will be based on June 2025 data. Mr. Speaker, I'm comfortable that Ghana is on course to achieve most of the targets for the fifth review. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt development. Public debt development. Right Honorable Speaker, our commitment to fiscal discipline, through prudent debt management and exchange rate appreciation has resulted in a significant improvement in Ghana's debt profile. Public debt reduced from 726.7 billion as at end December 2024 to 613 billion as at end June 2025. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt reduced by 113.7 billion Ghana cedis in 6 months. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Ghana's history, there is a negative 15.6% rate of debt accumulation. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana's public debt to GDP ratio as at end June 2025 was 43.8% from the 61.8% of end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt as a percentage of GDP reduced by 18% of GDP in the last 6 months. Ghana's foreign debt as a percentage of total public debt declined from 57.4% as at end December 2024 to 49% by end June 2025. Mr. Speaker, this has significantly improved Ghana's debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update on debt restructuring. Update on debt restructuring. Right Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to restructuring our bilateral and commercial debt under the G20 Common Framework. On the 24th of June 2025, the House approved an indicative terms of the Memorandum of Understanding between Ghana and Official Creditors Committee. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I wish to thank this House for swift action, which has enabled Ghana to begin negotiation for the signing of bilateral agreement with each of the creditor countries. We are ready to sign the agreement with 2 countries as at tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that 4 agreements will be signed by close of tomorrow. First, we'll sign with France, and the second will sign with another country yet to be confirmed. Mr. Speaker, on the commercial debt restructuring, we have signed non-disclosure agreement, NDAs, with some commercial lenders, in line with the government's strong commitment to honoring its debt obligation. We have made 2 debt service payments of about $700 million to our Eurobond holders. Mr. Speaker, on the domestic front, government continues to meet its commitment towards the domestic bondholders. For the first half of 2025, a total of 9.8 billion Ghana cedis was paid to coupons to DDEP bondholders, of which 3.6 billion Ghana cedis was capitalized. Right, Honorable Speaker, for non-tendered bondholders, government paid a total of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. This was the outstanding debt service as at 2024. Mr. Speaker, for the second half of 2025, an amount of 10.2 billion Ghana cedis is due as coupon payment on the DDEP bonds and 724.1 million as debt service for the non-tendered bondholders. It is important to note that government remains committed to honoring its debt service obligation, and therefore, we have made sufficient preparation towards the settlement of this debt, and bondholders should not worry, this amount will be paid in due course. Mr. Speaker, priority project under the restructured bilateral debt. Following Ghana's default on its external debt service obligation on the 19th December 2022, creditors halted disbursement of 55 bilateral projects. This resulted in several uncompleted projects dotted across the country, with a massive $3 billion in undisbursed loans. The IMF and Official Creditors Committee annual disbursement ceiling of $250 million for official creditors loan implies that it will take 12 good years to fully draw down on the undisbursed loans. Under the MOU with the Official Creditors Committee, the government of Ghana was required to submit a priority list to accommodate the $250 million annual disbursement ceiling. Right, Honorable Speaker. During the presentation of the 2025 budget and economic policy of government, I informed this House that we will engage to resolve this challenge. Following the extensive engagement, government has submitted a priority list of 24 projects to the OCC and the IMF. This is expected to trigger resumption of disbursement for projects on the priority list upon the signing of bilateral agreement between Ghana and the creditor countries. We aim to ensure that all the priority projects are completed and commissioned by end 2028. Mr. Speaker, the priority projects are as follows. We are going to build a new bridge across the Volta River at Volivo. Mr. Speaker, the reconstruction of Tema Aflao Road project, phase 1. Tema motorway runabout through Ashiaman runabout to Atimpoku. The construction of 14 pedestrian bridges, Kumasi roads and drainage extension. Mr. Speaker, Power Grant interchange and the secondary Takrady Township Road, phase 1. Rehabilitation of Domi Kitasi Road, Obichebi Lamte interchange, phase 2. Bogatanga Boko Pomakrom Road, PTC runabout interchange project at Takrady. Construction of drinking water facilities in Wenchi. Secondary Takrady water supply. Modernization of Komfo Anoche Teaching Hospital. Construction of central medical stores in Tema. Efia Nkwanta Regional Hospital in Takrady. Bogatanga Regional Hospital. Establishment of the University of Environment and Sustainable Development at Bonsu. establishment of 9 state-of-the-art technical and vocational education training center, and, Mr. Speaker, integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. The expansion and development of existing senior high schools, renewable energy program, pilot photovoltaic system, Mr. Speaker, the renewable energy and energy efficiency program, and the construction of Takoradi Market. Mr. Speaker, finally, the Kumasi Central Market Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, the main criterion for the selection of this project was closeness to completion. As a result, projects which were over 70% complete were given priority. The resumption of disbursement for the project and its associated debt service are fully in line with our commitment under the bilateral debt restructuring and IMF program. Right, Honorable Speaker, there's no room for an increase in scope for any of the projects on the priority list as agreed upon at the IMF and the OCC. Implementing agencies must take note and comply accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, there is no room for any increase in scope for work for any of the projects on the priority list agreed upon with the IMF and the Official Creditors Committee. Implementing agencies must take note and comply accordingly. Mr. Speaker, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Finance that a number of contractors implementing some of these 55 stalled projects have drawn down on the loans with no work done to match the amount drawn down. Mr. Speaker, sadly, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Finance that a number of contractors implementing some of these 55 projects have drawn down on the loans with no work done to match the amount drawn down. Again, some contractors have submitted additional costs in excess of what Parliament approved. The Ministry of Finance has accordingly commissioned a forensic audit into this project. Mr. Speaker, we will apprise the House when this audit is completed. And Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the Auditor General is the one doing this forensic audit in partnership with some of the Big Four. Update on sinking fund. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget statement, government announced that it will commence the operationalization of Section 37 to 44 of the Public Financial Management Act, Act 921, as amended, to build sufficient buffers in the sinking fund for prompt redemption of specified loans obligations of government. Mr. Speaker, government has set up a CD sinking fund account and US dollar sinking fund account. Beginning August 2025, the Ministry of Finance will commence the building of cash buffers to support the repayment of Ghana's domestic debt service obligation relating to the domestic debt exchange program bonds, which will fall due in the year 2027, 2028, and even 2026. Mr. Speaker, the CD sinking fund will specifically target the redemption and debt service harms in 2026 of 20 billion US dollars, Ghana cedis, for the year 2026, 50.3 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2027, and 45.75 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2025. Similarly, the US dollar sinking fund account will also target Eurobond redemption, which will fall due from 2026 of 1.45 billion US dollars, 1.17 billion US dollars in 2027, and 1.14 billion US dollars in the year 2028. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the sinking fund will provide a reliable buffers that ensures timely and predictable redemption of this designated public debt obligation. This structured approach to debt service will enhance investor confidence and contribute to long-term debt sustainability of our dear country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to Government of Ghana's liability management operations. Mr. Speaker, government has begun an implementation of an effective and efficient liability management program to reduce embedded risk on debt portfolio. Our liability management operation will, 1, reduce debt service costs and mitigate refinancing or rollover risk. Extend maturities to alleviate near-term financing pressures. Mr. Speaker, to optimize the debt portfolio by rebalancing the mix of short-term versus long-term instruments and strengthen market confidence. Under our liability management operations, Mr. Speaker, we will analyze the domestic bond market to assess suitability for bonds buybacks. We will carefully sequence issuance of benchmark securities and prioritize longer dated tenor to establish a stable yield curve. Mr. Speaker, I take you to primary dealers and bond market specialist system as we inherited. Mr. Speaker, our debt management strategy is to use treasury bills for cash management purposes only. We intend to reopen the domestic bond market to finance the budget deficit. The reopening of the domestic bond market will aim at creating a more competitive primary market that can deliver the volume and pricing to enable the government lower its borrowing costs. Mr. Speaker, beginning August 2025, we will commence the selection of new book runners to assist government in the reopening of the domestic bond market. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, beginning 2025 August, the government of Ghana will commence the selection of new book runners to assist government in the reopening of the domestic bond market. Mr. Speaker, the selection of book runners will focus on banks and investment dealers with the ability to achieve a wider market distribution and advice on pricing and structuring. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revised macroeconomic framework. Mr. Speaker, macroeconomic target. Economic development in the first half of the year do not warrant a revision to the macroeconomic target and the appropriations bill. Mr. Speaker, I am not asking for additional money from the Appropriations Act. We maintain the following macroeconomic target for 2025. 1. Overall GDP growth at least 4.0%. At least. Non-oil GDP growth of at least 4.8%. End-year inflation rate of 11.9%. Primary balance on commitment basis at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. And gross international reserves covering not less than 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, although we have made significant progress, we are cautiously optimistic. Right Honorable Speaker, despite maintaining our macroeconomic target for 2025, including the primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus of 1.5% of GDP, we are revising both revenue and expenditure projections to reflect the impact of the additional revenue from the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Act 2025, Act 1141. Revisions to revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, as a result, total revenue and grant has been revised upwards from the 2025 budget target of 227.1 billion to 229.9 billion, or from 16.2% of GDP to 16.4% of GDP. This represents a nominal increase of 1.3%. Mr. Speaker, the additional revenue of 2.9 billion Ghana cedis will come from the increase in revenues from the amendment to the Energy Sector Levies Act. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revisions to expenditures. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis has been revised downwards from 269.5 billion from the original budget projection of 270.9 billion Ghana cedis. However, primary expenditures has been revised upwards to 209.6 billion from the original budget projection of 206.8 billion Ghana cedis. This upward adjustment reflects an increase in the allocation to support energy sector payment. Mr. Speaker, interest payments have been revised downwards by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis from the original budget projection of 64.1 billion to 59.9 billion cedis. Right Honorable Speaker, domestic interest has been revised downwards by 5.1 billion Ghana cedis, mainly on account of gains from the reduction in the treasury bill rate as a result of the implementation of our prudent debt management policies. However, external interest payments have been revised upwards by 795 million to make additional provision for debt service due on post-cutoff date disbursement made by our bilateral creditors since 2023. Mr. Speaker, energy sector payments have also been revised upwards by 2.9 billion Ghana cedis to provision for fuel purchases for power generation. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to overall balance and financing. Right Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding the revisions to revenue and expenditure, the primary balance on commitment basis remains unchanged at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. Based on the revisions to revenue and expenditure, the following fiscal balance on cash basis improves from a deficit of 4.1% of GDP to 3.8% of GDP. I mean the fiscal balance. The overall fiscal balance on commitment basis improves from a deficit of 3.1% to 2.8%, and the projected annual borrowing needs of government reduced by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Simple put, we will be borrowing less by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, risk to 2025 budget, risk to the 2025 fiscal framework. Mr. Speaker, despite the robust fiscal performance, there are some underlying risks which pose a threat to the 2025 fiscal framework. The risks are as follows: shortfalls in customs revenue, smuggling of marine gas oil, mounting wage pressures, and pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, I'll take them one by one. Customs revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, customs revenue recorded a significant shortfall of 1.6 billion, even though the overall revenue is doing well, representing 12.7% reduction from the first half of 2025. This performance is attributed to systemic revenue leakage at key customs collection points, particularly the Tema Port and the smuggling of goods across our land borders. Mr. Speaker, these developments pose risk to the attainment of our revenue target for the year 2025. To mitigate these risks, government is implementing the following measures to address the existing operational challenges to safeguard revenue. 1, we will adopt the use of artificial intelligence, AI, to minimize human interference in revenue assessment, supporting the validation of the country of origin, as well as the accuracy of classification and valuation of imported goods. Mr. Speaker, we are rolling out advanced cargo information system to ensure that the Ghana Port and Harbours Authority, GPHA, and the Ghana Revenue Authority, the GRA, receives comprehensive shipment detail at least 24 hours prior to vessel departure from the port of origin. Mr. Speaker, this will enable pre-arrival risk assessment, reduce the need for documentation amendment, and facilitate more accurate and timely duty assessment. We will also be implementing a robust anti-smuggling surveillance program targeting both inland and maritime borders. And to those at Sankase, we are coming after you. Mr. Speaker, reviewing the institutional setup of Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, including staff mobility. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat this. We will be reviewing the institutional setup of Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, including staff mobility, to facilitate the decentralization of customs operations. Mr. Speaker, operational risk assessment to enhance transparency and accountability of staff will be enhanced. Now I will take you to the smuggling of marine gas oil, MGO. Right Honorable Speaker, tax exemptions on marine gas oil was introduced to support non-artisanal fishing fleet operating from Ghana. Over the years, the tax exemptions have created incentive to abuse and smuggling of MGO onto the open market, resulting in revenue losses estimated at nearly $500 million Ghana cedis every year. The government will withdraw the tax exemption to curb smuggling and stem the erosion of tax revenue, thereby reducing the fiscal risk to the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to wages and salary, which happens to be the third risk to the budget. Right Honorable Speaker, we have seen some significant pressures on the compensation budget for the first half of 2025, mainly emanating from wages and salaries. Wages and salaries exceeded the target by 1.3 billion Ghana cedis for the first 6 months of the year. Mr. Speaker, the wage pressures were largely driven by last-minute recruitment undertaken by the previous MPP administration in the last quarter of 2024, especially in the areas of education, health, and security sector. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. The wage pressures we are largely seeing are driven by the last-minute recruitment undertaken by the previous government in the last quarter of 2024, especially in areas of education, health, and the security sector. In addition, ad hoc reviews of conditions of service undertaken in previous years have distorted the single spine pay policy and further burdened the public wage. Mr. Speaker, the government is implementing the following measures to address this challenge. Number one, we'll conduct regular nationwide staff payroll audit to sanitize the payroll. Mr. Speaker, we'll be realigning all staff from overstaffed areas and defunct MDAs to areas with critical staffing needs. Right Honorable Speaker, we'll finalize the process for the establishment of the Independent Emolument Committee as part of the broader effort to reform and reset public sector pay. And finally, we will issue an executive directive mandating all MDAs to seek approval from the Minister of Finance or the Ministry of Finance before making any commitment with financial implications on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, pricing of goods and services and award of contract in foreign currency pose significant risk to fiscal management, with severe implications for the stability of our Ghana cedi. Unfortunately, foreign currencies are becoming the means of transacting business in Ghana. This trend, if not checked, will erode the confidence in our currency, drive inflation, and result in the loss of value in the symbol of our sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, to curb this unfortunate development, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has directed that beginning today, 24th of July 2025, no contract awarded by government, irrespective of source of fund, should be denominated in foreign currency. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. To curb this unfortunate development, President John Dramani Mahama has directed that beginning today, 24th of July 2025, no contract awarded by government, irrespective of source of funding, should be denominated in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, we also want to use this opportunity to remind the public that per the Foreign Exchange Act 2006, Act 723, companies, institutions, and individuals are prohibited from pricing, advertising, receipting, or making payment for goods and services in foreign currencies in Ghana without prior written approval from the Bank of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I will take you to key policy initiatives. Mr. Speaker, I now present updates on key policy initiatives outlined in the 2025 budget. Right Honorable Speaker, since its establishment in April 2025, the Ghana Gold Board has initiated reforms to licensing regime that governs the local gold trading sector and introduced new aggregation system to effectively mop up gold from artisanal small-scale mining sector across the country. These measures have already yielded tangible economic benefits within the short period of operation of the Ghana Gold Board. In the first half of 2025 alone, gold export from the small-scale sector stood at 51.5 tons, with an export value of approximately $5 billion. This figure far exceeds the 26.4 tons, which are with an export value of $1.8 billion from the small-scale mining sector over the same period in 2024. Mr. Speaker, simple put, gold export in tons from the small-scale mining sector for the first half of 2025 recorded about 100% increase over what was recorded in the year 2024. Similarly, the value of gold export from small-scale mining increased by about 180% for the first half of 2025 over that of the same period in 2024. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Ghana's history, gold export from small-scale mining sector have exceeded gold export from large-scale sector. Mr. Speaker, the substantial foreign exchange inflows from the gold board operations in the artisanal small-scale mining sector have significantly strengthened our reserves, improved our balance of payment, and provided critical support for the Ghana city. Mr. Speaker, this tells a story of a country which has been denied the full benefit of its gold resources, a story of a country where illegal gold trade and smuggling have been allowed to fester to the detriment of the well-being of the people. Right, Honorable Speaker. On the 8th of July 2025, His Excellency President John Mahama inaugurated a task force to tackle illegal gold trade and smuggling. I also want to use this opportunity as the Sector Minister to reiterate that the government of President Mahama would deal ruthlessly with anyone found engaging in illegal trade and smuggling, as these nation-wrecking activities sabotage the progress of our country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to reiterate the point that no one should come to us and beg, because we will not spare you. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program deserves some update. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, President Mahama officially launched the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program, Ghana's ambitious and integrated strategy to boost production, create sustainable jobs, and modernize our economy. The 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program represent a national reset aimed at reducing import dependence, expanding domestic production, improving market access, and building a competitive, skilled workforce for a dynamic economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, the anchor of the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program is the Volta Economic Corridor, a transformational project to unlock the vast economic and environmental potential of the Volta Lake and its surrounding lands. Mr. Speaker, the Volta Economic Corridor revives and expands on Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's original vision of the Volta project as a hub for agro-industry, trade and transport, now reimagined to fit today's economic reality and regional opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the Volta Economic Corridor will be executed through the following pillars of the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. Right, Honorable Speaker. Grow 24 will irrigate 2 million hectares of farmlands for year-round farming instead of the traditional seasonal farming. Right, Honorable Speaker. Make 24 will establish agro-industrial parks for textiles, pharmaceuticals, and food processing. The Speaker, Show 24 will develop tourism clusters and hospitality hubs along the Volta Lake. And Connect 24 will turn the lake into a major inland transport route, cutting haulage costs and linking northern, southern, eastern, and western Ghana. Mr. Speaker, to support this transformative program, the Ministry of Finance will, in the 2026 budget, outline targeted incentives for the Volta Economic Corridor. These measures will be carefully designed to attract private capital, drive enterprise growth, and create decent, well-paying jobs. The Speaker, for emphasis, the Ministry of Finance will, as part of the 2026 budget, outline a targeted incentive for the Volta Economic Corridor. Right, Honorable Speaker, the government will only facilitate and not dominate this ambitious growth goal. The Speaker, I now take you to the big push. Right Honorable Speaker, as part of the 2025 budget, we announced the commencement of the Big Push program, a flagship initiative of President John Dramani Mahama for massive infrastructure development. Since then, the President has dedicated all Big Push budgetary allocation for the next 2 years. Mr. Speaker, and I mean all Big Push allocation for the next 2 years to improve road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that Parliament approved that all oil revenue and mineral royalties accrued to the budget were dedicated to the Big Push. As a result, an amount of 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was allocated in the 2025 budget for the Big Push program to be used for road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Roads and Highways has spent the last 6 months of his time in office touring the whole country to assess firsthand the state of our roads. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads and Highways has undertaken studies and prepared comprehensive engineering interventions and cost estimates for roads projects across the country for the Big Push program. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has since issued commencement authorization for the following road infrastructure projects under the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, these are the following Big Push projects as approved by the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, number 1, the construction of a new bridge on the Oti River at Dambai. Number 2, rehabilitation of Wahan Road. 3, upgrading of Tumu Hamile Road. 4, upgrading of Tumu Han Laura Road. 5, reconstruction of Navrongo Tumu Road. 6, rehabilitation of Techiman Nkonsia Wenchi Road. 7, rehabilitation of Wenchi Sola Road. 8, Mr. Speaker, construction of Sunyane Outer Ring Road. Mr. Speaker, the construction of Kumasi Outer Ring Road, Eastern Quadrant. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of Bintri Napanduri Road. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of Dodo Pepeso and Kwanta Road. Rehabilitation of Atimpoku Esukuma Junction Road. Rehabilitation of Esukuma Junction to Enyinawase Road. Right Honorable Speaker, Enyinawase to Ho Titrenu Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading the Akosombo Jakiti Kudikope Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading Esukuma to Enumbuso to Parliament Road. Mr. Speaker, Adome Bridge to Akwamufre Road. We'll be upgrading Ho to Petoi Road. Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation of Petoi to Afiadanyamepa Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be rehabilitating Penny to Aflao Road. We will be dualizing Winneba to Mankesim Road. We'll be dualizing Cape Coast to Takrade Road. We'll be rehabilitating Mankesim Ejumako to Aguna Swedro Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be rehabilitating Tema to Aflao Road. Construction of Dodowa to Afenya Dowenya Road. Right Honorable Speaker, we will be upgrading the Oyibi to Apollonia Afenya Road. Right Honorable Speaker, we'll be constructing the Enchi to Elubo Road. We'll also be constructing the Dadieso to Akontombra Road. We'll be upgrading the Adrefua to Ose Kojokrom Road. And we will be upgrading the Enchi to Kojoru Penchi Road. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading the Bediako Junction, Camp 15 to Sefi, Adobokrom Road. Mr. Speaker, as part of the Big Push program, we have also selected the following abandoned road projects for which no dedicated funding was allocated for by the previous administration to be included into the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, the projects are as follows. Upgrading of Kasua to Winneba Road. rehabilitation of Ofanko to Insawam Road, dual carriage. Right Honorable Speaker, dualization of Takrady to Agona Junction Road. Mr. Speaker, the construction of Swami Interchange and local roads. Mr. Speaker, we'll also be constructing the National Route 18 from Wa to Han Road. And we'll be upgrading the Tumu to Chichiliga to Navrongo, including the construction of 36-meter span reinforced concrete over the Kenyibi River and 24-meter span reinforced concrete over the Bichirunu River. Right Honorable Speaker, we will be reconstructing the Navrongo to Sandema Road. Mr. Speaker, we will be rehabilitating the Tepa to Gosu Road, rehabilitating the Hohoi to Jasikan Road, and we will be rehabilitating Nkwanta to Oti Damanko Road. We will be reconstructing the Have to Hohoi Road, and we will dualize the Adenta Dodowa Road. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we will reconstruct the Jenejene to Sampa Road. Right Honorable Speaker, in line with Section 33 of the Public Financial Management Act, and as part of this media fiscal review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy, I am seeking approval for these multi-year commitments. Mr. Speaker, government has also initiated comprehensive feasibility studies for 4 projects which are currently at various stages of preparation, ensuring detailed assessment of their technical, economic, and environmental viability. Mr. Speaker, the projects are as follows. Project number 1, Accra-Kumasi Expressway on a completely new alignment. Mr. Speaker, Accra Outer Ring Road, Kumasi Outer Ring Road, and Adoso Echi Amanfo Bridge to connect the Afram Prince area. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to reorganization of the Ghana Road Fund. Right Honorable Speaker, this is not all. The government of President John Mahama has also taken a decision to remodel the Ghana Road Fund and refocus it towards road maintenance. As part of this media review, and on behalf of the government, the Minister for Roads and Highways will be laying before this House a new road maintenance trust fund bill. When approved, the road maintenance trust fund bill will replace the Ghana Road Fund. Mr. Speaker, the road maintenance trust fund will, among others, provide for a new governance architecture, provide a formula for a fairer allocation of resources, and introduce more transparency in the utilization of road fund levy and others. Mr. Speaker, government has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. Right Honorable Speaker, the government has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. In response, we have programmed to rehabilitate 10 kilometers of roads annually in each of these 166 constituencies across the country. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the President Mahama administration has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. In response, we have programmed to rehabilitate 10 kilometers of roads annually in each of these constituencies. Mr. Speaker,
This translates to about 5,000 kilometers of road to be constructed in these 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure over the next 3 years. So, Speaker, simple put, over the next 3 years, we'll be building 5,000 kilometers of road in these 166 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform this House that we have paid all nursing and teacher training allowances from January to June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, from the end of this month, July 2025, all nursing and teacher trainees will receive their allowances promptly at the end of every single month. Mr. Speaker, I'll now move to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. I conclude this media fiscal policy review.
We have other business. It's not only this one. Please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I conclude this media fiscal review with renewed hope and optimism. The last 6 months have revealed our enduring spirit, what we can collectively achieve, and our potential to rise from the brink. Upon assumption of office in January this year, we were handed an economy in deep distress, a country with dispirited citizens. Trust and faith in our leaders were at all-time low. The fundamentals were not only weak, but broken. Mr. Speaker, and the misery and suffering were palpable. Mr. Speaker, in just 6 months, in fact, under 200 days, under the decisive leadership of President John Mahama, we have begun to change the story. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama's economic management model is working. The turnaround is in sight. Mr. Speaker, the signs of economic progress are visible and measurable. Mr. Speaker, first quarter economic growth is at 5-year high. Our debt to GDP ratio is at a 5-year low. Mr. Speaker, inflation has declined to a 4-year low. Right, Honorable Speaker, our credit rating has improved from junk to B- with stable outlook, a 2-notch upgrade and a 4-year high. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciations in the years 2022, 2023, and 2024, with no cedi depreciation in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the level of the appreciation of the Ghana cedi has never happened in the history of our nation. Prices of petrol and diesel at the pump have reduced significantly to the benefit of consumers. And the price of sugar, rice, and cooking oil at a 4-year low. Mr. Speaker, the price of 25 kilogram bag of Royal Aroma rice, which used to be sold at 650 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 356 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the price of Olonka of sugar, which used to be sold for 50 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 44 Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker, price of 25 liter of cooking oil, which used to be sold for 980 Ghana cedis in January,
is now being sold for 640 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, price of konkonte, 1 sack. Price of konkonte, 1 sack, which used to be sold for 1,200 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 950 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, a ton of iron rods, which used to be sold at 9,400 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold at 7,500 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, onions. 1 paint bucket, which used to be sold at 120 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 95 Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker. POP cement, which used to be sold for 115 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 90 Ghana cedis. The Speaker, maize, maize. 1 sack, which used to be sold for 1,600 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 1,450. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Agriculture has promised that it will go down even more. Mr. Speaker, the price of Yas sanitary pad, which was 25 Ghana cedis in January, is now going for 15 Ghana cedis. 15 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, palm fruit, 1 olonka, which used to be sold for 40 Ghana cedis, is now being sold for 25 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is the reset President Mahama promised. This is the reset President Mahama promised. It has been 6 months of hard work. We have lessened the burden on households and businesses. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the perception that we are not spending, we are indeed spending, and spending at the right places. We are making the right investment in the lives of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, an amount of $700 million US dollars of Eurobond obligations has been paid. An amount of 10 billion to domestic bondholders has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.9 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.7 billion Ghana cedis to the Social Security and National Insurance Trust has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 9.1 billion Ghana cedis to the energy sector for stable power supply has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 5 billion Ghana cedis of arrest has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 4.6 billion to the Ghana Education Trust Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 1 billion Ghana cedis to the free secondary education program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 4.6 billion Ghana cedis to the National Health Insurance Scheme has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 1.4 billion for the National Health Insurance claims has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 252 million for vaccines and essential medicine has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 72.8 million Ghana cedis as capitation grant has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 895 million to the school feeding program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 477 million to the LEAP beneficiaries has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 122.8 million for BECE registration has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 300 million to the no-fee stress policy has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 191.7 million Ghana cedis as teacher training allowances has been paid. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 462.6 million as nursing training allowances has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 25 million as assembly members allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 21 million Ghana cedis for National Apprenticeship Program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 34.5 million to the Jumawa program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2 billion Ghana cedis as goods and service to run effective and efficient government ministries, departments and agencies has been paid. And Mr. Speaker, as we speak, an amount of 2 billion Ghana cedis to save the National Investment Bank has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, non-interest expenditure of 84.2 billion Ghana cedis has been paid. So far, Mr. Speaker, from January to June, total cash of 114.5 billion has been paid from the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, we are spending at the right places. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are spending at the right places. We are touching lives and we are changing our country. Mr. Speaker, this is not all. We have also worked to improve the fiscal situation. We have restored fiscal discipline. We have implemented appropriate policies to reduce interest rates significantly, thereby reducing the cost of borrowing. So, Speaker, we have saved on domestic interest payment following the implementation of our prudent debt management policies. Mr. Speaker, there is still more work to be done. President Mahama is determined to deliver. Inshallah, His Excellency John Mahama will deliver. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are not out of the woods yet. It will be premature to make that pronouncement. So, Speaker, I repeat, we are not out of the woods yet. It will be premature to make that pronouncement. But the good news is that today, hope is in sight. And we are determined to navigate the country out of the terrible storm we inherited from President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Bawumia. Mr. Speaker, we need the support of the people of Ghana to weather this storm. Mr. Speaker, to the farmer in Yendi and to the fisher folk in Sekendi and Shama, to the nurse in Sunyane and the teacher in Enumbuso and Ejumako, to the Ghanaian youth seeking decent work, to the elderly seeking better pension. We see you, we hear you, and we are working for you. John Mahama will work for you. The NDC will work for you. The gains we have made so far are the results of your sacrifice, your patience, our belief that change was not only necessary but crucial. Mr. Speaker, this media review is not just a technical report. It is the story of the Ghanaian people. A story of a nation that refused to give up. A story that echoes Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it is done. Mr. Speaker, this is a story that echoes Nelson Mandela's quote, that it always seems impossible until it is done. Mr. Speaker, even as we look back at how far we have come, we are also looking ahead. This is the essence of John Mahama's leadership. He is focused and he will deliver. President Mahama is honoring his promise to the Ghanaian people. The second half of 2025 promises to be even better. We expect inflation to continue its downward trend and reach our 2025 target ahead of schedule. We will sustain the stability of the cedi through disciplined spending, targeted investment, and continued reserve accumulation. Growth will be further boosted by strategic initiatives, including the 24-hour economy program, the Big Push infrastructure program, and the revitalization of agriculture through the Agriculture for Economic Transformation program. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that during my vetting, when asked what I would like to be remembered as a minister, Mr. Speaker, I stated that I would like to be remembered for stabilizing the exchange rate, ensuring low prices, and creating jobs. Right, Honorable Speaker, ahead of the presentation of the 2025 budget, my engagement with the traders at the Mokola market revealed that prices and exchange rate stability were the overriding concerns of the business community. So, Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank our cherished traders at Mokola for their valuable insight. Mr. Speaker, the update on the cedi and the prices, as said earlier, clearly shows that we have taking deliberate and decisive action to ensure that the challenges with exchange rate and prices are tackled head-on. Mr. Speaker, let me assure all Ghanaians that the stability in the exchange rate and the lower prices we are experiencing will be sustained. Ghanaians, Mr. Speaker, the government has worked hard to bring down and stabilize the exchange rate with deliberate policies. It is now time for businesses to bring down prices to reflect the new economic reality. We understand businesses went through some sacrifices during the turbulent economic challenges, but so did the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is now time for prices to come down to reflect the new realities for the benefit of all Ghanaians and not only for the traders. Mr. Speaker, as we look forward, more jobs will be created, confidence will be deepened, and the Ghanaian economy will stand tall again, not just in the sub-region, but on the global stage. But to do this, Mr. Speaker, we must stay united as a people and eschew divisiveness. We must continue to have faith in our country, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, we must have faith in our currency, the Ghana cedi. For 60 years through cycles of inflation, devaluation, redenomination, and recovery, the cedi has remained the symbol of our sovereignty. It has endured, it has evolved, and it remains the only legal tender of our republic. Let us protect it. Let us trade with our currency, the Ghana cedi. Let us talk about it with pride, not as a burden, but as a badge of economic independence. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the cedi. Fellow countrymen and women, I believe in the cedi. You also have to believe in the cedi. Mr. Speaker, to all of us who have the privilege to serve in the leadership of our nation, let us unite and do this for ourselves, for our children, and for our children's children. It is our collective responsibility to reset our country. Ghana needs us more than ever. Our people needs us. Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude this address without expressing deep gratitude to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, whose unwavering dedication and vision continue to anchor this national reset. Mr. Speaker, on a personal level, I thank His Excellency the President, because without him, this work couldn't have been achieved. Mr. Speaker, he is indeed the anchor towards our economic reset. Right Honorable Speaker, and to you, Father, Mr. Speaker, Alban, Sumana, Kingsford, Bagman, our father, and members of Parliament and the Parliamentary Service, I'm extremely grateful. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Aban Papaba. Mr. Speaker, Aban Papaba. No wonder my brother Kwame and his team had to flee the chamber. I salute Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Capital City, Accra, Angel 102.9.
Station 102,
broadcasting live
2.9 FM and Mason Eguano. Na de ekotie ye ya matie fra bes no mienu ho baby e de ba nyina bes don hwe mienu entem ni nyina no eye wo so afo sure mes kasem so Dr. Cassiel Ato Forson na afe no ne mpemu no ho budget Ghana sikasem na okenkan ye no ye friend say media budget na wa mo hyase no na kyesem da so badwafo nyina wo ho kama ye mo se ekukuma no wo mu nyina botum in fact quote kura na wo mu nyina kura na etuntum African way wo mu Ghana way ni nyina tum and said wo manya yie no na wo mo hyase no na wo mo de tudwa se kasemafo a wote akodwa mu ye pie eno mo koye to mo koye no ma speaker nso na school fo ankwada bi ni ahoho bi o ma be fiu an komba betie media budget review ni bi no ma owura bamba benso ebobo akutia famua bobo minority for no mapie na kutia se mu aka mu ba behwe bi mu nkafra enye de ke penini na nso maba na se wɔn mu anka mo ba betie wɔn mo na twia fa so kɔ a yɛne aka da bɛm makɔ aba na wɔn mo kɔ no na ekukasiɛ no ndisifoɔ no yɛ ma mo ba yo de bi kura ka go and come no more bosmo pie dia de mo nkɔ afebɔ ne ade a na ɛhɔ no mo yɛ bosan kakra abra ekukuma no pie yɛ no na hɔ no mo ayɛ din ama speaker kora no wɔde nsɛsem na bɔdwe te sɛ de ne wura hɔ no nanso afiri sɛ Dr. Ato Forson says we are Kasana for next Nkranshire ba ama sese de anigi aba ya sese anu mo tonum de Fred Dr. Ato Forson say David ya wakum Goliath David wakum pempem asesa no blande atonum nyina de ama no ya sese fie ho no mo aye de papa na de hia pa wade atudwa na ye bobɔ so tew de amamu o hyase no o kyeremu a wase abra wo mo ebaaye no na kyese ebogya na enwunu o man Ghana o man ne pra ma kyese emogya na enwunu no mogya gu o man no awraho asi o man mo ene daso nyina sa o manfo anim awraho ba bia befa bia Ghana fo anim awraho o mkomodie awraho bosa baby are hopeless and that's what way sana na kono amna donko and it said na wo mo etimu wo kyeremu a ka mo beto mu no na kyerɛ sɛ American dollars no anya Ghana cedis no abro 1.5 billion we annual financing shortfall that is say sika wasanka fibia no man no nya na wode etwitwa no ho no ya onya no na eye 1.5 billion dollars afi bia shortfall so nko a eno no etina mu adene ne so amampani John Dramani Mahama ndisi for dia kokoduro ye nse wo mo besan reset Ghana wo be ma Ghana san da ne bio na san so eno ma ye no a sesi a wo kyeremu a wo se wo mo ekuta wo mo de embraso die ne fenchim ye ahye de nyema kama amasisa Ghana aba begina yie pa na nya magic bia eye dwuma ene da ho ene eben ene totoye pa ena wo mo aye se wo kyeremu a wo se National Investment Bank or kyere NIB ho sei nanka enwuma no agusi ya to enso abayet mesevu enwuma wo mo anaye modwuma ko mbe kofie ko mbe kodi dom ko mu nyina adwuma babo mo amaye wo afira adwuma no mukura 900 watime twitwaje wo mo amasisi ano NIB omano bank no gina naso pampe amase ne pe nyina eno mo busuafo ankodi koma ankofie ya wo mo eye wo mo adwuma wanfa ensi hwa wasan ekiremu nso a NIB enyese we kakra enye nan day wonder ebe say ya na hoden bebam saa ede akode nimu say embrane a wose wakurum eye seed no apeke bebia befa bia edwom ma hwan adwumayefo office adwumayefo wade to arasa spepa wo bebia fia daga na hanmo seed na apeke usha bebia seed na apeke no so apeke saa ela chese wo mo ede kro na sidi na apeke no ehu enkyiremu ya wode ema yenie sese wo so wo hwa ukoto enema ewo amonone na wode ba anase bia wodi firi hanmo ede kro bibia hye aban de aba ene sesa dollar sem no wo mo atwam entisa aban contract yemfa dollar nkasema Ghana bio Ghana ne yabona senduam yesie no etise funu na yakotu na obi te Ghana ha mo kwa akotwa de wa Ghana ha mu akwa yesi ya mpre anyi sidi ya gi dollar tintontan watwam afei bibi na aba na Ghana bampa so okoye na woni pakura a wo bua Ghana wo funding no kra mu no se wudi dollar se wudi pounds se wudi euros se wo na wo de wo dollar bra yen ye kotu a ye beka ye sidi afei obi ati school na obi kotu school fees a ye nyi sidi ye gi dollar abeko hotel na akodidi a ya aha yenyi cedi ya je dollar be akwa besa so wa bodam wasu watwam efuna de kra wa wo beye bibia se binti umpa se wo baji cedi no wo twere letter koma Bank of Ghana on the watchray wo twere letter akoma Bank of Ghana na wa kyerɛ sɛ nti a Angel FM ni Angel TV obi be advert a o so mpesi de age dollar na euro na pound so be kyerɛ na se etina de kro no se cedi dollar no ahwa de ne atwam bibia yi cedis enu achi o kyerɛ mu nso a abasamutu a ne o memo no se firi ho amamanfo anim aye sre amasisi no confidence aba wo mo ananka investors ya ebia wablo kyerɛ be bla ka kyerɛ so fa osika kɔ Ghana kɔ bia dwuma no kɔ wabon botom so wade Ghana ye de ben ebire bia na atwa mu no sɛ mu nyina wo bia pɛ mekɔ Ghana be pase me kɔ investment wɔ Ghana etini nyina na kɔdwe ba fo so wo yi bi ba sa na ɛkɔ no ani afei koko export no so ahwodena bam ama bibia ekoyi oto aso no Dr. Ato Forson esan echiremu a o se their friend say payroll no ma ye audit bi ewo so a ghost workers and some manfo abosome bia so a omutimi fira da kamram ebaji aketua esan akoda omada kamram wa wo de wo chire enipa wo mo wu o mo ntia ase o mo nya dwuma no bo so mo so ya hre no obi abagita katua ensamanfo 14,000 ghost workers aye empem du 9 wawu oni ho enso bo so mo so anasa ankofo no yetu o mo kade bia abanya timi ahwehwe wonu mu nyina ama watwam ye afri ho no mo enu achi sikaya nanka kodi di hodo mu nyina 150 million Ghana cedis Abaa gina de wa 2% kro ni nyina ama sese apa ho sado o wia na wa kɔ nanim no wasan ekyire mu nso a sese wa mo ananka yentimi ntu amoka Minister of Finance no aye wo mu nyina ho adwuma audit service no wa ma ye ho adwuma best 91% aka de system regions na sa payroll audit no o ma wie ni nyina na fe obi anya kwa bebu Ghana bio aban ba ye cocoa sector no eka na cocoa sector no edie 32 billion Ghana cedis eka Ghana aban we beto ye no 32 billion Ghana cedis aban ba ye wa ye ho adwuma san kakran ama sese ekai de wotua no ekwanimu pa afi wasan kire mu nso a the friends say external borrowing 2.14 billion US dollars so ho ya che say eno external borrowing kwa ya wo ma behwe anso enso eno no wose bese bosumi ensia entempe no abana ye wenu nyina eho adwuma ya che say aban waye bi papa afi wo wie wasan ekiremu nso a IMF sika 4.5 billion Ghana cedis ansana mampani mahama ebebe na wonu makwaje no wose eno so wo mo etuatua dese so mutwa no ho nyina nso wo mo etuatua se sika no saa waso ma save Ghana cedis bese 4.9 billion Ghana cedis ewo sika nanka o mano de ho to domestic interest payments sika bi aban besa bi aban abobobo kɔgye asa mabɔ besa mbɔ abesia ensi ho no nko a o ya aban etua no wasi busumi nsia ntam amampani mahama de munkotua de kawe munkotua we saa omatua 4.9 billion Ghana cedis and chese no wo etimi asave COVID levy any VAT flat rate na ewo ho no wasi new bill na ba ye no womo etwa atwie firi hokra ama sisi amanfo ho ato womo ewom wokusua ya wokeka ba sese wo kire se wo niema apo bese enum bi 4-point strategy ya eno ena be page Ghana akona nimu pa inflation ka ho betam ska be brana kwato ade kakra bi aban be ye ho adwuma na watimi stabilize economy ni sika na be gina so ho kakra bi na ne kwato ade na wo kina be kona bo ni bi abeka ho ade be chi be de bo ni bi abeka ho eni na wo kina bo debi aban ebehwe na eno etimi agina faako enti ade bi a wo bekwa akoto no bi a enne na se bi a se 10 cedis ya wan hwe ye be se di be ye se ayi abosumi nsia be kona da so ye 10 Ghana no a na ebi kra emeka ho enti wo se we se no aban papa eno no afi wo san kire mu so a exchange rate no na ma min kire mu ha ye pa Dr. Ato Forson se abra omampani Mahama emma no post se omaye oswafo osho omenska samso no na omo okomla shebedwam se de constitution tie na o se ye wo interview veto die hu se umu odu adwuma no betimi aye oso odu on ba shebedwafo no committee no veto committee no busan se ede be pa na wo Dr. Ato Forson o passe se ya ye de ka wo se da chi bi se woni wo se finance minister de ka wo se ade a o kan ye nie ya enchiri ma ba beto wo so wo tia se so wo wuo ye fan kai no ene se o passe wo jani dire to Ghana wo se ono any finance minister no a oba ye no a na Ghana cedi ase ngura ase dollar no twi na form team pound twi na form team euro twi no a sika bia afi da du ba bi kra de che se ewiase Ghana cedi no edina edaso the worst performing currency in the world. If you are saying na sika ye dien currencies no, the action form ya ye muna ye fanya hwe ngura na Ghana cedi no enti opaso obaye ho adwuma amba cedi na gina amprampa de waka say adanse na oho cedi no agina ho de na bem ama ense enkofo to nwumfra no ato yenye udenie uye bue na dade nyina ato yenye udenie edu ba bia o ka sa afede me pase medima no semra so badwafo no wo mra so badwam ho no yempren ato go more ato we want more ato we want more ni nyina no so o paso jedine pa na ho no mo ne nkofo bi keka so sidi no kra de nan day one dem ko siaga wo mo ye plan wo mo spending tra aban JDM ni abana tombo asase hye sika na gu baabi no mo pasa Ghana fo bo mo sema wo munti wo mo spende wo mo shut down to toniema ade a mebuo no betima mo waye se bia koto wefu ekoto ya no mo spende wo so hye ye spende papa enema wo sa Ghana ban koto no wo to papa adwuma wo sa Ghana ban yi sika de koye no wo yi papa. In fact, wo yi pa na de ama enka ye ne se ye yi ni nyansam nyansa da ho into strategic and o ma ben o ma hye ne ma no enti na bebia ekoye no afi egusua ya ye kwa me bon tofa na ekire besa yin bakun e de amamo sese wasan ekire mu nso a ka kwan bi wo ho no mu a wose wo mu ebeyi nti muntie ukrom ka kwan ebeyi project bi wo dia na so wate na o say 24 projects bi ehu hia ban pant hyehyehye na kasika kura ebe wo mo ba beto aso aye wo mo be ye bridge kase pa foforo enya bridge asa ya ye no foforo ye bridge mo no e wo Volta River eso afi tema ene afra wo kwan no project phase 1 no aban obeye tema motorway runabout ekosi ashama runabout etikosi atimpoku aban ebeye afei eye pedestrian bridges 14 bridges yankofo enam so wobeye 14 Kumase kwan no ene ho drainage extension ensuoto na nenam ho na be kwanum ne nyina wo se aban wobeye pa grant interchange ye wo yi secondary takrade ene secondary takrade nkasa kronumu akwan no phase 1 aban beye dome dome bia nkra ya adwasafo dome ya de kwa benya ya dome kwan na kofa ketase ya kopie bure no wase aban wo beye obi chebe lamte interchange ya wo nkra ha eno so phase 2 wo ye Bogatanga boko Puloma Kwam Road eno so wo beye PTC runabout interchange ya water crowd obeye drinking water facilities awo wenchifo ni nsuo obemo mu nsuo mbenu nsuo amana broso secondary takrade water supply obema nsuo anom afi kwanfo no teaching hospital no obeye na abefo wani boss wan hwe abeyira bobu sase di kwanfo no chi no a minim na enie obey modernize no pa central medical stores tema sa eno kutrozi sa wakai sa eno na ehye no wasi wo san besi obesi afi efia kwanta regional hospital takrade wo bayen mu so ya suku Bogatanga regional hospital omso benyo modeye University of Environment and Sustainable Development ya eno no wo wase an so obesi afi state of the art technical vocational education training center ya kase be state of the art ya utimu say your mama pa efe nti technical vocational when the boss atum sampa abrochira bedru Ghana obeye integrated e-learning laboratories senior high schools kaneno na senior schools no we say per lab obe consider lab no ba be e-learning internet so na afi bibia e wo so a enu achi development of existing senior schools no we say abansan betrem besisi bia ka ho renewable energy program pilot yinso beba so de bia nyinam no gese nyinam kanea na bia gese nsuo tara koso mbo na plant say de oba bia renewable enframa nyina be kekere de aye nyinam enu achi de keka ho renewable energy efficiency program say de bia manfo betima use nyinam ye ne ense no kwa construction of takrade market oba beye Kumasi Central Market no a kakraka no sa jediem so onwie sa wono na beye waso wasa de part 2 ba etina che se eno so eno no afei akwan bi hormo so a ni nyina oba na mohwe weye the city sinking fund ya eba city sinking fund wase de omdo ba be no ba betuatua etuo bi na etuo no ebi 20 billion Ghana cedis eno 2026 50 anyasem ketwa maminya ne kaje bi na kutrozi mawie Anna Dixon we want some more benko ban ma na menyina Dixon ko anum yo anya to first aya entremu na don translation ko yie abba from sakra so ani ade kire etemberwa ne nkokrafo no a emberwa no omoton ati dwom no eton bode ne kontombra no omate ase etime komanim minkyerem yo anya na yegusu a ye kyeremu ekura ubetumi angel na abusuafo enti wasesesia no dollar sinking fund don ba be nie Eurobond redemptions kakreba na banko jisika Eurobond no akwaje wase sesia no wo mo be manager ho na sai ka na pie basa no kope bi krebu akra se ye ma wo kope Eurobond kra no wo be nkofu we wo mo card ne sesia no eno aban ye eho adwuma na wotua sa Eurobond no 1.42 billion US dollars and also 2026 na eko afi 1.17 billion US dollars 2027 shrim na no so wa year free ho afi 2028 1.14 billion US dollars na eno so wa year free ho nti obe year free ho mo sa na to say kwada na eko nanimu afi December kwa wasan eka bio enie wokyeremu a eye Ghana cedis no ya Mamini will say cry and through on Suprecon. Mamini will say in 24-hour economy in Ghana for any kum hopa. Was it 24-hour economy no? A man penny Mahama wadi kind up a home to Madada. Na Dr. Kwame Nkrumah na onyan baby krono. Sir na wade wa target voter projects. Sir wabema edimpuntu abagana pa nti JDM ebe yusu sa 24-hour economy na nkwafo so atonsum ne ntonsum bia wade baye dwuma enti voter economic corridor no abanse wo be transform no amasisi ya no ensuo no so abedane abuchire ebe yesa Holland no obekọ ensuo ohon me yeni gwata o ensuo no manfo de aye transport enti water transport no wode baye adwuma pa amasa water economic corridor na ase ne se wode water ensuo no ebe twesika bregana ebe abedane sika ade amagana ensuo na da ho no a eyiri fankofo kakanu ebu fankofo mfuo so a obi nkom obi aba no wo so wode bedane sika ekwan a ode eba amampani de bedane sika nie wo se eno no wo machichem 4 pillars won ben say wo mo beye irrigation 2 million hectares afi bia no che say ensuo yenim so opasi enti aban edi nsuo no begu asase no so asase na dabota no benkum ni fa atifi apueye ena bota na dawosi atu na asase no afro wuhu de onfa anye eyire fa so a na atweagu oso no abandi bedua enema pakuadwuma wo ababe no voter river no nchenchen no enya sem ketwa enti enye 24/7 de bia wo pesio ensuo to enu ansa duane efuru ho basa enye da ho 2 million hectares what hectares asin some christians na efuru abese kosido ni nyina wo de ba be adwuma we wasi wa France agro industrial parks ya wo be textiles so pharmaceuticals ebi ye tomatam ye ndro enuane food processing ni nyina 24/7 na wo ye ni se no ebi kone bi ba se da me sori ya kitrose ne wose bonum ebeto aso na news to aso sa anadwuna nkofo ya dwuma na ya abeka 24-hour economy no egu wose ye bobo dwuma pa enu achi wo wienso so a tourism ensuo no nyina asem no waka no wo se kwatwiska ba no tourism nkofo beko voter no so na voter river adomi akoso mbo na ubekwa de obehunu no wa obeka so ho ukwa wenye wudidi na wonum na hotel sisi nchanchen na sama ha tigu ho na ebi bonkoto na ebi kire ayi oni ade a afi enwachi wa friend say voter lake no so obekwa na 2024 say they work and wa 24 afi yemrai woso sa bebia nyuma ebe kreti nyuma pa because sa sam na waka no enya nsamanfo na ebeye enipa ya mudi nkyene di meko Ghana for ene ekoye sa adwuma no enti eno so obeye na waye ne sa na dia ba ko aban beye ne se enkofo bebu sasa na okofa sika no wai wose obema private sector no aba de okan mu na private sector bia businesswoman bia obeje sa ofre we so se me pasa me di mu be hye no aban ebe manu incentives kabi na ebi abobo no de wo ye no ho a na ban de kan bi a chew o to ade na ban promote bi ama ho eno so eka eho bia afi yenhwe ekwan bi nso a wo se obeyiye wo se ti se da ban be ye ne se constituencies na waga na han mo no afi bia na aban ayi constituency se mo constituency afi wo se drum so ka kwan no wo pai no wo pai wo ye no wo yi wo sese no wo sese ntese a de acronym we your friend said the big push program the big push no so e ka kwan road infrastructure na ewo mu na wo kiremu a yo ba ti ase pa enti wo kiremu a eye Oti River, yeah, what done by what the new bridge ever to so. wa and han road no oba beye tumu hamile ekwan no obeye duwa ye kra wo siesie tumu edekọ han edekọ Laura road obesiesie na vrongo edekọ tumu road obesiesie tachiman nkonsia edekọ si wonchi obesiesie wonchi edekọ sola obesiesie sunyane outer ring road obesiesie na wo beye obesiesie se kwan no ewo ho dada na ase na obeye niye obegusu kota ena de obeye no so na chise ni ho nti wo no wo be pai no obi awasan agusu kota afi Kumasi outer ring road eastern quadrant no eno so obesiesie won wo beye ha ni wo dada nti obeye afi kaswa ani wini bakwan no wo se wo sade eba obetrim enchanchen saa no ebedam sie prom wo fanko ene ensawom road anano amanfo koye demonstration wo se ka mon sa ho face to face ne ehunu bio wo dual carriageway enti se mienu na ekwa wo ye free ofanko de konsa wo no enti wonhia Ato Baah Forson wo hia onyanko no ama light no wonhia onyanko no ama light yo wonhu kitros wa hu de michire sa no single lane no na hu na no ama light on so ama obi de ba no hu no wonua no command light yo because I had to obi akwan baby na ekwa kakraka dem na had to musumu na machire ho ai enti eno so eno no afi takrade ede ko aguna Johnson kwan no so eno so eno so sada abonta we nam ha obi a kwad baby swami interchange enye interchange no ehun chanchan kwa na local roads no swami interchange no enyira so wose obepae egususu atum tumu ani chuchuliga chuchuliga ewo na vrongo eno so wose oba be 36 ayi na odeko obesa ye concrete bridge na wo ye no enye ko tade ni bia concrete at the tama motorway ni bi enu no de beye ewo kanyi bi river no so sa afe na vrongo edeko chichiluga Sandema road eno so wose ase wo mbetutu kota no na kota wo so na aye isa porto boto ntu wo mu beyi kota na afiri so no wasan gututum tapa edeko go so onsa nya kra oduru bechem junction tapa kwa kakra tapa de go so no ni nyina wose aban ya afia wo start ya no eno so wo ye afi enu achi okay wadu de nimpo ena afi wa edeko han road eno so N18 oba beye aka ho edeko jase kan asai obesiesie enkwanta de ko oti damanko eno so oba besiesie afi busumi nsiantem no wose hwe sika aban etua Canada on my bamba betua Euro bond $700 million aban etua and na emraso jafo no ye has been paid sadamote o masa no nyina age so has been paid no it has been paid no no any $700 million Euro bond has been paid afi efie Ghana hanmo domestic bond holders bond be wa Ghana here 10 billion Ghana cedis been paid afi District Assembly's common fund 2.9 billion has been paid abayetua what has been paid be as abayetua anya afi no obetua watua dada Senate Social Security na aban edeka wasa badada no kwa na bogu ho 2.7 billion Ghana cedis has been paid afi energy sector stable power supply dumso no wasinda kabi down na ka dumso no ya na abanko bu saye GCG for say we the internet room so and was more the case almost 9.1 billion Ghana cedis has been paid. Internet was not said doom so na so tie no was so be cry before cry afa no achi awres bia na deda babie and also 5 billion Ghana cedis has been paid. Ghana Education Trust Fund no about the car and was this was what I come mom some for a momobra and near 4.6 billion Ghana cedis. Free senior education program no said a biakem 1 billion Ghana cedis was so ya wakutu. National Health Insurance Scheme 4.6 billion National Health na and also wakutu. Patro de make kan nyina nya fe no wakutu ya watu. Na chese eno so eno no enti wo se wa bodwuma pa afei enu achi akwan wo sei akwan na wo ye no ebinum so eye gbintri manti kokotrudini wom ya na doctor sa na ya de be kwa kokotro kwan no wai me didn't ho ya ba church ade mama kama no waja be kwa kokotro kwan ho eti gbintri ana nakpanduri eno so waye na dodo pepesu enkwanta road eno so oye afe atimpoku ene Sukuma junction kwan so saada Sukuma junction de ko anyirwase eno so saada anyirwase de ko titrimu akosombo jakiti na kudi kope ekwan eno so saada Sukuma de ko enumboso Palme road eno so saada oye Adomi bridge de ko akomufie ekwan so obeye ho de ko potoi enso saada potoi de ko afidenyiba enso saada afidenyiba panyi saada panyi de ko afrawo winiba ekwa mankesim kwan no eno so wose kwan no yetia dodo wosan be no dualization na chese mienu nam ha na mienu nam ha unhia onyanko ba bia Cape Coast ade kwatakra de kwan no so eno so saada obe no mo ho mankesim adwuma ko breman Sukuma ekosi aguna so aduro so kislo so sa kwan na fa wo free mankesim ade kwa fa aguna so bi kwati mi bom kuso wodan so wo sa kwan no wo se eno so wo beye tema ade kwa afrawo saada dodo wa afienya dowenya ekwan no so saada wasan beye oyibi free ayi efiri oyibi ho ade ko Apollonia ho ekosi afienya wosa ufiri oyibi ukọ mefa so ko afrawa na afienya de ko dowenya no ekwa bi paifa left ho no msesa akwa no ye short pa the traffic si ankofo manefa wo bat etia ekwa na sei woso wo no kotwatum already no so afienya kwa nkasa woye no wosan ya ha entudu ba bi na wo mpa ma na wo fa ho na no so adu akwa kopie abesimu a afi eye enche na elubo eno so wose wosan beye nyasa sen woye no woye no foforo pa dade so ede kwa kontombra ekwan no western region asem no waka no adwofoa ede kwa wose kodwo krum enso saada enche ede kwa kodwo nduru saada na bedia conjunction ede kwa kam 15 ekosi sehwe adabu krum ho nyina ose woye afesika no a na o kire se oye no wa bo ho ka no anesefo sechua wuti a na wo so wo pahatie ebeba o mampani kire se vaccines and essential medicines when ya fe no obeyi oyi amom dada se endura de so kwada num na bia ade bia ba yemfa mo ye ho ban no wo se no 252 million Ghana cedis woyi de ama wo mo capitation grant 72.8 million Ghana cedis wotua leap beneficiaries wo mo no se ka de ma wo mo no eno so 477 million Ghana cedis wotua school feeding program anano na ma na no aduane no so here demonstration bi o ma bo mo hene an ye de ka bi akam sika wose wotua 895 million Ghana cedi school feeding program wotua nya fe no betuo sabote sa na no na BC waye kefo beda abanka ya nanka yes nka school for no ene ko emom ntwere bia no tie JDM say 122.8 million Ghana cedis for BEC registration akotua ntina enkura no tim kotwere bia no afei no fee stress policy obekaya JDM ebeba no ene waka say first year university public universities first year for no obetua mo fees bia ma wo mo ya wo frɛ no no fees stress policy no was this car we yama wo mo 300 million Ghana cedis wotua teacher training allowance 191.7 million Ghana cedis wotua nursing training allowance waba a free January besi June was one neka 1 cedi one neka 1 cedi wotua wotua ni na one neka 1 cedi a year 462.6 million Ghana cedis is a say no nurse ni bia nursing training ni bia de oka no aka say ye tua be ka metua oboa wa maje was what training nursing training bia wa de oka bia anyombre frɛ no ajedem so otua no moka na nu achi wan no moka no se sado ade ban say e free July ya wo mu nursing training alawa and teacher training alawa bosumi son ya pe oben se bosumi adwuma ni pa no otua won ma nursement kra beto no enti arrest nursing for ala one teacher for ala arrest no wasitin to ntan wabona sendom motwam bosumi son ya pe no obi ade ekọ ya hwe wayi o walletim assembly members why so be ma assembly members alawa kakra ne ano masimo mobo wo ba ye pay 25 million Ghana cedis obi agene de wotua afei national apprenticeship program osa ba ye ne se obetete ensanodwuma fo bi wotetu wia no asan pe bi do akɔhye enti saa wo mo a trainee wo mo no trainers of the trainees no na wasa bambo musika bi 21 million Ghana cedis wotua adwumawura program 34.5 million Ghana cedis wotua afese tie won say obo hon mo a abade ka minister de ka bia na ministers de ka yakotwa nkanem bia Ghana waterfall ministers de ka ya twa mo ntwa ne yakogye nsuo na o abade ka anano kobusa se bayi abade kasen omukwa omuse aban ededeka agencies and sa departments no 2 billion Ghana cedis oso omunyima womo eno so watua yo wamse producers de abase as a Ghana fo nya kombeka bitia yem fa course kakra yem nti kitrozia na jom samame yemfa course kakra ma wo mo a na afi ya tremba bia ede ebeya enu achi nti 2 billion Ghana cedis eno so wa ya mom government ministries departments and agencies and na afi National Investment Bank NIB ye NIB anka bank no gu aye no friend sa eno okobusa mo se sanda mo susu e de hyemu ebeye wa mo kaka se bia ka abankra beka so esnodo we de minya anom so kye nya 2 billion Ghana cedis ya ka bank no be gina masisi ano ka be kora nim sa oze ato yima wo mo otua has been paid enti se sia ya ban ba ye enye sika afa na okotua sika wotua we de ka monye ma no we de ka muntua we de ka 55.50 billion Ghana cedis aban etua na aban say wakane senai se Montreal to one wa anya yakwayire no se Tinton time se nursing training any teacher for ala wa bekamu ensi bio da kra enti womo ayade papa ya ni nyina no kra afi ebenum so wo ha no mo a na wose financial discipline fina de krowa wo be ye rough aban ni abre papa enti wo ho ba adwamu a ho ba asemo a dwa 12 eni babia wa aban government appointee ya wo be ye boni wo bedi boni wo ban mu na ya chiwo na be ne bia wo hini bia tutu ne ntoma pa che men kona men keke bi ma na ba ya jedi empacho mi office no ana se wo ye party financier ana wo ye ebia party no full soldier na jedi me ne no ne ene honorable minister patwa branch asome se girl announce ba mi we dey na papa we dey ye ne no campaign ye ne no na ye was da bi sade do twam udi boni am court na was ye do kra na ti se no ye de wo kono no ye ne nyina nso watu ho anamo papa enti ye nhya se ne o man front twetwe nkoma kakra na ye muso mo se die ekosu nyina de na ye o mo de pa de na media budget review no a papa finance minister de bae no de na eye wo de papa ena ba kon so kan ye eye we no mo no district assemblies common fund no ese no so wo yi de ko ama wo mo de atua enti lance be de mo mo famrai na ye ma wo mo ensa enkebe enti lance de ma mo no eye 0598987979 simple number pa unya bo 0598 no asa bo 98 na fe 79 05 say cross be dey okay 05 98 79 yo okay hello hello good
evening sir.
Good evening.
Yes sir.
Na obabo wudin ne ba bia wo kasa free. Wantimi anyina so yenhwe na hello. Good evening.
Fine evening.
Udin baby a wo free.
Medin Ibrahim Abdul Samad free
Newtown Park. Ibrahim finance minister ne media review no de buy no ehne fa pa na wo te ya eye wo da wo say wani ajepa anase anya we dekra
we die afi na mabagana afi na mi hu say sisi a mi wo Ghana mu first no me dwese mi wa buchiri but sisi a no me ni aje but ba honest obia wo ups and down obia ne wo ne die obeka che say we enye but die eye me de pa eno na dollars de otwem no say business bia de abai de bema amount for aye and na any a contract they be free abai hono and now they free individual hono no any transaction in dollars and no they are de pa any assemblymen for non so me danyame say toilet they almost say almost jisika no say ya anyamfa so wo John Dramani Muhammad say almost salary ankasa ayemete but adiana me pa adi account say yes remo allocation shemon sa e common sa mom fancy them mamma ye allocation na ended them to say mubusia for na omocheska no mai the local government
yo do ebesi na nipa from so aba na yetie was the dekra ne say yete Ghana ha ne yedi dollar wo de sidi mo bi was had ye nyi sidi o no I need the papa won so was saying hello good afternoon ofrem Kojo Dixon won so ye fra saying
hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Me de Kojo Dixon won so ye fra saying
From Solomon Mensam, Kaswa.
Kaswa. Solo ene fa pa na ko ye ma wo. Na henso na anko ye ma kra wo review no.
You could do maybe budget the my partner, maybe back from me dear Papa. I don't have fufu as a because of your brother, and yeah, I feel Casway, the year man, I'll call your pa. But you are full enough back from my fear. That's one fufu or can be better. Also, she says, yeah, quite a cost. I have nothing like that because there's an almost affected. Yes, that's from. Yes, that's for this year. Only my own also so much. The kind of do so times was I bread. I never for now, Messiano, for so it's a task not dasu, but still I know for so air cost. My your castle this year. Yes, no, and you ocean of food and will be my there. That's on higher, but 42 years stable needs now.
Yo, that's papa, that's you, that's it. Also, what's the sign? Bet me after 05 98 98 79 79. Let's just say, yeah, corner na yashe. Senya budget no isi ekoma or baby ekoma one baby anko ama. Hello, good afternoon. I'm sending the one to me and you so. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon. What do you mean? The frost and our free.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, ma. Nso kakra ye frost our free hene.
Hello.
Hello. Me to nkana kasa. Am say the tense say wotie wo ho a enye ye mentie wo ho. Aha, wo de ya na we volume no every TV no so. Na afia timi akasa. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Aha, would you add the sender of free hene?
Free Akotema, a friend Ado.
Ado, the finance minister Casavi and a half a partner when Yaji Ho part is a Ganani.
As usual policies into many problem, but your car and Yanji who is original car 170. That's 95. This week, my total 120 into holiday and Yarding.
And waka said a boy no bubble and never be a buy the prices are best from and I watch say no dear who Jinach in Yano Cray.
Cement in your rota,
cement in your ross no.
The prices no can local be any.
What to be answer on?
Yeah.
What turn why when I what turn is saying what turn the bread out on is saying cement you know.
This week that was 3 days today 120 CDs
120. I see cement no say no mu ahoro omo ni grades it will be on my be our cement ni grade we ni bu ni entie bia na wo to the highest grade o ho
32R ni bia
32R no a yo ene ye de be kwa akopem no say why ti unya ya na ka wo de adanse no a kire ye dance papa we yeguso a ya je madwen trafa media budget review no a so for no e buy no ho. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Esura Koto Dixon. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Now, we didn't know who free hene.
Oh, yeah, on God.
Yo, on God, Domiabra. A croissant mount.
Oh, yeah. Research and
money the Biasa budget beer will be with the budget free and rather stand beer. The same of coffee.
Yeah, maybe okay, I'm the fine say, okay, be described and I say, you don't know a campaign, and I say, yeah, too. You want to do a many because we said, do you pay from this? Can I say, almost a bema? Yeah, to me almost an idea. We did what can you? You never saw a baby escape beyond there. You move in chili pan, and first can you show mine? But I was saying,
that's what that's a pa. Wasn't in your cry, but now on your betchino. You have the brea bedia. And I was in your two guys in your crack with 2 grams so much. It was the same. Hello, good afternoon. Angel 102.9 FM Mwakwaba.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Angel Sunye.
Afternoon. Pocho within the Eski.
Eski free.
Pocho free Aguna
Suedru. Me entie way.
Pocho Bibi amuken kaya ya me da paye. Eno mana akopom. Ane dollar no so akopom kakra. Ane sidi no na ho de na baso no epija no. Ano na amo me ajipa.
Good.
Na paye na me bo say. An kwaso nyesa e ma no anya den sidi no e ma no nkopom bi. Se enye yu kwampa enjina ho amanya kakra. Na yen so so yen ahoto. Ena the so anya me de nkomu kwan free uniba at the bus do a quarter down wood no so and
check him out. What's it here for?
The first thing uniba to our grand so do or call Atimoda wood no. Yeah. Especially if you so dumpo Echowe Atimoda. So say you na osun ye tutu.
I see.
Yeah, you meeting no me pa bo an senka agobo bet amba. And so me hope say ebia next one ebaba no.
Na Let's read that. Pa hon baby a wakan ye Winnie by Ede Coman Kesim Road no was say a honey obey na bonta obey no doa and na afe kasua Ede ko Winnie by and also obe page manchan na dade no obetrim na hon so waye and na afe Winnie by Ede ko aguna so do no ma fra aguna so dro de ko to aso de akọ odan no se na wo kan no ho na amemu.
Oh, na next one. Did you say be a next one there? Ebeba.
Yo.
Ebla ku do nyanko fo nshira pa.
Nshira so.
Na me dem wa aguna so do pa, yemi da ma.
Yeah, dem wa aguna so do da se pa aguna so do da ma se mutie enje de bia. Yes, one so was saying na media budget no ekọ ede ema wo. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good your fro say na free hene.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You free here from say.
Pacho, you from Bright because I see Ablekuma.
Bright Ablekuma. Time wa obesha sia no a ekukuma no minority for pie ye no mo boycott ye no. So mu say ye wo say.
Aha me kura.
Aha
me kura. Nim say ye betumi aye. So mo kokwa aha me.
Yo, I feel if a partner you the pass now was sure second one can what can ye.
The young depa school feeding no. And a car the wa we to cabia the hobby with channel. Young the papa. I mean share one penny. No share me come MP at the Forson. When share no.
1 penny no.
Yeah. What be you at the Forson? What Bianca Zanka? What be? From Crow, Cromo, and Yanabasa.
wa ben
enya abasa yenti no fon kura
me sa ada meti fita beka se fita tuntum be bia me gina no nya masem wa ben na me mark ni delivery on na wo hwa on se binim se bia wa ya branch enso ka ho a wo hwe na energy ahoɔdena wɔde kasa wɔde gyina ne naso ene sɛ de wɔsi yɛ focused sɛ de wɔsi kaade no ene time kra ɔmo bɔgye ne so no wa amanansai ɔmo bɔ yɛ to no mani nyina no wɔpɔso kakra na wɔwuram na na no ate mo mpena no ate ai yo ya da wase yeah
ya menhia no
all right Angel 102.9 FM ya ji wadwo nkyirafa media budget review no ho waka wie meso ma kyerɛkyerɛ mu ade amamo na sign na wuso mu. Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Afternoon.
Yeah, Frost na ofrefre hene.
Paul Mukarafi Dansuma Sahara.
Paul Dansuma Sahara. Paul woje ne sen woje said wo sika sai no sen ne nsem o piepie mu no.
Asoma o kan na yemi dem na utanling asoma o kan say ombe we no no na yemi de pa. Because asoma no.
And ya would
na asoma kwa you say oboso na one boss de but yes sports asoma no manti bujia fa yes sports asoma no.
Sports wo ho. Sports de wa and ye mo sports asem de wan ka mama ntse wo kan bibi efa ho mante emsa ansana de omsa ansana obe we no na aban de kan abogana Black Queens no aban issue statement or they abogana Black Queens na but so mokodru semi-finals ewo WAFCON ewo Morocco no de no waka yo me da so all right. Now, also, what's saying Angel 102.9 FM Sunni budget media budget review no akoso awie na they would say you know what Jen is saying. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Your friend saying free hene.
Yeah, Efrem Papa Jacob 80 he said.
Papa Jacob. Papa Jacob who free hene.
Yes, Jacob
Temanu Town, yo. Na budget ekoye.
Temanu Town.
Matthew Temanu Town. And I'm just say, there what you know, when you aje ekoye.
What for Dixie? Yamisha papa.
Onsra onso.
Minyaje bruso minyaje yami bebia minyaje bruso what for this boss wa bebia majo wo se say esi dogwenya akope wo afienya
Dowenya kosi afienya kwan na obeye no yo
sa road no ye pa muka bi maye
wa can't bude muni how was so be chat yo that's it
ache yetema hona
yo ya chia Temanu Town fo nyina ya chia papa yes wonso was sense na woje media budget review no na hello good afternoon
fine boss
we didn't baby our free
I'm Pacho me free so my friend Isaac
free hene
me free some dobro
and some dobro me entie way
me Pacho ni pro ka cement na motown 120 no bwa cement no yeah to be same of 32 yeah to 92 cedi and 42 Newton were 12 42 near 112 and iron rod yeah to about 60 mm yeah to about 1 tech and 12 mm yeah to about 52
wow
into 1 ton, 9,000, 7,700,
Obwa, now, no, watch as a cement, who's a cement, no, you move grade. Now, what's the idea? 32R, oh, the idea, would the idea type of bay?
32R now.
And a semaf. I'm said, minimum Sanadiana dango too.
No, politician,
that's all right. Mene cute Rosie and Nawaha and Afi. Professor Noah Monso Alande. Baba
Juma pa what church you move feko. Matthias pa.
Hey, but now wouldn't say time when I'm with Peace FM no. Na papa bi
papa na yeso.
Aye, some young kwada. Na sisi onyina betumi.
Wa.
Enti na me kire mu say bayi na ye onoboko am se kojo ba wredu. Wo be kan budget wie na me fa kire me kire mu papa no to wodi woni so fa ka ba Peace FM
because what tiase
wo ba ye was wo ye say ya so da me ye was wo brantie no wai brantie no wo ba na security force ho anya was kojo dixie wo ko was kojo
atubam
and I'm sad there was a mental budget as da
bedwe na
Jokojo
yes
na budget yo mo de ba yi e de na ya teswa e kan ho e wani jepa
me ankasa
nzo be ka se fuel
oh me mom de enya bibia ateswa e mani de mani ajepa ye sa na adam me ayi e friends osu ena me na ye madam fu bi wala ndi naja me madam fu bi fra pro kire bae na me ye ya ena so me mfa no kodi ye koya ye tue sidia omo se wo munyi sidis
moje dollars
I am telling you me ka kire wo etinya school fees nkwa no moje dollars no etinya wo boss for na mse bo ho na me underline na mse ha
yes sidi na plake
na se omo se wo mram se ni kwa so wisu any other currency apart from city but enya adwuma say to real estate free ya na omo edan omo tonton no dollars
unya bia frame me me akwache no
okay
ye besi ya ba report obo pa o ka say ase go krom ba o champ adada mo mi ankwai na
ja open show papa no dia no krom had obi ani tua
me kra be hu
standard and should be any baby and standard ja 25 years of experience and wo mo is a ben su a che pa wo Ghana ha and we standard free mu enye na ye won
so kra wa check you tracy o sha
anya sa so ye ya na wo
standard che standard
how many years
25 standard chow
no
Rosie obro 25
maybe 25
okay
edi was me mfama ba was me nyemu ma no wia
but yo but ne baby a edro no okay ma me fancy na ma me nyemu ma mprako ma me nyemu ma mprako
wo fa wa
nkofo go so frɛ me kase di akira
wa cheche bi atia pa
gamuno be kan say
obomoden o ton sisi won no sisi odugba
na no hyehyɛ
job
na no hyehyɛ no
ba say wa cheche mu yi
onu no onu hyehyɛ wonu hyehyɛ
ya tia ase
enti be producers so aya ade papa Same Nicholas Ato Baah Forson ha no makeka wo gyina nti maya ade na afi mene chenchen hene na piece chenchen hene na ohima sechua ya de mo ehya ase fra no pa bedu baabi adrenti baabi ani Angel 102.9 FM aha ene kiremu ema wote ase pa musomwe
wo fa ya dase se boba ye beto aso
This is Angel 102.9. This is Angel 102.9. This is Angel 102.9.